This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Crime of the Century, Richard Speck and the Murders That Shocked a Nation, by Dennis L. Brio and William J. Martin, narrated by Christina Delane. God, please instill in the hearts of the people the understanding of the meaning of this tragedy. I plead for a purpose, a worth in so disastrous a loss. Why this death? Its reason I do not know, but in the years to come it will show. I trust in this. A poem written by Gloria Jean Davy in 1963 after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, and read at her own funeral in July 1966. Introduction. A scream of terror. The first alarm clock went off at 5 a.m. Corazon Amaral had been huddled under a bunk bed for 2 hours. Now she began to untie herself, working her hands back and forth to loosen the double knots of the bedsheet that bound her. Then she untied her ankles. Another alarm sounded. It was 5:30. Crawling slowly on her stomach, she emerged from her hiding place and with great effort moved under another bunk bed from where she could peek out the open door. Nothing moved in the hallway. She stood up and began to walk to her own bedroom. She saw the body of one of her roommates lying on the bathroom floor. As she walked across her own bedroom, she stepped over the bodies of 3 more, covered with blood. She closed her door, fearing the killer might still be in the house. She climbed onto her top bunk, opened the window, and screamed almost continuously for 5 minutes. There was no reply. Dressed in pajama shorts and top, she crawled out the window and jumped down to a ledge of the townhouse facing 100th Street on the far southeast side of Chicago. She stood there screaming for 20 more minutes before anyone came, a scream that shook terror into the very heart of Chicago. "They are all dead! They are all dead! My friends are all dead! Oh God, I'm the only one alive!" It was July 14th, 1966, and Chicago awoke on that hot and sticky morning to reports that 8 young nurses had been brutally stabbed, strangled, and sexually assaulted. The killings took place as the victims were settling in for the evening in the safety of their own beds. This murder of innocents shocked the conscience of the nation. It seemed that a monster was on the loose, that a crazed killer who walked on 10-foot stilts bestrode a terrified city. Doors were locked, strangers were scrutinized, parents checked on their children. The monster, who was flesh and blood, was little more than a mile due east of the murder scene, toward the lake, in the rough Calumet Harbor area of the southeast side. Richard Franklin Speck, 24, a heavily pockmarked, tattooed drifter from Dallas, was sound asleep in a small upstairs room at the Shipyard Inn, a tavern rooming house catering to seamen and steel workers. A small black pistol was tucked under his pillow. A stale can of beer sat on his nightstand, next to a crumpled pile of dollar bills. What had started out as a $25 robbery had turned into a crime that will never be forgotten. Speck had swept through the nurse's townhouse like a summer tornado, and his savage murders had changed the landscape of crime. Within a few weeks, Charles Whitman would take a rifle to the top of a tower at Texas University and kill 16. Within a few years, Charles Manson would mastermind the helter-skelter killings in Southern California. Speck's legacy to us is the banality of today's mass murders and serial killings. This is how it all began. Part 1. The Murders. Chapter 1. The Chicago thermometer hit 98 degrees on Sunday, July 10, 1966. It was the 11th day in the past 2 weeks that the heat had been 90 degrees or higher, and the city was wilting from the oppressive stickiness. In July 1966, the median annual salary in Chicago was $8,000. Truman Capote's best-selling story of the brutal murder of a Kansas family in their quiet farmhouse, in cold blood, could be bought for $5.95 in hardcover. The sporty car of the hour was the gas-guzzling Pontiac GTO designed by John DeLorean and sold for $3,000. The big stories on Sunday were the widening war in Vietnam and the growing race rift in the United States. American soldiers chased Viet Cong units into Cambodia and reportedly killed 238 elite enemy troops. The Reverend Martin Luther King pinned a list of 14 demands for racial equality on the City Hall door of Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley. The action followed a freedom rally that attracted a crowd of 30,000 to Chicago's Soldier Field. King warned that there would be many more marches this summer, and that we'll fill up the jails, if that's what it takes to get black people out of the slums. Meanwhile, Richard Speck was spending a quiet Sunday with his brother-in-law, Eugene Thornton, and his older sister, Martha Speck Thornton. Gene Thornton was a railroad switchman who worked nights and who had once served in the U.S. Navy. Speck's sister Martha was a registered nurse who had worked in pediatrics before her marriage. The Thorntons had 2 teenage daughters and lived on the northwest side of Chicago in an apartment described by neighbors as disgustingly neat. The Thornton home was a second-floor apartment at 3966 North Avondale, in a working-class neighborhood just west of the Kennedy Expressway and not far from Wrigley Field, home of the Chicago Cubs. The apartment was decorated with expensive furniture and Martha Thornton's crystal collection. The small apartment was cramped, and Speck was forced to sleep on his sister's sofa. Speck had been living with the couple on and off since he had boarded a bus for Chicago from Dallas 4 months earlier. Since then, Gene Thornton had tried to satisfy Speck's drifting lifestyle by arranging for him to stay with relatives near Monmouth, Illinois, and by helping him find a commercial ship on which to sail. At 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing 160 pounds, Speck was a muscular, outdoorsy type who had arms as hard as a baseball bat. He had slicked-back, dirty blonde hair, light blue eyes, and a pale, angular face with a prominent aquiline nose. Some women found him attractive, and he might have passed as moderately handsome were it not for the deep pockmarks that pitted the sides of his face, and his occasional habit of staring stupidly into space with his mouth half open. He often appeared to be in a fog. Speck had spent the weekend moping around his sister's house. Martha Thornton, like Speck's 4 other sisters and 1 brother, was a religious teetotaler, and Speck was not allowed to drink in her house. Able to blend into his surroundings, Speck always conducted himself as a perfect gentleman while staying with the Thorntons. A fastidious man, he indulged his daily habit of taking several showers and going through several changes of shirts. He left the house that weekend only to get a Saturday haircut and to shoot a few games of pool in a nearby saloon. Speck had great dexterity with his strong hands, and he tinkered with his sister's TV set and used his carpentry skills to build her some wooden household furniture. That Sunday, another one of Speck's sisters, Irma Speck Holman, and her husband, Kenneth, brought their son to Chicago to enroll at the Judson Bible College in Elgin, Illinois. The Holmans visited the Thorntons for Sunday dinner, and Speck was on hand, neatly dressed in black pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. He was mild-mannered and quiet, but preferred reading comic books to engaging his family in much conversation. He read with some difficulty, since he needed reading glasses, but he was too vain to wear them. All he offered in conversation was that he had his heart set on buying a new car. He told his two sisters that he was going to ship out to make enough money to buy a new car. Monday morning began with a bang. At 1 a.m., a heavy thunderstorm with tornado-force winds lashed through the Chicago metropolitan area, slashing a wide swath from the northwest to the southeast. The winds reached 80 miles per hour in suburban McHenry, and at 50 miles per hour rattled the windows of the downtown Loop skyscrapers. Savage and vicious bolts of lightning lit up the night sky. Hail the size of marbles pelted the city, and several funnel clouds were sighted, though none touched down. The torrential rains pounding down on Lake Michigan created a seiche, and tidal waves reaching 6 feet crashed against the lakefront, which had to be closed. The temperature dropped from 82 to 71 degrees in the 2 hours between 1 and 3 in the morning. Then, as the storm spent its fury, the sun rose, and the heat began to build toward an eventual high of 93 degrees. The Thorntons' hospitality and patience with Richard Speck were running out. Speck had spent most of the past 2 weeks with them, usually holding court on the back porch and telling tall Texas tales of how tough he was to the teenage suitors of his 2 nieces, Kendra and Tanessa. He kept a large hunting knife hanging in a sheath from his belt. His switchblade was always in his pocket, and he often brought it out to flash the 3-inch blades. Eugene Thornton, a brisk, no-nonsense man, and his bright, animated wife had seen enough of the lazy ways of their young visitor. On Monday morning, Speck was asked to toss his entire wardrobe into a tan vinyl suitcase and a small red and black carrying grip. He had an assortment of polo and sport shirts and wash-and-wear slacks, and his sister had washed and neatly folded all his underwear shorts and T-shirts. Jean Thornton also gave Speck a black corduroy jacket. Speck left behind a souvenir of his stay. On a backyard tree, he had carved the year, 1966, and his initials, R.S. He added a few flourishes, designed to resemble the logo of a gang to which one of his teenage buddies belonged. Promptly at 8 a.m., Martha and Jean Thornton loaded up their car and drove Speck to the National Maritime Union Hall, MNU, a hiring center for merchant seamen. The Union building was located at 2315 East 100th Street, about an hour's drive from where the Thorntons lived. The hiring hall was only a few doors east of 3 nursing residences. Because of a dormitory room shortage, nearby South Chicago Community Hospital had rented 3 small, box-like 2-story townhouses at 2311, 2315, and 2319 East 100th Street for its senior nursing students and for a few Filipino exchange nurses. The 3 townhouses rented by the hospital were part of a row of 6 townhouses fronting on the south side of East 100th Street. The other 3 were private residences, scattered between the nurses' quarters. In the middle townhouse, at 2315, the hospital had placed a house mother, to whom the nurses were required to report. The easternmost townhouse, 2319, was directly west across Crandon Avenue from the Union Hall, and the comings and goings of the ladies in white were a common sight to the seamen. The previous Friday, Thornton had taken Speck to the NMU to obtain a seaman's card and to register him for a berth on a ship. For a few moments, Speck and Thornton had gotten their hopes up that Speck would be able to hire out on the Flying Spray, a cargo ship scheduled to sail to Vietnam. But the coveted berth had gone to a seaman with greater seniority. Speck was only a deckhand with temporary sailing papers. Now, Speck was back to renew his search for a job. He was embarrassed, though, to have to go into the hall carrying all his clothes in the 2 bags, and he pleaded with his brother-in-law to help him find a room. Thornton, however, was adamant, insisting that they try the NMU first. The 2 entered the building together, and learned that 2 ships were listed on the hiring board. Thornton assured Speck that he would be able to hire out on one of them. Speck cajoled, "Well, if I don't ship out today, I'll just sleep on the beach." Thornton gave Speck $25 and left him on his own. Alone, Speck was a gathering storm ready to break. Unknown to the Thorntons, he was on the run from police in 2 states. Speck was the bad apple of a good family. His father died when he was only 6, and Richard spent his formative years with a hard-drinking, hell-raising stepfather whose behavior he chose to mimic. While his 6 older siblings put down family roots near Monmouth, Illinois, the town 215 miles southwest of Chicago where Richard Speck was born, Richard and his younger sister, Carolyn, were shuttled off to Dallas to live with his mother and her new husband. In 12 years, the nomadic family would live in 10 different Dallas addresses, all of them in poor neighborhoods. Speck's stepfather, Carl August Rudolf Lindbergh, was a Swedish traveling salesman and professional drunk who had lost his left leg at the knee in an accident and was forced to walk on crutches. His drunken tirades were in stark contrast to Speck's mother, the religious Mary Margaret Carbaugh Speck, who did not drink and who had raised her older children not to drink. Lindbergh despised young Richard, told him often that he couldn't stand the sight of him, and refused to adopt him. Speck's mother was largely unsuccessful in trying to shelter her youngest son from Lindbergh's drunken physical abuse. Richard took his first drink of whiskey at 13, after breaking into the secret liquor cabinet Lindbergh kept hidden from his wife. On many occasions, he threatened to take Lindbergh's crutches and bash his head. Aping his hated stepfather, Richard dropped out of school at 16 to work at various odd manual jobs. During his youth, he ran with a fast crowd of older men, spending most of his time bragging, drinking, lying, and whoring. Along the way, he acquired a variety of cheap tattoos, usually drawn while he was dead drunk. During his Dallas days, he was arrested 41 times for break-ins, burglaries, forged checks, robberies, and violence against women, spending almost 2 years in the penitentiary and many other nights in local jails. In the meantime, he had married at 19, fathered a daughter, and divorced 4 years later. He had been physically violent toward both his ex-wife and his ex-mother-in-law. His probation officer had once described him this way: "When Speck is drinking, he will fight or threaten anybody, as long as he has a knife or gun. When he's sober or unarmed, he couldn't face down a mouse." Although a young man, Richard Speck was, by July 1966, a total loner who usually sought out a twilight world inhabited by older, hard-drinking men and women who, like him, were aimless and ambitionless. He was mad at the world and always looking for a chance to hit back. The Thornton Chicago home was a temporary sanctuary for him, a place in which the police were not yet chasing him. In Dallas, the police were looking for Speck in connection with the burglary of a grocery store he had broken into on March 6th. If caught, this would be Speck's 42nd arrest in his adopted home state, and would send him back to prison. The warrant for his arrest had forced him to pack all his worldly belongings into the large tan suitcase and the small red and black bag and board a bus for Chicago. His mother and his younger sister, his only protectors, had taken him to the bus station. They would no longer be around to take care of him, give him money, and bail him out of trouble. A return to his boyhood home of Monmouth was also out of the question, since Speck was a leading suspect in both the burglary rape of an elderly woman and the murder of a 32-year-old barmaid whose body was found in an abandoned hog house. Both crimes had been committed in April, and Speck had slipped out of town on April 19th, arriving back at the Thornton Chicago home with the wildly fabricated story that a crime syndicate had forced him out of town. Lying was a Speck's specialty. He had an uncanny ability to give the events of his life a fictional twist that would keep him out of danger, and although his formal IQ tested at only 90, which is barely low normal for an American adult, his criminal skills were much more highly developed. He had the natural gifts of animal cunning and charm. Speck's secret weapons were his gentle eyes and soft-spoken southern drawl, a disarming combination that usually put his male rivals at ease and his female victims off guard. When he walked into that Chicago hiring hall on July 11, 1966, Speck had a growing hatred in his heart from his dismal status in life. Broke, friendless, homeless, and jobless, he was self-conscious about his disfiguring acne and suffering from low self-esteem. A loser in the major tests of maturity, failing to complete an education, find a job, and maintain a marriage, he was now separated from his family in Texas, Monmouth, and Chicago. Worse, he despaired of ever improving his prospects. He was also a potential killing machine, with his trademarks already written into the criminal ledgers of 2 states. He was an expert at breaking and entering, usually with the aid of a screwdriver or the sharp edge of a knife, and he always had one or the other with him. He had threatened women with knives before, often attempting or completing a rape, and he usually spoke gently and softly, assuring the women he meant no harm. Chapter 2. Boredom ruled at the National Maritime Union as the seamen whiled away the hours in the cavernous warehouse building, waiting for a ship. The commercial shipping center of Chicago was only 2 miles east, at Calumet Harbor in Lake Michigan. In 1966, the Calumet Harbor area boasted many steel mills and shipping and repair docks. Times were good, and the area was a melting pot of nationalities. Factory time clocks were often explained in 11 different foreign languages. The ethnic enclaves were noted for their wide-open saloons and non-stop, around-the-clock heavy drinkers. When the workers or their families needed medical care, they were usually referred to South Chicago Community Hospital, which was located 1 mile north of the Union Hall. Richard Speck had been in this neighborhood before. In April, after his flight from Monmouth to the Thorntons, Speck had been driven by Gene Thornton to the Chicago headquarters of the U.S. Coast Guard in the heart of the Calumet Harbor area. In order to apply, he was required to be fingerprinted on all 10 fingers and to provide a 2-inch by 2-inch passport photo, which he obtained at a photography studio around the corner. In addition, Speck had supplied a statement from a physician under contract to the Coast Guard, documenting that he was physically competent to perform his shipboard duties. Once his application had been accepted, Speck was given a letter of authority, allowing him to be employed as an ordinary seaman on any U.S. merchant vessel weighing 100 tons or more and engaged in trade on the Great Lakes. His application carried the name Richard Benjamin Speck, his birth name, although he usually preferred to be known as Richard Franklin Speck. Both middle names came from his late father, Benjamin Franklin Speck. Armed with the application, Speck was driven to the National Maritime Union on April 30th and found a ship right off the bat. He signed on as a deckhand with temporary papers aboard Inland Steel's ore-carrying ship, the SS Clarence B. Randall. The Randall sailed the Great Lakes with a crew of 33, picking up ore to return to Inland Steel in Calumet Harbor. Ports of call included stopovers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Canada. Within 4 days of his enlistment, however, Speck had suffered an acute attack of appendicitis and had been taken by the Coast Guard to a hospital in Hancock, Michigan, for an emergency appendectomy. Once recovered, he had rejoined the Randall on May 20th and worked steadily until the night of June 14th, when he was fired for getting into fights when drunk and for assaulting a ship's officer. His 26 days of continuous employment with Inland Steel were the longest he had worked in a year. His discharge papers were short and sweet. Steady drinker, warned on 2 occasions but continues drinking. When drunk, is looking for trouble. After his firing, Speck had spent a week living in a flea-bag hotel in the seamy Calumet Harbor world before returning to the Thorntons. The men and women inhabiting the bars and transient rooming houses of the Calumet Harbor area in 1966 constituted a demimonde, a shadowy world in which ambition and time had little meaning. Most were blue-collar workers or unskilled laborers who slid seamlessly from flophouse to flophouse, bar to bar, drink to drink, and sexual partner to sexual partner. Usually they were either looking for work, about to begin a new job, or freshly fired from an old job. They made just enough money to finance the next drinking bout, and in their own way they hung together. Speck felt completely at home. He took a room at the St. Elmo, named in honor of the patron saint of seamen. It was a southeast side version of Chicago's fabled Skid Row flophouses. The downstairs bar, Pete's Tap, was a dirty hillbilly dive where police were called to regularly break up fights. This joint reeked of stale beer and cloudy cigarette smoke that hung permanently in the air. It was Speck's favorite hangout. Now, he was back on the southeast side, again looking for a ship. Speck spent the morning of July 11th at the Union Hall playing cards with other seamen. Bored sitting around, Speck inquired about a room for the night and was directed to Pauline's, a rooming house located a few blocks away. It was operated exclusively for sailors by a kindly, soft-spoken Croatian. The Croatians ran many of the working-class bars, restaurants, and rooming houses in this tough shipping and steel neighborhood. Speck visited Pauline's twice that afternoon. The first time he was told that no room was available, but he was allowed to leave his 2 bags and check back later. He was also granted permission to use the washroom, where he changed from a black polo shirt to a white one. Then he adjourned to a nearby bar, the Rafter Lounge, where he told bartender Michael Jervis that he was from Dallas and had to catch a boat at 2:30 p.m. It was already 1:30 p.m., and shortly later Speck announced, "Fuck it, I'm not going." He continued to drink until he returned to Pauline's at 3:30 p.m. "I got bad news for you," Pauline told him. "There's no vacancy. Nobody shipped." Speck called upon his manipulative skills. Pauline's retarded son was in the room when she gave Speck the bad news. Ignoring what Pauline had told him, Speck engaged her in a conversation about her son. He took an empty cigarette pack and placed it in the boy's hand. When the boy threw it, Speck picked it up and returned it to the boy. A game was in progress, and Speck was friendly and sympathetic to the retarded boy. He spoke in a low, soft voice. Pauline relented and told Speck he could sleep in the enclosed front porch. Speck promptly changed into a striped shirt and headed off to Ann's Tavern in the neighborhood. Bartender Mary Krinkovic noticed that Speck had a knife in a leather sheath hanging from the left side of his belt. He was freshly shaven, perfectly sober, and talked real nice. When Speck returned to Pauline's for the 3rd time that afternoon, he learned that someone had now shipped out and he could have the man's room. This inspired him to hit the southeast side taverns, including his old hangout, Pete's. Drunkenly weaving his way back to the rooming house at 12:30 a.m., Speck waved to one of the seamen he knew on the front porch, complaining, "Damn, there's no action and no girls around here." Then he went to bed. Tuesday, July 12th, was a scorcher, reaching a high of 100 degrees. On the city's near west side, a young black boy opened a fire hydrant to get some relief from the heat, and a crowd gathered. The police soon arrived on the scene to close the hydrant and disperse the crowd. A melee ensued, and 10 people were hurt, including 1 police officer. There were 24 arrests. Commenting on the incident, Dr. King announced, "This is the beginning of a long, hot summer." On the international front, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara told a press conference that he anticipated more U.S. air and ground forces would soon be needed in Vietnam. In Europe, Brigitte Bardot married German playboy Gunter Sachs. In Hollywood, Frank Sinatra announced that he was engaged to Mia Farrow, who was 30 years his junior. On both East and West coasts, adventurous young women were beginning to wear the latest look, miniskirts. In the afternoon of July 12th, Richard Speck received an assignment to report to the Sinclair Great Lakes, a ship that was arriving in East Chicago, Indiana, a 30-minute drive from the Union Hall. Saying that he was broke, Speck managed to bum a ride from Bargellini, a small, kindly veteran sailor who spoke with a pronounced Italian accent. On the way, they stopped at Pauline's, where Speck claimed his 2 bags. Bargellini and Speck arrived at the dock at 5 p.m. Speck was unable to get the berth, however, because another seaman with more seniority had claimed the position. It turned out that the hiring hall had simply sent Speck out as a backup in case the other man did not show up. After a meal aboard the ship, Speck was forced to leave. Sore about not getting the job, Speck was angry and disgusted. Bargellini gave Speck a ride back, part of it in the company of another seaman, George Mackey, who had just walked off the Sinclair. During the drive, Speck told Mackey, "Oh, hell, I'm going to New Orleans to ship out." In spite of Speck's anger, however, Mackey recalled him as just another ordinary guy. After dropping Mackey off, Bargellini began driving Speck to Pauline's, but Speck said that he wanted to return to the Union Hall. Bargellini told him the hall was closed, but Speck insisted, so Bargellini dropped him off across the street from a Tasty Freeze stand that was 1 block east of the hall. As Bargellini drove away at 5:30 p.m., he saw Speck cross the street toward the ice cream stand, which was frequented during the summer by the student nurses from down the block. As the disgruntled Speck walked past the Union Hall, he noticed some commotion in the alley behind the nurses' townhouse at 2319. One of the nurses, Pamela Wilkening, was being picked up for a blind double date, and some of her classmates had come outside to check the man out. As the nurses stood around the car, Speck had a chance to notice that one of them appeared to be wearing a yellow dress. While the nurses laughed and talked, Speck changed direction and headed east, away from the townhouse and in search of a gas station where he could drop his bags. He first tried the Clark service station on East 100th Street, where he was refused by the manager, David Wilhelm. During the conversation, Wilhelm noticed that Speck had a tattoo on his left forearm inscribed, "Born to Raise Hell." Wilhelm joked, "Born to raise hell, hey?" Speck replied, "You bet. I've raised plenty in my time, too." Then he continued walking east, carrying his 2 bags and a black jacket slung over one arm. He finally got permission to leave his bags at the Manor Shell Station on South Torrance. Then he called Gene Thornton, explained his bad luck, and asked Thornton to come to the Union Hall the next day to use his influence to help Speck gain an assignment. At 8:30 that night, Speck walked into the casino lounge a few blocks from the gas station and ordered a breaded veal dinner. The food was slow in coming, and Speck got angry, asking the owner, Zika Georgievic, "Who runs this place?" Georgievic was a Serbian who spoke little English and left conversations to his wife, who was not there. "None of your business," the Serb grunted. Speck jumped up and walked out of the restaurant, refusing to wait for the meal. Speck didn't have money for another room, so he returned to the area of the Union Hall and slept there, perhaps on a bench in Luella Park, the small grassy area directly behind the 3 townhouses where the student nurses resided. The park was separated from the buildings only by a metal fence, a cinder alley, and a paved parking area behind each townhouse. Speck had a troubled sleep. He had come close to shipping out, only to be rejected at the last moment. His rage was building. Early on the morning of July 13th, Speck arrived at the Manor Shell Station to claim his 2 bags. Station attendant Dennis Ryan noticed that he approached from the southwest, the direction of the nurses' townhouses. Speck made some light conversation about the weather and referred to the ship he had missed. To Midwesterners used to nasal twangs, Speck's soft Texas drawl was hard to pick up, but Ryan heard him say something about a damn ship or an ammunition ship. Speck was allowed to use the station's restroom to wash up. He doused his head in water, slicked back his short hair, shaved, and dabbed on some of the Old Spice cologne he always kept in his carrying bag. Then he headed back to the Union Hall. It was going to be another hot day, again soaring above 90 degrees. The heat would help trigger full-scale race riots on the West Side, resulting in 7 policemen injured by snipers and 35 arrests. Relief, at least for the weather, was predicted for July 14th, when a cool front was expected to drop the temperatures into the 80s. Meanwhile, at 8:30 that morning, another seaman, Sam Barger, 60, a slender, wrinkled man who walked with a limp and boasted a full head of gray hair, arrived at the hall and found Speck sitting with his 2 bags in front of the building, waiting for it to open. After a short conversation in which Speck again referred to his missing the ship assignment, Speck asked Barger to watch his bags while he went for a drink of water. Barger watched Speck walk the 30 feet or so southwest to the fountain in Luella Park, which was immediately behind the nurses' townhouses. Straightening up from his sip of water, Speck was staring directly at the large picture window of the back upstairs bedroom at 2319, where 4 nurses slept. It was a very short walk from the fountain to the back door of the townhouse. Speck had been in the neighborhood for 3 days now, time enough to observe his prey. The nurses were brought to and from South Chicago Community Hospital, which was located only a mile away at 2320 East 93rd Street, by a hospital jeep. In their leisure hours, some of the nurses would sunbathe in the area directly behind the townhouses, right across from Luella Park. Some would stroll east down 100th Street, past the Union Hall, to the corner Tasty Freeze. Most wore shorts or light summer dresses. Within a few minutes, Speck returned from the fountain and thanked Barger for watching his bags. When the hall opened, Speck raised hell with the union agent, William Neal, for dispatching him to a job previously assigned to another seaman. Neal recalled, "He was really pissed off, and I had to tell him to drop it." Later that morning, Jean and Martha Thornton arrived to console Speck about his missed assignment. He sat in their car and talked for about 30 minutes, again managing to coax $25 from Thornton by saying that he was prepared to sleep on the beach just in case a job didn't show up. The car was parked directly across the street from one of the nurses' townhouses. After the Thorntons left, Speck inquired as to where he might find a room, and was directed this time to the Shipyard Inn, a tavern rooming house on South Avenue N, in the same southeast side area as the St. Elmo. The Shipyard Inn was considerably more upscale, though, for the neighborhood. Now that he had both money and a place to go, Speck promptly announced, "Fuck it, I'm tired of waiting around for a ship." It was only 10:30 a.m., prime time to find a job, but Speck left the Union Hall and walked to a more comforting environment, Pete's Tap in the St. Elmo. Bartender Ray Crawford recalls that Speck spent $9 on drinks, but was unwilling to redeem the Ben Russ wristwatch he had pawned for $7 a few weeks earlier. Speck pretended he had a $1,300 check coming from his previous ship assignment, and that as soon as he got it, he would pay for the watch. He bragged that he was fired because he'd stabbed the first mate, another lie. Crawford described Speck as being relatively sober, and as a very neat man, a very polite man, a very soft-spoken man. Speck soon left Pete's to register at the Shipyard Inn, stopping first at the establishment's downstairs bar. Owner Agnes Budak, a bespectacled, portly, fashionably dressed Croatian, was told that the man at the bar was looking for a room, and she approached Speck. Budak had the gruffness typical of a woman running an establishment catering to hard-drinking sailors and steelworkers, and came quickly to the point. "By the night or the week?" Speck replied, "I'm waiting for a ship, but I don't know when I'll get one. I'd better take it for a week." Speck was wearing dark wash-and-wear slacks and a red polo shirt. Budak noticed his tattoos. On his right arm she saw he had a knife with a snake entwined around it. But she inquired about one which struck her as looking odd. It was a skull with a pilot's helmet. "That's my mother-in-law," Speck joked. Beneath the skull was the word "eb," Texas slang for "fuck you." Capable of droll humor, during a Texas arrest, Speck had once given the officer the name Eb Dangler as an alias. Budak took Speck to the second floor and showed him room 7, which he found acceptable. The room rented for $10 a week, and Speck paid her on the spot, plus $1 as a deposit for 2 keys. The rooming house could be entered either from 100th Street, by first walking through the bar and then climbing the stairs, or with a key through a private outside entrance on the building's N Street side. When the transaction was completed, Budak gave Speck a receipt, and he returned to the bar. Later that afternoon, Speck returned to Pete's Tap and struck up a conversation with Harold Fats Christian, a 26-year-old mill worker and a resident of the St. Elmo. Christian was with his girlfriend, who happened to be married to someone else. Speck walked over, put his arm around both Christian and his girlfriend, and joked, "Is this your wife or your girlfriend?" He bragged to the girl about the $1,300 check he had coming and how he was blackballed from the ship because he had stabbed the first mate. Relieved of his immediate financial worries and uninterested in finding work, Speck was back to his old tricks. Bragging, drinking, and lying sure beat hanging out at the Union Hall waiting for a job. Chapter 3. Ella Mae Hooper was a short, skinny mother of 10 who was originally from Tennessee, where she dropped out of school in the 8th grade. She looked much older than her 53 years. She had a wrinkled face, stringy salt and pepper hair, dirty fingernails, skinny legs, and a southern accent. She was a barfly who drank anything and everything. She fit in perfectly at Pete's Tap. Ella Mae lived in the Calumet Harbor neighborhood with her daughter, Betty Hooper, but spent most of her nights with a man 10 years her junior in a house that was an absolute mess. On July 13th, she started her day by sleeping late and visiting a girlfriend, where she drank 3 cans of beer. She was wearing a cheap green house dress and tennis shoes and carrying a large white imitation straw purse. After leaving her girlfriend, she took a bus to the Soco Grad Tavern at 99th and Ewing, which was directly across the street from Pete's Tap and only a few blocks from the Shipyard Inn. She had come to the Soco Grad, another Croatian operation, to get her gun. Ella Mae had obtained the .22 caliber Black Rome pistol for $16 from a mail-order house in West Virginia. The gun was Ella Mae's birthday gift to herself, and it was delivered to her by parcel post on March 10, 1966, her birthday. She had subsequently pawned it to Sam Petrovich, owner of the Soco Grad, and now, she told Sam, she wanted it back. Sam offered to buy the gun for $15, but Hooper replied, "I better take it. I might need it sometime." Paying him off, she put the pistol, which had 6 live cartridges in its clip, into her large straw bag and walked across the street to Pete's Tap. Several regulars were at Pete's, including Richard Speck, who was a total stranger to Ella Mae. She played the jukebox and had 4 or 5 beers at Pete's. Mrs. Hooper was a habituée of the many taverns that adorned the commercial strip on the southeast side. After 2 or 3 hours at Pete's, she departed for the Ewing Tap and some more drinks. Next, she began walking east on 100th Street in the direction of the Shipyard Inn. Suddenly, Speck, who had been following her from bar to bar, walked up behind her and asked, "Where are you going?" When she didn't reply, he added, "When I talk, I want answers." Hooper did not respond and started to walk faster. Speck pursued, saying, "Let's go somewhere and have a drink. Let's go to the Shipyard Inn and have a drink." "No, I want to go home." "What if I force you to have a drink?" "Nobody forces me to have a drink. If I want one, I just take one." By now, the middle-aged woman and the pursuing young man had reached 100th Street and Avenue L, a short distance from Speck's room at the Shipyard Inn. Speck walked directly behind her and threatened, "You are going to the Shipyard Inn to have a drink. I have a knife stuck in your back. You don't see anybody around, do you? I could stab you right here and nobody would know who did it. Do what I tell you, and I won't hurt you. All I want to do is ask you some questions." The weather had turned cloudy, prelude to a sudden brief thunderstorm that would cool the night air. Speck repeatedly told Hooper that he would not hurt her if she did what he told her. "He must have said this 25 times, she would later tell investigators. At one point, Speck asked, "Where do you think I'm taking you? Somewhere to rape you?" He answered his own question. "I'm not going to rape you. If I can make you go to bed, I'm going to give you $20. Hooper told Speck that she had $10 or $12 in her purse, and he was welcome to have it. Speck haughtily answered, "I don't want your money. I have a check for $1,300 in my pocket." Speck took her to the side door of the Shipyard Inn, which he opened with his key, and had her walk up one flight of stairs to his room on the second floor. He opened the door to room 7 and told her to put her purse down. She put the purse on the dresser and sat on the bed. Speck flipped open the tabs of 2 cans of beer and handed one to her over his shoulder. As they sipped their beers, Speck conducted a strange interrogation. He spoke with a southern accent in a very slow and calm manner. He began by asking if she had an apartment, if she had kids, inquiring, "Do you like young men?" "I got nothing against young men." "Would you like to live with a young man?" "I hadn't thought of that." "If I was to tell you to pull your clothes off and get in bed, would you?" "Yes." "If I let you out of here, would you tell anybody about this?" "No." "I'm a sailor, and I make lots of money. If you want an apartment, I'll get you one. I'll give you $200 tonight if you meet me up at Peck's to get you an apartment." Ella May said she didn't know Peck's. "Yes, you do. You go in there and drink all the time. That is the tavern before you came out of the last one." "That's Pete's." "Well, Pete's, whatever it is, there's where you better meet me if you want to live." With that, Speck ordered Hooper to take off her clothes and get into bed. There followed a minute or two of automatic sexual intercourse. Speck had not touched her at any point before she got into bed. Afterwards, Speck suddenly jumped out of bed, pulled up his pants, and ordered, "Get your clothes on." A bag was sitting on the dresser, and Speck handed it to Hooper, saying, "Take this bag with you and do what I say and you won't get hurt." She took the bag. As they were climbing down the stairs, Speck said, "If you ever tell this, I'll kill you and your kids, if it takes me 100 years. When we get outside the door, you just turn left. I'm going the other way. I want to go cash this $1,300 check and go to a 9:30 union meeting. You're going to meet me later tonight at Peck's, and I'm going to give you $200. Don't forget, if you don't meet me there at Peck's, you're in trouble. I don't like no woman to lie to me." When they hit the sidewalk, Speck turned right, crossed the street, and walked into Kay's Pilot House, a restaurant lounge. For Speck, it was time for a hamburger and a beer. When Hooper arrived at her daughter's home, she opened the paper bag and found 3 unopened cans of Hamm's beer. She opened her purse to get the gun and put it in her basement. There was no gun. Chapter 4. July was a happy time for the young student nurses. They were only weeks away from graduating and taking wing from the cramped and disciplined lives they had had to live for the past 3 years. There were 30 members in the South Chicago Community Nursing Class of 1966, and half were living in the townhouses across from the Seamen's Hall. They offered more freedom than the hospital's nursing dormitories, but not much more. The hospital's director of nursing education was Josephine Chan, a Filipino who ran the nursing program like military boot camp. Her girls were required to follow a strict code of conduct, and many referred to it as living in a convent. Students were subject to a long list of rules and demerits, and violations brought various restrictions, including expulsion. For example, improper conduct or dress in the library brought 5 demerits. Failure to keep rooms neat, 3. Use of the laundry washer on days other than designated, 2. Any student who accumulated more than 8 demerits in 1 month was required to appear before a judiciary board, which would mete out a penalty to suit the misdemeanor. Minor penalties ranged from written composition on designated subject to grounding to the residents except for work duty. A barrage of memos reminded townhouse students that lights were out at 1 a.m., that no phone calls were allowed after 1 a.m., and that dishes must be washed, dried, and put away 1 hour after meals. Townhouse rule number 1 was students must not allow anyone into the townhouses without the house mother being there. Rule number 2 was all students and residents at the townhouse must take the Jeep leaving at 6:30 a.m. If unable to take the 6:30 a.m. Jeep, you must then plan your own transportation. The typical workday was 7 a.m. until 3:30 p.m. Still, seniors enjoyed additional privileges, including late leaves until 12:30 a.m. and overnights when not assigned to duty the following morning. On July 13, 1966, there were 5 student nurses assigned to the easternmost townhouse, number 2319. Gloria Davey, Suzanne Ferris, Patricia Matusak, Nina Schmale, and Pamela Wilkening. Also living there were 3 Filipino exchange nurses, Corazon Amaral, Merlita Gargulo, and Valentina Pasion. The 8 young women lived in crowded dorm-like surroundings, sleeping on bunk beds in the 3 upstairs bedrooms. The 3 Filipinos were in Chicago as part of a program to recruit Filipino nurses to enter the U.S. as exchange visitors for up to 2 years. The program allowed the nurses both to improve their skills by learning American medical methodology and technology, and to live in faraway and romantic places, like Chicago. For American hospitals, the program helped meet a shortage of nurses. South Chicago Community Hospital had an agent in Manila who recruited the 3 Filipinos living in 2319 and 3 other nurses. On May 1, 1966, the excited group of young women left Manila for Chicago. It was an 8,000-mile journey, but the psychological distance was even greater. When the Filipino nurses arrived in Chicago's O'Hare Airport, a bus from the hospital was waiting to take them directly to the townhouses. For the next 3 months, that ride on the expressway was to be almost all they would see of Chicago and its cultural attractions. Their time was spent working on the surgical floor at the hospital and living in the townhouses, where their time was spent writing long letters back home, cooking Filipino food, and doing laundry. There was very little kinship between the Filipino nurses and the American nursing students. There was no friction, but there was no closeness either. The American students were bonded by their 3 years of school together and their common interests. They wanted little to do with the clannish and homesick Filipinos. By July, the Filipinos had lived in the townhouse for only 10 weeks. They had displaced some of the American nurses' friends, who were thought of as spies for Josephine Chan, the Filipino who was director of nursing for the hospital. The Filipinos stuck together, usually shopping at the nearby Grocerland to buy food to prepare their favorite home-cooked spicy dishes at the townhouse, while the Americans usually ate out or ordered chicken or pizza. Finally, the Filipinos were working nurses and were paid a living salary, while the Americans were still students and scraping by on nickels and dimes. Among the Americans, Gloria Davy, Suzanne Farris, and Nina Schmale were part of the seniors' in-group. Gloria and Suzanne both sported slender good looks, and their forceful and independent personalities had marked them from the start as student leaders. The sophisticated and well-dressed Nina was probably the most popular of the townhouse students. Stocky Pat Matuzak and heavyset Pamela Wilkening were both earnest students who were dedicated to careers in nursing and who were well-liked by their classmates. All the Americans except Pamela were planning to marry in the near future. Suzanne Farris, in fact, had set aside Wednesday night, July 13th, to go over her wedding plans with Marianne Jordan, another senior nursing student and sister of Suzanne's fiancé, Phil Jordan. Marianne, who lived at home with her parents, was the other charter member of the 1966 in-group, and Suzanne had arranged for her to spend the night at 2319, where 3 other residents, Gloria, Nina, and Pat, were all scheduled to be members of the Farris-Jordan wedding party. Valentina Pasion, 24, came from the tiny Philippine rural town of Jones City, 150 miles north of Manila. She was one of 6 children born to a schoolteacher and his wife, and the family was so poor that she had to wait 2 years to enter college while her older brother finished his education. Although shy and reserved, she had 2 admirers in Manila, a doctor and a dentist, and she wrote often to both. Once, she had sent the dentist a recording by American singer Jerry Vale, who was a favorite of theirs and was teased for it by her friends in America. In response, she joked, "It will be my first and last gift to him." The Filipino nurses were paid $350 a month, and Pasion regularly sent more than half her salary back home. Her letters, too, often focused on money. "If I send you money, you will be able to fix the house," she wrote in one. She rarely complained, but once wrote to her younger sister, "Sometimes I can't help but shed tears. You know it's really hard to be 1,000 miles from home." Another time she reported, "The weather is really terrible, but work is easier than in the Philippines. Only the patients here are as big as water buffalo." Merlita Gargulo, 23, grew up on Mindoro Island, the oldest of 9 children in a very poor family. Like Valentina, she was shy and reserved, but she had a beautiful voice and loved to sing and dance. She had taught her Filipino friends how to do the latest American dance crazes, the hully-gully and the jerk. She wrote home about how she was being treated at the hospital. "I receive such remarks as 'you're so pretty,' and whenever I meet male patients, the first thing he'll ask is, 'Do you have a boyfriend?' Well, I can't answer at once, and if I didn't answer, he'll say, 'Do you want me to fix you up?' One of the nurses here told me that it means he's going to look for somebody for me." Merlita, however, had boyfriends in the Philippines and was quite homesick. She had recently enjoyed a 4th of July ceremony in Chicago and written home, "Well, it was a fine, dizzy, exciting, and wonderful weekend, but I still believe that there is no place like home." Corazon Amorao, 23, grew up in the tiny agricultural village of Durangao, a rough, rural area 50 miles south of Manila. She was one of 8 children born to Ignacio and Macario Amorao, a superstitious and unsophisticated couple. Ignacio ran a small clothing store, but the family was dirt poor. Cora grew up as a bright, hard-working girl who enjoyed the simple pleasures. She was fun-loving, open, and a deeply religious Roman Catholic. Like Merlita and Valentina, her native language was Tagalog, a high-pitched and sing-song Filipino dialect, but she and the others had studied English since the first grade, and so spoke and understood it. Pamela Wilkening, 20, was known as Willie to her friends. She loved small children and fast cars. She often babysat for a woman next door to the townhouse and became very attached to the little girl, even attempting to teach her how to play the piano. Because she was so fond of her older brother Jack, she often followed him to his road races and watched him compete in the Porsche and Lotus racing cars he owned. Around her wrist, she wore a bracelet with an automobile racing insignia, a gift from Jack. She had once told a friend, "I want to be a nurse more than anything in the world." She joined all class activities and tended to blend in with her classmates. She was the class representative to the Student Nurse Association of Illinois and had helped select the class motto from a Robert Frost poem, "And miles to go before I sleep." Gloria Davy, 22, was the class golden girl. Gloria had always been a leader with an independent turn of mind. In high school in Dyer, Indiana, she had been sweetheart of the Future Farmers of America. She had also been head of the cheerleading squad, written a column on teenagers for the local paper, and volunteered to work as a nurse's aide in Our Lady of Mercy Hospital. Before enrolling as a nursing student, she had attended Northern Illinois University in DeKalb. She was president of the Student Nurses Association of Illinois from 1965 to 66 and was considering joining the Peace Corps. A perfectionist, she would resew buttons that were slightly out of line on her blouses and jackets, and she looked forward to graduating and being able to custom tailor her nursing uniforms. The ones provided by the hospital were always slightly off, in her opinion. In her free time, Gloria liked to study philosophy and write poetry. Suzanne Farris, 21, was especially fond of children and had planned a career in pediatric nursing. She was high-spirited and liked Irish jokes and spontaneous pranks. She often said about herself, "Susie is Susie, and she's always Irish." That past winter, she and two of the others at 2319 had put on some old bridesmaids' dresses they had saved, and for no particular reason, had a sizable coming-out party in the townhouse. This consisted of strapping on roller skates, putting classical music on the stereo, turning it up full blast, rolling up the rugs, and skating throughout the whole house. The production was such a noisy success that the girls were grounded for a week. Although she lived at home, Mary Ann Jordan, 21, was in on most of the fun and pranks played by her close friends, Suzanne Farris and Pat McCarthy, who lived at 2311. She was a talented mimic and loved music and rock and roll. She was very athletic, not especially preoccupied with boys, and spent much of her free time with her youngest brother, who was retarded. The two often visited her friends at the townhouses on 100th Street. Nina Schmale, 23, was very devout. Noting that her Catholic friends all wore religious medals, she had one maid stating, "I am a Lutheran." She came from a prominent family in Wheaton, Illinois, and had studied chemistry at Elmhurst College before enrolling as a nurse. Her brother was a physician, currently completing a residency in pathology. She wanted to be a psychiatric nurse and hoped to work with children. During her free hours, she was inseparable from Peter McNamee, her boyfriend of 7 years, and the man she was engaged to marry. Nina was the nurse who, in the words of classmate Judy Dykton, seemed to really have her act together. She was very mature and poised. She was also the girl whose memory brought the greatest delight to her classmates. One recalled, "She had a real dragged-out voice. It was just like she was sitting on a swing." The other nurses all admired Nina's relaxed bedside manner while giving patients baths. She could toss wet washcloths across the patients into distant basins without ever spilling a drop, a nurse said in wonder. Another recalled, "She loved pets and once ended up with 23 seahorses because one of the pair of males she had bought turned out to be pregnant. A third recalled, "One day she came to me and asked for a mop. I asked her what for, and she said, 'I had this glass, see? I threw it in my drawer. I forgot it had water in it.'" Before entering nursing school, Shmael had done volunteer work in a county home for the aged. After entering school, she continued to make regular calls on her elderly friends. When she visited, they would show her photos cut from magazines of beautiful girls they thought looked just like her. Pat Matusak, 20, was ecstatic when she returned to the townhouse that Wednesday after a visit home. The Matusak family was very close-knit. Her younger sister, Betty Jo, suffered from scoliosis, and her father, Joe Matusak, ran a neighborhood saloon, with the family living in an upstairs apartment. Her father had driven her back to the townhouse. Pat had just been accepted at Children's Memorial Hospital in Chicago and had become engaged to a male nurse, Robert Hinkle. They had spent that previous Sunday making wedding plans and going out to see the movie Dr. Zhivago. The couple liked to go to concerts and to swim together. Pat Matusak was a champion swimmer. She liked to do things her own way and had decided to have her engagement diamond put into a special setting that was patterned after her grandmother's. Her thick, shiny hair was a special source of pride, and she brushed it every night with great care and precision. July 13th was a typical day at 2319. Pamela, Pat, and Valentina had taken the day off. Corazon, Gloria, Suzanne, Merlita, and Nina had all taken the 6:30 Jeep to begin their 8-hour workdays. After their work was over, they took the hospital Jeep back to 2319, arriving about 4 p.m. Pam and Pat were out enjoying their day off, and the other American girls soon also left to do their own things. Cora and Merlita found Valentina already hard at work in the kitchen, whipping up her pancit, a Philippine dish of noodles, pork, and vegetables. Because the American nurses were not as neat, the three Filipinos had bought their own set of glasses and were planning to buy their own pots and pans as well. At 4:30, the Filipino girls sat down for their home-cooked meal. After dinner, the three went upstairs for a nap. Cora and Merlita were best friends and bunked in the northeast bedroom, with Cora sleeping on the top bed. Valentina slept in the large back bedroom. At about 6, the three awakened and pursued their usual activities. Valentina watched TV in the living room. Merlita sat down at one of the living room desks, writing letters home, and Cora washed her nursing uniforms by hand in the upstairs bathroom. It was 8 p.m. before Cora had finished washing her clothes and hanging them to dry in the basement. Then she got her own paper and pen and joined Merlita at the writing desks. As Merlita and Cora wrote their letters home for hour after hour, some of the American girls drifted back to the townhouse. Suzanne and Mary Ann stopped in the living room for about 5 minutes, dressed in Bermuda shorts. Mary Ann had her parents' car, and the two were soon off for a prearranged meeting with Pat McCarthy, their nursing friend from 2311. Gloria Davy, too, had taken a late leave. She was out on a date. At about 10:30, Cora locked the front door and went upstairs. Merlita had preceded her by 5 minutes. The hallway light was on, and Cora glanced inside the big bedroom, noting that Valentina, Pamela, and Pat were all lying on their beds. The bedroom light was off. The door to the northwest bedroom was slightly open, but Cora did not look inside. Nina and Suzanne slept in this bedroom, and there was an extra bunk for Mary Ann. Returning to her own bedroom, Cora found Merlita lying on the bottom bunk, dressed in white pajama shorts and top. Cora locked the bedroom door and was about to turn off the bright overhead light when Merlita asked her to wait. She wanted to say her prayers first. Cora climbed into the top bunk and closed her eyes. Moments later, she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5. Richard Speck arrived at the downstairs bar of the Shipyard Inn at 8:30 p.m., wearing black slacks and a red polo shirt. Taverns like the Shipyard Inn and Kay's Pilot House across the street catered to the nearby factories and shipyards. In 1966, times were good. The factories worked 3 shifts, and the bars were usually crowded with hungry and thirsty customers. The Shipyard Inn had 3 booths against the wall, with a pool table in the center of the room. A game was in progress. Patrick Walsh, a 26-year-old construction laborer, had arrived at the bar accompanied by his brother, Jim, and U.S. Army Sergeant Richard Oliva, who was on leave from Vietnam. The Walsh family lived in the neighborhood. Patrick Walsh, a solidly built Irishman with slicked-back black hair, was a streetwise kid from the Southeast Side. He had broken his ankle 3 weeks before on a construction job and had a walking cast up to the knee on his right leg. This cast kept him from playing pool, but he sat at the large end booth and watched as Oliva, Jim Walsh, and his brother Michael shot a round of pool. While waiting for his shot in the game, Sergeant Oliva, an intent, muscular man with olive skin, noticed Speck enter the tavern. Speck went right to the bar and ordered a Jim Beam and Coke. Moments later, Oliva's attention was distracted when he heard something fall to the floor with a large thud. He turned and saw Speck bend over to pick up a black switchblade. Speck took his good, sweet time in doing this, slowly putting the knife back in his left-hand pants pocket. Speck took his drinks to the bar's middle booth, settled in, and looked over the crowd. Shortly afterwards, he strutted over to play the jukebox and lifted up his polo shirt, which was hanging outside his black slacks. Oliva noticed that Speck was wearing a 6-inch-long hunting knife inside a scabbard on the left side of his belt. Speck glanced slowly at the pool table and, in Oliva's opinion, was showing him the knife. Speck then dropped his red shirt down over his belt, played some rock and roll, and returned to his booth, where he continued to menacingly stare out at the scene. When the Walsh brothers and Oliva concluded their game, Speck started up a game with Michael Competesso, a welder from the American Shipbuilding Company, which was located across the street. Competesso was on his 20-minute break and agreed to play. Speck concentrated on his shots, knew how to bank the ball, and won the game, despite the fact that Competesso was an experienced pool player and played often on the Shipyard Inn table. Speck then returned to his booth and continued to nurse his drink. Moments later, Patrick Walsh looked up from his end booth and noticed that Speck was staring intently at him. This went on for several minutes, prompting Walsh to ask, "Do I know you from somewhere, or do you know me?" Speck said nothing, but continued to stare. Walsh propped himself up in the booth for a better look, and as he did, he saw Speck reach into his waistband and pull out a gun. Speck held the gun beneath the table of his booth and clicked the trigger. Walsh swung his casted leg out of the booth, stood up, walked over to Speck, and looked at the gun, which was a black .22 caliber revolver. "What's the matter with you?" Walsh asked him. "Nothing. I didn't know your leg was broken. You should watch who you pull a gun on, or some people might sneak up behind you." Speck put the gun away. He asked Walsh how he had broken his leg, and Walsh replied that he had fallen off a scaffold at work. The two men then talked about construction jobs and construction unions. Speck offered to buy Walsh a drink, but he declined. Speck persisted. "I wish you would have a beer. I'm sorry for pulling out the gun. I didn't know your leg was broken." Walsh declined again and left to call his fiancée so that she could come and pick him up. He also asked his fiancée's brother to come along and keep an eye on this guy who pulled a .22 on me. Walsh then went to tell his army buddy, "Rich, that goofball pulled a gun on me." "You want me to get him?" Oliva asked. "If you want, I will get him with the pool stick." Walsh decided that since they were there to have a good time, There was no sense in starting trouble. He told Oliva, "Forget it. The guy seems like he's okay." Walsh rejoined Speck at the booth and told him that he was a fool for pulling out a gun in a place like the Shipyard Inn. "I have never seen you around here before," Walsh told Speck, "and you probably don't know what kind of a neighborhood you're in. Some of these people play rough, and you should really watch what you're doing." Speck replied, "I got to watch out for myself." A few minutes later, Walsh met his fiancée at the door and took her to the middle booth and introduced her to Speck. She was a slender woman with flaming red hair. She and Walsh sat across from Speck in the booth and talked for about 30 minutes. As they talked, her brother sat at the bar to keep an eye on things. Speck told the couple that he had been on a barge, had an attack of appendicitis, and that the U.S. Coast Guard had taken him by helicopter to a hospital. He also talked about his divorce and his ex-wife and child back in Dallas. Speck told Walsh he reminded him of a gang leader he had known back in Dallas. As they talked, Speck took out his billfold to find the photos of his ex-wife and daughter and his seaman's card. As he did so, he spilled the second Jim Beam and Coke he had ordered. The fussy Speck cleaned up the mess and promptly ordered a new drink. He also insisted on buying a beer for Walsh, explaining, "Let me buy you one. I want to show you that I'm sorry about pulling the gun." Walsh relented and allowed Speck to buy the beer. As the conversation continued, Speck referred to his ex-wife as a son of a bitch. "I am sorry I used that word, but that is what she is," he said, turning to apologize to Walsh's girlfriend. Her brother came over to visit the booth while they were talking and brought with him a small puppy belonging to another patron. He showed the dog to his sister, and Speck commented, "That's a nice-looking pup." Walsh later described Speck as not intoxicated and not acting goofy, except for pulling the gun, which was stupid. Spilling the drink had to be an accident, because he was not drunk or even high. He just kind of looked lonely, sitting there all by himself. His fiancée agreed that Speck was neither drunk nor high. She considered him harmless. At 9:50 p.m., the young couple stood up to leave and join her brother outside at his waiting car. Speck accompanied them to the front door, where he was introduced by Walsh to Oliva. Walsh told Oliva, "Rich, I want you to meet Rich Speck. He's a good friend of mine." Walsh was amused by the fact that both men were named Rich. Speck shook Oliva's hand. He then patted Walsh's back and shook his hand, saying, "I'm sorry again about pulling the gun." Walsh replied, "Well, okay, take it easy." A few minutes later, Speck managed to pick up a quick game of pool with Michael Walsh, Patrick's brother and a mechanic at American Shipbuilding. Speck won the game by sinking 5 balls in a row and running the table. "He played with such skill that he did not seem the least bit intoxicated," Walsh recalled. Having practiced his signature characteristics of first demonstrating superior weaponry and then engaging in drink buying, handshaking, and friendship seeking, Speck decided to try to further impress people by creating tales of his fictional exploits. Shortly after 10 p.m., 3 employees from American Shipbuilding dropped in for their break, just as Speck was running the pool table on Michael Walsh. Speck struck up a conversation with the 3 strangers, explaining that he had just returned from Vietnam on a freighter carrying high explosives. In great detail, Speck then wove a story about how he had been in a tough bar in Vietnam while carrying 2 .45s, one in a holster and one in his belt. Trouble developed, Speck claimed, when one man showed up with a can of gas and another with a torch. Speck said that he feared that he would be incinerated, but U.S. Army personnel intervened to get him safely out of the bar. He concluded with a smile, "Next time, I want to be stationed somewhere peaceful, like Hawaii." Speck also told the 3 shipyard workers that on the way back from Vietnam, his freighter stopped at an island, possibly Cuba, and he had a great time. Laughing and smiling, Speck said that girls were available for $3 a night. When the three coworkers left at 10:20 p.m., Speck was standing at the bar, grinning widely, with one foot resting on the bottom rung of a bar stool. Armed with Ella Mae Hooper's .22 caliber pistol and his own hunting knife and pocket knife, and lubricated with enough alcohol to be able to talk glibly to strangers, Speck was now ready for his night's work. He left the bar and returned briefly to his upstairs room. He grabbed his black corduroy jacket to cover the tattoos on his arms. He left behind the hunting knife, which was bulky and visible, and kept the gun and switchblade on his body. There was no public transportation heading west on 100th Street to cross the Calumet River Bridge and cover the 1.5 miles from the Shipyard Inn to the nurse's townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street, and Speck did not want a cab driver as a witness to his destination. It would take Speck, dressed all in black, only 30 minutes to walk from his dumpy room to the back door of the nurse's townhouse. Chapter 6. The nurses' townhouses were in an area of Chicago formerly known as Jeffrey Manor, a middle-class, white-collar community where almost half of all residents were children under 18. Although this quiet area was little more than a mile away from the rough and tumble of the Calumet Harbor shipyards, it was a world away. The middle-class executives who worked in the South Chicago industrial complex of shipping and steel lived in Jeffrey Manor. The neighborhood had a distinctly sedate middle-class texture, and the annual family income was a distinctly 1966 middle-class average of $8,000. Most of the homes were neat single-family bungalows, and residents described the neighborhood as the kind of place you can walk day or night. Bicycle thefts are a bigger problem than muggings. Nevertheless, on all three townhouses rented by the hospital, both the front and back doors were double-locked, with either a lock and chain or a deadbolt. The hospital's manual advised that the doors always be kept locked. The 6 townhouses fronting on 100th Street were flanked at both ends by 3 townhouses built back from the street at a perpendicular angle to the others. In the middle of this horseshoe of boxy, buff-colored townhouses was Luella Park, which was illuminated only by a few streetlights. The townhouse at 2319 was very isolated. Behind it was an alley and the dark, empty expanse of Luella Park. The townhouse to the immediate west, 2317, shared a common brick wall, and on July 13th, as the nurses knew, its residents were away on vacation. The common solid brick walls between houses muffled noises, and the nurses living at 2315 were not likely to hear anything going on in 2319, nor were the other nearest neighbors around the corner on the southeast. At the front of the house was 100th Street, and across it was an elementary school and schoolyard that took up the entire block. On July 13th, it was completely empty. To the immediate east was the empty Union Hall. It was now about 11 p.m. While the nurses in 2319 slept, the ones in 2315 were hard at work. Sitting at the kitchen table just inside the back door were 7 student nurses studying for final exams. The house mother, Mrs. Laura Bisson, a woman in her mid-50s, was in the living room watching TV. She had just returned from a game of pinochle with neighbors who lived in the townhouse right around the corner from 2319, and she was now staying up to log in the girls who had taken late leaves. The nurses were required to report in to her to prove that they had returned by the required 12:30 a.m. Chapter 7. As Merlita Gargulo prayed, and the nurses in 2315 studied at the kitchen table, Speck made his move. Springing from the shadows, he walked quickly across the soft cinders of the alley to the back door of 2319. Using the blade of his knife, he pried open the back window, slid the screen aside, and reached inside to unlock the door. Moments later, Corazon Amaral was awakened by 4 knocks on her door, done in a normal manner. The ceiling light was still on. A clock on the dresser showed the time to be 11 p.m. Cora unlocked the bedroom door and started to open it, only to have the intruder push the door open. Amaral, at 5 feet 2 inches and 98 pounds, was face to face with Richard Speck, 6 feet 1 inch and 160 pounds. He was standing in the center of the doorway and was illuminated by the bedroom light. Cora stared at him for a few moments and saw that he was dressed in black from shoulder to shoes. His short, sandy hair was combed straight back, and his face was deeply pockmarked. She also saw that in his right hand he held a small black gun. Cora lowered her head, turning away from it. It was the first time the young nurse had ever seen a gun. Speck asked, "Where are your companions?" Then he grabbed her forearm. Her roommate got out of bed, and at gunpoint, Cora and Merlita were walked down the corridor to the large bedroom at the rear of the floor. The nurses jokingly referred to the large back bedroom as the ward, and to the 2 front bedrooms as the semi-privates. The gunman turned on the light and found 3 women sleeping. In the meantime, Cora, Merlita, and an awakened Valentina Passion rushed into a large walk-in closet off the bedroom's west wall. For 5 minutes, the 3 frightened Filipinos, all dressed in white shorts and tops, held the door tightly closed. Soon, there was a knock on the closet door, and a female voice said, "Come out of the closet. He's not going to harm you." The 3 Filipino nurses emerged to find that Speck had turned on the light and awakened Pamela Wilkening and Pat Matusak. Cora also saw Nina Schmall for the first time. Speck had his left arm around Pamela's waist, and with his right was pointing the gun at Pat and Nina. He turned off the bedroom light, and the only illumination in the room came from the lights in Luella Park through a gap in the bedroom drapes. Pamela was dressed in white shorts and a blue and white pajama top. Pat was in panties and a yellow nightgown. Nina's nightgown was brightly colored and sheer. Speck motioned with the gun for the women to sit on the floor in front of the twin dressers under the large window looking out over Luella Park. They were told to sit facing him, with their backs to the window, pressed up against the dressers. Pamela was seated immediately to Speck's left. Seated next to her in a row were Nina, Valentina, Pat, Cora, and Merlita. Speck was standing, leaning against the double bunk just inside and to the right of the door. This bunk belonged to Pat, who slept on the top, and Pamela, who slept on the bottom. Next to it, near the west wall, was another double bunk, where Gloria slept on the top. On the south wall was a third double bunk, where Valentina slept on the bottom. Nina had been sleeping in the other semi-private bedroom before the noise had awakened her. As Speck made the nurses sit down in the upstairs bedroom, Suzanne Farris entered the townhouse from the back. She, Marianne Jordan, and Pat McCarthy had just driven Marianne's car into the paved parking area immediately behind 2319. Suzanne walked quickly to the kitchen house phone and called 2315 to check in. One of the studying nurses took the call and logged Suzanne in before curfew, prompting Mrs. Bisson, who was still in the living room watching TV, to complain, "If I'm in the house, she should check in with me." Suzanne quickly walked back out of 2319 to meet her 2 friends. Upstairs, Speck was not aware of Suzanne's brief appearance. He heard nothing, due to the commotion he had created. Now, one of the American girls asked him, "What do you want?" Speck answered, "I want some money. I'm going to New Orleans." Cora had read about New Orleans in her history classes back in the Philippines, but this was the first time she had actually heard the city mentioned. Speck sat facing the women, his back to the door, and his face to the window. His legs were stretched out along the sliding closet that lined the east wall. The women were now in a sort of semicircle sitting around him, It looked a little like a powwow of Indians. Speck talked softly with a southern drawl. His eyes looked gentle, Cora thought. "How did you come in?" one of the Americans asked. Speck answered, "Through the door." Pamela volunteered, "We are going to give you some money." Speck did not say anything, but he motioned with the gun, as if he did not want anyone to make a move. But he continued to talk to the women, and one of the American nurses giggled at something he said in his soft, soothing voice. Speck was smiling, always smiling. Another of the American nurses spoke up, saying, "We are going to give you some money." Then Speck asked each of the 6, "How much do you have?" The women answered, "I have $5. I have $4. I have $2. Cora said, "I have $10. Pat said, "It's on my bed," pointing to the upper bunk just inside the bedroom door. She stood up, took some money from her purse, and handed it to Speck, who remained seated, the gun pointed at her. He took the money with his left hand and stuffed it in his pocket. Pat sat back down in the same position. Pamela asked, "Can I stand up to get my purse?" She stood up, got the money, and handed it to Speck, who remained seated, his eyes and gun trained on her, until she sat down again. This procedure was repeated for Valentina. Then Nina asked if she could get her purse. Speck asked, "Where is your purse?" Nina replied, pointing toward the door, "It's on my bed." Suddenly, Speck stood up and walked to the bedroom door, which was slightly open. He looked down the corridor, turned around, and told all the women to stand up. At gunpoint, Speck marched the 6 in single file the few steps required to reach Nina's bunk. A sign on her bulletin board proclaimed, "Sleep well tonight. Your National Guard is awake." Speck took Nina's money. Then he marched the 6 nurses back down the hall and ordered them to sit in the same positions. Speck counted them by waving and clicking his gun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pamela, at 5 feet 6 inches and 160 pounds, was solidly built. Pat, at 5 feet 6 inches and 155 pounds, was a stocky, strong girl who kept in shape with swimming. Nina, at 5 feet 7 inches, 130 pounds, was frailer than the other 2 Americans. Each of the Filipino nurses was petite, standing roughly 5 feet and weighing about 100 pounds. Now, the 6 nurses, 3 American and 3 Filipino, sat facing Richard Speck, wondering what he would do next. It was 11:40 p.m., and Gloria Davy was sitting in a car outside the townhouse. She had just returned from a date with her fiancé, Robert Stern. Gloria was a tall, slender, dark-haired beauty and an outspoken leader. Bob, 31, was an athletic, clean-cut young man who was vice president of a Chicago distillery company. They had just finished a dinner in Stern's apartment on South Shore Drive, celebrating both their engagement and the recent discharge of Stern's mother from the hospital. Mrs. Stern had been there too, and the trio had celebrated with champagne and steaks. Now, the couple was sitting in the car and listening to the music of Jay Andre's popular Music Till Dawn show on WBBM when their favorite song, You'll Never Walk Alone, came on the air. The young lovers sang along with the lyrics. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and a sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. As the lyrics died away, the couple kissed, and Bob waited in the car while Gloria walked to the front door. When she had unlocked the door, waved goodbye, and entered the townhouse, Bob drove away. Upstairs, Speck was still seated on the floor, eyeing his 6 hostages, when he heard a female voice. Gloria was calling Mrs. Bisson, the house mother, to check in. Then, slightly tipsy from the champagne, she began climbing the stairs. After hearing the voice, Speck walked back and forth on tiptoe from the bedroom door to the window looking out over Luella Park. As he heard Gloria begin to climb the stairs, he moved to the door, holding the knob. When Gloria put her hand on the knob, Speck opened the door for her. Surprised, she screamed in a low voice. Speck thrust the gun against her body and ordered her to sit down between Pamela and Nina. She became the 7th young woman in the bedroom. Speck asked, "Do you have any money?" Gloria answered, "Yes, I have $2," adding, "Do you need coins? It might help you." Speck said, "No, I just want bills." Then, for 5 minutes or so, Speck talked in a very low voice to the American nurses. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I'm not going to kill you." As he reassured them, Speck again sat on the floor and casually smoked a cigarette. As he smiled and joked with the American girls, Cora, incredulous, was too frightened to pick up the banter. Suddenly, Speck stood up and took the bedsheet off Pat's top bunk and began to slice it into long strips with his knife. It was the first time the women saw his black switchblade, and Cora noticed the shiny reflection of the 3-inch blade. By now, the nurses were completely paralyzed by fear. It took Speck only about 5 minutes to slice the bedsheet into 3-foot strips, placing each ribbon around his neck. While he did this, he put the gun on the top bunk, within his reach. Then he squatted in front of Pamela Wilkening, who was seated closest to him, and began tying her ankles with the bedsheet. He tied the knots very tightly, first tying a strip of sheet completely around one ankle, knotting it once, and then looping the ends around the other ankle and knotting it twice. He then politely asked her to turn around and face the window so he could tie her wrists. Placing her hands together behind her back, with the palms facing outward, he tied a strip of sheet completely around both wrists, knotted it once, and then looped it over one wrist and knotted it twice. He told her to turn around and face him, which she was barely able to do. Speck needed only a minute or two to tie Pamela into a position of total helplessness. As he tied her, he kept his gun on the floor closely within reach. Then, still in a squatting position, he moved with a crab-like crawl over to Gloria Davy and began tying her in a similar manner, the gun kept on the floor beside him. "Why are you doing this?" Gloria asked. "We are student nurses." Speck smiled again, replying, "Oh, you are a student nurse." Since, after being tied up, Gloria was unable to obey Speck's command to turn away from the window and face him, he picked her up and placed her on Pamela's bottom bunk. Speck was now on automatic pilot, and he moved methodically from woman to woman, ritualistically tying each into helplessness. Several times he promised, "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill you." While he was tying Pat Matusak's ankles, the doorbell rang downstairs. Speck motioned for Cora and Merlita, the only 2 not yet bound, to stand up. At gunpoint, he followed the 2 tiny nurses down the stairs, walking on tiptoe. Chapter 8. It was now midnight. Merlita went down the stairs first, followed by Cora, Speck's gun stuck in the small of her back. When they reached the front door, Speck pressed the gun harder into Cora's back and ordered her to open the door. She did, staring out at the emptiness of 100th Street. "There's no one here," she told Speck. Satisfied, he marched the two women back up the 14 stairs. The bell had been rung by Tammy Sukoff, who was standing at the back door. Tammy, who lived next door in 2315, had worked the night shift and had just been driven home in the hospital jeep. As was her custom, she had been talking on the townhouse pay telephone with her boyfriend when she suddenly got hungry and decided to make a sandwich. Finding that there was no bread at 2315, she had put her boyfriend on hold and scooted out her back door to the back door of 2319, only a few steps away. Each townhouse had one downstairs house phone and one pay telephone for outside calls. The hospital had vetoed the nurse's request for upstairs phones. Tammy peered through the back door and saw only that the living room was faintly lit by the nightlight of a hospital lamp and that a slight draft was rustling the living room drapes. She heard some footsteps on the second floor, but since she was in a hurry to resume her call, and since no one had responded to her buzzing, she decided to scoot west on the alley to the back door of 2311. There was no bread in 2311 either, she was told. Tammy returned empty-handed to 2315, which was still a beehive of activity among the late-night students. Meanwhile, Speck was back at work. He quickly finished tying Pat Matusak, and finally Cora and Merlita. When Speck tied Cora, she smelled alcohol on his breath. As he tied Merlita, Speck asked, "Do you know karate?" She did not reply. Before and after the buzzing by Tammy, Speck had frequently tiptoed to the bedroom window and peered outside through the drapes. As he talked to the nurses, he constantly clicked the gun, revolving the cylinder from chamber to chamber. As Speck continued his routine, a car drove slowly into the alley behind 2319. Another senior nursing student, Kathy Emmons, who lived at 2311, was returning from a date in time to beat the 12:30 curfew. She had asked her boyfriend to drive slowly past the back of 2319 to see if anybody was up. Earlier that day, Kathy had borrowed a typewriter from Nina Schmale to type her boyfriend's term paper. The typewriter was in the car, and she wanted to return it. Ironically, Kathy's boyfriend was a target shooter and had taught her how to handle a pistol. He had also persuaded her to carry one for protection. In her purse, Kathy was carrying a loaded Derringer, and she had the temperament to fire it if threatened. However, since all appeared dark and still in 2319, the two continued driving on down the alley to 2311. It was now 12:15 a.m., and in the upstairs bedroom of 2319, all 7 women were tightly bound. Speck had the run of the house. He stood up and walked over to Pamela Wilkening. He untied her ankles, grabbed her forearm, pulled her to her feet, put the gun in the small of her back so she would not scream, and walked her out of the room. The door to the south bedroom was left only slightly open. Several strips of bedsheet were still wrapped around Speck's neck as he walked Pamela down the hall to the northeast bedroom. After 1 minute, Pamela could be heard to say, "Ah!" It was like a sigh. Nothing was heard after this. Speck stuffed a wad of white cloth into her mouth and secured it in place with 2 strips of bedsheet. One was wrapped around her face and tied in a double knot at the back of her neck, the other wrapped around her neck and tied in a double knot over her mouth. Then, Speck spread-eagled her on the bedroom floor. Intent on rape, he ripped off the retaining strap on her sanitary napkin belt. As Speck hovered over the prostrate body of Pamela, a debate was going on among 5 of the nurses in the back bedroom. The 6th, Gloria Davy, had fallen asleep. The Filipino nurses wanted to fight for their honor, to scream, or to push a lamp out the back window, or to do something. Cora had been raised in a rough rural hamlet where the natives carried balisong, or long knives, and she knew a criminal when she saw one. Speck, she thought, was up to no good, and she urged her fellow hostages to fight. Unfortunately, the lack of closeness between the Americans and the Filipinos got in the way of any joint action. The Americans overruled the Filipinos and called for calm. The American nursing students had all taken classes in psych, and in their minds, this situation was a little like handling an unruly patient in the emergency room. Unable to agree on a plan of action, the nurses remained silent. There was a lot of talk going on at 2311, the westernmost of the 3 nurses' dorms. In an upstairs bedroom, Suzanne Bridget Ferris and Marianne Jordan had been talking for about an hour with Pat McCarthy, who lived in the room. The 3 were fast friends and flush with the prospect of their coming graduation and Suzanne's marriage to Marianne's brother, Phil. They were in high spirits. Although Marianne lived at home with her parents, she had decided to spend this evening with Suzanne to look through wedding books and talk about the upcoming wedding. Earlier that evening, Suzanne and Marianne had picked up Pat McCarthy, who had been at home on a sick day, and the 3 had driven to a nearby Burger King for hamburgers and Cokes. At 11:10 p.m., Jordan had parked the car at the rear of 2315, only 10 minutes after Speck had entered. Suzanne had momentarily entered 2319 to call the house mother, then rejoined the others. Pat McCarthy had returned from home with an armload of books and packages and some clothes on hangers, and Suzanne and Marianne helped their friend carry her stuff inside 2311. The 3 had settled down for a long talk. Shortly before the 12:30 curfew, Suzanne and Marianne asked McCarthy to sneak out and join them for the night at 2319. Feeling tired, McCarthy decided to stay where she was. Before the 3 said their goodbyes, Suzanne walked into the adjacent bedroom to find some aspirin on the nightstand of Kathy Emmons. At exactly this moment, Kathy returned from her date and was irked to find Suzanne in her bedroom. "Sorry," Suzanne explained. "I have a splitting headache." So did Kathy, it turned out. She had just thrown an engagement ring back in the face of her boyfriend after a sudden argument the couple had while sitting in his car in the parking lot behind 2311. The boyfriend had angrily peeled rubber pulling away from the alley. Now, Kathy was in no mood for pleasantries with her fellow nurses. Shortly afterwards, Suzanne and Marianne decided it was time to go. Before leaving, they chatted a while with 4 other student nurses who were still studying at the kitchen table. Moments later, the girls in 2315 looked out the window and saw their 2 classmates heading down the alley. Since Marianne was not supposed to be spending the night, she and Suzanne were anxious to avoid seeing the house mother, and they crouched low as they whizzed by the window of 2315, making faces and waving happily at their friends. They looked like twins, Suzanne dressed in bright floral-patterned Bermuda shorts and a solid halter top, and Marianne just the reverse. The tall, thin, dark-haired Suzanne was a clothes horse and one of the brightest girls in the class. The auburn-haired, fresh-faced Marianne was the all-American girl and a talented softball and volleyball player. She was looking forward to staying in Suzanne's room because she knew that Nina Schmale kept an air conditioning unit there, the only one in any of the dorms. At 12:30, they entered 2319. Chapter 9. Suzanne and Marianne rushed up the stairs, where, through the open door of the northeast bedroom, they saw a gagged and spread-eagled Pamela Wilkening and a startled Richard Speck, the strips of bedsheet still around his neck. The pair tried to run, but Speck blocked off a retreat down the stairs. The 2 then burst into the back bedroom, with Speck in hot pursuit. The gun was still in his hand. The other 6 nurses sat tightly bound. "You 2 come here," Speck said. Neither moved. Speck called in a louder voice, "You 2 come here." At gunpoint, he herded the pair out of the south bedroom, closing the door behind him. He forced them to walk down the corridor to the northeast bedroom, where Pamela was still lying, gagged and helpless. The Irish girls fought, and the women in the back bedroom suddenly heard a yell, as if Suzanne and Marianne were resisting. Speck reacted violently. Lashing out powerfully with his switchblade, he killed them quickly and brutally. He stabbed Suzanne 18 times, 11 in the front of her chest, 7 in the back. Then he took a white nurse's stocking and strangled her. He smashed Marianne's left eye with his knife, which he then plunged into her chest 3 times. Speck could take a while longer with Pamela, since she was helpless and gagged, and with precision, he stabbed the prostrate victim in the heart. Within minutes, Speck had snuffed out the lives of 3 young nurses. He took a light woolen blanket from the bed and tossed it over the faces and upper bodies of Suzanne and Pamela. Marianne was left uncovered, lying on her back, her face oozing blood. In her right hand, she clutched a strip of bedsheet. Speck closed the bedroom door, and moments later, the remaining 6 helpless women heard water run in the bathroom. The cunning Speck was acting with calculated care. His next victim would see neither the blood on his hands nor the bloody condition of the friend who had preceded her. He returned to the large bedroom and pointed the gun menacingly at the remaining 6. The engine of destruction was gathering momentum, and there was nothing to stop Speck from continuing his repetitive, ritualistic killings. Now he was also eliminating witnesses. Speck walked over to Nina Schmale, untied her ankles, and led her at gunpoint from the room. He took her to the front northwest bedroom, where she, Suzanne, and Marianne had expected to spend the night. After about 1 minute, she said, "Ah," just like Pamela. It was now too late for the other nurses to do anything but try to hide, and all except Gloria Davy managed to change their positions on the bedroom floor. Gloria's blood alcohol was at 111 milligrams, only slightly below the then-defined legal intoxication limit of 150, and she had fallen sound asleep on Pamela's bunk. The others, flopping about like beached fish, desperately struggled to find shelter. Pat Matusak, a stocky woman, crawled between the 2 bunks on the north wall of the bedroom, lying on her stomach, facing the window. Valentina Passione and Merlita Gargulo, both very small, fought their way to the west wall, on the far side of the bunk where Gloria normally slept. They were flat on their stomachs, facing the picture window overlooking a quiet Luella Park. The tiny Cora turned on her side, and then rolled backward on her stomach, rocking left and right for momentum, trying to maneuver herself under Valentina's bunk on the south wall of the bedroom. She got her body under the bed, but her head protruded. She banged her body up and down against the floor and the bed springs, but she was unable to get all the way under. The 5 women lay helplessly on the floor until Speck returned to the bathroom to wash his hands of blood. Then, for the second time, the terrified nurses heard the water run. In the townhouse at 2315, the busy nurses were oblivious to what was going on next door. Tammy Sukoff had been pressured to get off the phone with her boyfriend so a pizza could be ordered. She reluctantly agreed to end her call and to chip in for the cost of a pizza, which was ordered from Aldo's 2 blocks away. The women had to pool all their money to come up with enough. Their scheduled final exam was in neurology, and Judy Dykton was rehearsing a mnemonic for the 12 cranial nerves. The cue was this nursery rhyme. An old Olympus's towering top, a Finn and a German viewed some hops, to signify on, olfactory, old, optic, Olympus's, oculomotor, towering, trachealar, top, trigeminal, adducent, fin, facial, and acoustic, German, glossopharyngeal, viewed, vagus, some, spinal accessory, hops, hypoglossal. Judy shared her memory secret with the others, and the nurses sat there reciting the nursery rhyme. Suddenly, Tammy thought she heard some strange noises coming from outside. Tammy was the exotic member of the class of 1966. Her parents had fled Russia during World War II, and her father had become a mechanic for an American construction company with global ties. She had grown up in Casablanca and Australia, and had traveled widely, learning to speak fluent English, French, and Russian. In her application to nursing school, Tammy had stated that she wanted to be a medical missionary. Nevertheless, she had been raised in a very protective, strict home, and her enrollment in nursing school was a first breath of freedom. She was small and attractive, with delicate facial features that were vaguely Asian. She did wear her hair in a modified beehive, the style of the day, but while most of the other students were just so American, drawn to pizza and rock and roll, Tammy preferred classical music and the haunting Mideastern music of stylists like Nana Mouskouri. By contrast, the current musical offerings in Chicago ranged from the early Rolling Stones to the syrupy sounds of Pat Boone, Henry Mancini, and Andy Williams. Among her closest friends were Gloria Davy and Nina Schmale, both of whom were curious and open-minded enough to appreciate her music, personality, and travels. Gloria, in particular, was a big fan of Tammy's music and would often borrow her albums for weekend trips. Now, Tammy stepped into the alley to try to find out what it was she had heard. To her ears, it had been an indescribable noise, an animalistic sound, like nothing human. It was not a gasp, but a scream. As she had earlier that night, she walked to the back of 2319, this time staring at the darkened downstairs room and the upstairs bedroom window. She listened intently, but now could hear only the steady whir of an air conditioning unit. Nina's prized air conditioner was blowing cool air on perspiring Richard Speck, who was now hovering over Nina herself. Since she neither heard nor saw anything, Tammy returned through the open back door to rejoin her friends at the kitchen table at 2315. By now, a delivery boy from Aldo's Pizza had arrived. Aldo's was about to close, so the order had been rushed. He had gone, however, to the wrong address. He was standing at the front door of 2319, only 14 steps below Speck. He noticed that the drapes were drawn in the front windows and that a faint light was on in the living room. He heard nothing. Suddenly, realizing his mistake, he neither knocked on the door nor rang the bell. Instead, he quickly cut across the lawn to the front door of 2315 and delivered the pizza to Carol Beneski. Mrs. Bisson reminded her girls that they only had 10 minutes to finish the pizza before lights out at 1. Tammy and the others dug into the hot pizza. Chapter 10. Speck was gone with Nina Schmale for 20 minutes. Then he returned to the large south bedroom, grabbed Valentina Passion, who was still tightly tied, and placed her in sitting position out of the room. After a minute or two, Valentina was heard to say, "Ah!" much more loudly than 2 American women who had preceded her. It sounded like a scream. Another 20 minutes passed, and the water ran again. Speck returned to the bedroom. Each time he returned, Cora noticed, he would tiptoe over to the window and stare out at Luella Park. Speck now moved toward Merlita, and Cora, who was partially hidden under the bed only a few feet away, pressed her forehead against the floor. Speck did not bother to untie Merlita Gargulo either. He easily picked up the petite young woman and carried her from the room. After about 5 minutes, Merlita was heard to say in her native Tagalog, "Masakit!" Cora knew what she meant. It hurts. Speck was gone for about 30 minutes with Merlita, and then, for the 4th time, the water ran. Before going to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands, Speck had tightly closed the door to the northwest bedroom. Inside were 3 more dead bodies. He next moved to Pat Matusak, who was cowering on the floor. "Are you the girl in the yellow dress?" Speck asked softly. Pat responded by asking, "Will you please untie my ankles first?" Cora, quiet and still, only a few feet away, kept her forehead pressed to the floor, suspending her furious attempts to get her head under the bed while Speck remained in the room. Then Speck resumed the march of death, and after a few minutes, Cora could hear him say, "Lie down here." The voice sounded as if it were nearby. A minute passed. Then, in a louder voice, Speck said, "Lie down here." When Pat did not respond quickly enough, Speck viciously kicked her in the stomach, knocking her on her back to the floor, her face underneath the bathroom toilet bowl, her arms tied behind her back, her feet protruding into the hallway. Speck was gone with Pat for 35 minutes, and there was silence. During that time, Cora had managed to get her entire head beneath the bunk. Speck did not have to go far to wash his hands of blood for the 5th time. He had moved his killing field to the bathroom, which was right outside the large bedroom. He left Pat lying there, his 7th victim. The bathroom door was left open. Speck no longer needed to conceal his victims. As Speck killed, life went on normally elsewhere. Less than 75 feet away, townhouse neighbor Mrs. Betty Windmiller was sound asleep. Since the night air had turned cool, she had shut off her air conditioner and opened a window. About 1:30, neighbor Bill McCarthy returned from a date and circled the block twice before he found a parking space in the pavement behind the townhouses. About 3, neighbor Harry Levin returned home, parked his car behind the townhouses, and noticed that 2 girls in 2315 were still studying at the kitchen table, giving him only a passing glance. As he retired to bed, Levin heard a loud thump, as if someone had dropped something. Tammy and Leona were the last nurses to retire in 2315, shortly after 3. Judy Dykton had drifted off an hour earlier, figuring, "If I don't get some sleep, I'll be shot for the test." The 3 had persuaded the house mother to let them stay up to prepare for their final exams. She had retired shortly after 1. Since all her girls had reported in, she had seen no need to make bed checks. Meanwhile, at about 2:30, Speck had returned to the large bedroom and sat down next to Gloria Jean Davy, who was still sleeping on the side of Pamela's bunk. He reached back with his left hand and forcefully slammed the door shut. Upon being awakened, Gloria said eerily, "I dreamed that my mother died." From her hiding place beneath the bunk, Cora looked up and saw that Speck had pulled off Gloria's jeans and underpants and was on top of her. Cora put her head down, praying furiously as she heard the bed springs move. She heard Speck ask, "Have you done this before?" After a few minutes, Speck asked softly, "Will you please put your legs behind my back?" Cora kept her head tightly pressed to the floor as she listened to the bed springs move for 20 to 25 minutes. 5 minutes after the bed springs had stopped moving, she looked up and saw that Gloria and Speck were no longer there. Cora decided to take a big risk and to change her hiding place. She wanted to move from under the bunk in the center of the room to a spot near the far wall. She feared that Speck had already noticed where she was. With great effort, she crawled out from under the bunk on the south wall nearest the window. Then, terrified that Speck would return at any minute, she desperately crawled her way backward across the floor, rocking from side to side on her stomach, until she reached the double bunk on the west wall, the place where Merlita and Valentina had tried to hide. She wedged underneath the bunk, squeezing her way under farther and farther, until finally her head was under. A wool blanket hung down from the bottom bunk, touching the floor and covering her hiding position. Speck was gone with Gloria for about 50 minutes, the longest time he was out of the room. Nevertheless, it was only barely enough time for Cora to crawl into her new position. It was now a little after 3:30 a.m., and Speck returned to the large south bedroom for the final check. He turned on the light, the first time it had been on since he had awakened the nurses 4.5 hours earlier. He picked up Gloria's purse and shook it back and forth, checking for any loose change. Cora, only a cough or sneeze away from death, prayed to herself as she heard the coins jiggle. Speck took the coins and threw the purse under the bed, almost hitting Cora. Then he turned off the light and walked out, leaving the door wide open. The bedroom was in a shambles. In the house, there was silence. Speck walked out the front door of the townhouse, leaving the door wide open as he stepped into the black night. Upstairs, the blood was congealing on the bedroom floors. Turning his back on the trimmed lawns and tidy bungalows of Jeffrey Manor, Speck donned his black jacket and began his long walk back to the rough Calumet Harbor area of shipping and steel. Undoubtedly, he had been true to his fastidious nature and had managed to keep the blood spilled onto him at a minimum. He had brought plenty of T-shirts in his zipper bag for a fresh change. At the intersection of 100th Street and Torrance Avenue, a few blocks east of the nurses' townhouses, Speck may have been caught in the headlights of an approaching car. Tony Caprileone was driving to work, and he almost ran over a man who looked like Speck. Caprileone was the general yardmaster for the West Pullman Railroad, which was right across the street from the Shipyard Inn, and he was rushing to work. He swerved aside just in time to avoid hitting the man, who continued his walk. The scene Speck encountered on his walk home was surrealistic. A few blocks west of the Shipyard Inn is the large bridge that offers the only way across the wide Calumet River. The area of 100th Street before the bridge is bleak and desolate, dominated by huge mountains of slag and salt. The slag was used by the steel mills. The salt was stockpiled by the city to fight winter snow. Rail tracks crisscrossed the area. The only building in sight was an enormous Commonwealth Edison substation, whose power would soon be used to light the awakening city. Across the whole landscape arched the Chicago Skyway, where a few motorists were whizzing by. Before stepping onto the bridge, Speck threw his blood-stained pocket knife into the river's deep, dark, choppy waters. After splashing the murky surface, the knife floated for a brief moment before sinking to the muddy bottom. Speck took the unfired pistol with him back to room 7 of the Shipyard Inn. Before calling it a night, he had time for a sip of beer from the can he had left on his bedside table. He was sleeping shortly before dawn. Chapter 11. The alarm rang at 5:40 a.m. in the bedroom of Judy Dykton. She was determined to get in some final licks for the neurology exam. She switched off the fan that had been working overtime against the summer heat and heard a noise that sounded like the whimpering of an animal, but paid no attention. She walked to the basement of the townhouse, took some clothes that had been drying overnight, and returned upstairs. Again she heard a sound, and this time it was more distinct, like a little child crying or calling out. She opened a blind and looked out, and saw a woman standing across the street, looking up at 2319 toward the crying voice. Opening the window, Judy could now clearly hear Cora's cry. "Oh my God! They are all dead!" Judy grabbed a robe and hurried to the front of 2319, where Cora was on the ledge, crouching low and crying. Judy walked through the open front door and saw a nude Gloria Davy lying face down on the living room sofa, her hands tied behind her, her head drooping off the edge of the sofa, a strip of cloth knotted around her neck. Judy ran to get the house mother, yelling, "There's trouble in 19!" Then she returned to get Cora. Mrs. Bisson threw on a robe and alerted her housemates. "Get up, kids. The kids in 19 are in trouble." She ran out the door, just a few steps ahead of Leona Bonzac. Cora was now off the ledge, and Judy found her standing midway down the stairs leading to the front door. She was afraid to come all the way down, wailing, "Everyone on the sampan has been killed." She warned Judy. "Don't come in. He might get you. He might still be in the house." Judy climbed up a few stairs, put her arms around Cora, and gently but firmly led her down, out the door, and over to 2315. Cora was clinging to her, shaking and sobbing. Both nurses were weak with shock, and when they entered the living room, they slid down onto the carpet. Judy could not keep her feet on the ground, she said later. She thought that time was standing still. In the meantime, Mrs. Bisson and Leona entered 2319, where they found Gloria lying on the sofa. While Mrs. Bisson went to the outside phone in the kitchen to call the hospital, Leona walked over to Gloria, touched her on the right shoulder, and called, "Davy?" There was no response. She then ran upstairs and found Pat Matusak lying on the bathroom floor. "Matusak!" she cried. No reply. She looked into the back bedroom and saw no one. She then opened the door to the front northeast bedroom and saw 3 bodies on the floor, covered with blankets and wrappings. She could not recognize who they were. Looking in the front northwest bedroom, she found 3 more dead bodies. She could not tell who the 2 lying on the floor were, but she did recognize Nina Schmale, spread-eagled on the bed. Leona's search took only a minute or 2 before she returned downstairs. She met the house mother and told her not to bother to go upstairs, since nothing can be done. They're all dead. Bisson called the hospital again and screamed, "My God, all of my girls in 19 have been murdered." Asked their names, she replied, "Don't ask me now, get me help. All we can see are blood and girls." Mrs. Betty Windmiller had been the first to hear Cora's cry, and she alerted Robert Hall, a steel company foreman, who was out walking his dog. Both neighbors lived next to 2319, and now they began running back and forth, alerting other neighbors and trying to get the attention of passing motorists. Finally, a patrolman driving west on 100th Street heard the yelling and screaming and stopped. Mrs. Windmiller ran into the street and asked the policeman for help. It was Daniel Kelly, a handsome young Irishman who had been on the force for only 18 months. Kelly radioed for assistance and wheeled around to the front of 2319. He was met by Mrs. Bisson, who told him breathlessly, "My girls have been murdered." Mrs. Bisson and Leona Bonzac then left 2319 and returned to try to comfort the hysterical Cora. Pandemonium reigned, as most of the nurses were now awake and had converged upon 2315. A classmate asked, "What happened?" Judy Dykton replied, "You won't believe it, but I think that they're all dead over there." Another exclaimed, "Oh no, was it toxic fumes or something?" Leona Bonzac, who had conducted her own gruesome investigation, knew better. "They were all killed," she told her classmates. Officer Kelly walked into the living room, where he found a body lying on the sofa. In an odd twist of fate, the rookie policeman recognized that it was Gloria Davy. Kelly had grown up with Davy, and 5 years earlier had dated her older sister, Charlene. In addition, Kelly's wife worked at South Chicago Community Hospital, and hours later, the stunned policeman would realize that he knew most of the victims. Now, gun drawn, Kelly checked the basement and the upstairs to see if the killer were still around. Within minutes, he was joined by police officer Leonard Pone, a young, blonde-haired, muscular patrolman. All they found were more dead bodies, all partially nude and covered with blankets and wrappings. The hospital maintenance man arrived at the front door of 2319, prepared to take the nurses to work in his Jeep. The policeman turned him away. Pone then radioed Communications Central in the headquarters of the Chicago Police Department and called for reinforcements. Within seconds, the first of a fleet of squad cars was rushing toward the death scene, and the first of a series of news bulletins was going out to inform a disbelieving world about what had happened. Kelly himself would soon be interviewed by WIND Radio Chicago and report live from the scene. Like Speck, Kelly lost count of the bodies. He told the radio station, "It seems as though 7 females total, 6 on the second floor and 1 on the first, have been molested, strangled, and bound with nylon stockings. The majority of them were nude. The only thing we can tell you is that they were student nurses, and this was sort of like a student nurses' home here, where they were all residing. The nursing supervisor hasn't been contacted yet, so as far as identity, we can't say. The bodies that have been found are the only ones in the building at this time. There may be more, but we don't have any information on this now." The downstairs was in an orderly condition. However, the bedrooms and the upper floors were in terrible condition. There is no indication of robbery, due to the fact that the dresser drawers and other things were closed. This was Kelly's initial report. Years later, he would say that going through the townhouse was the most traumatic event of his life. "Words cannot describe it," he said. The first homicide detective to arrive on the scene was Jack Wallenda, who entered 2319 at 6:30 a.m. Wallenda was a big, solid German shepherd of a man, but exceptionally polite and soft-spoken. He was a cousin of the Flying Wallendas, the high-wire trapeze circus family. He worked the midnight shift with his partner, Byron Carlisle, and this duo was among the very best homicide detectives on the police force. Himself the father of 8 and a devoted family man, Wallenda lived in the neighborhood and knew firsthand the values of the community. Although personally kind, loving, and loyal, he was also an experienced homicide dick with a hardened view of life, death, and human nature. He was profoundly shocked at what he found inside 2319. In the living room, Wallenda found the nude body of Gloria Davy, lying face down on the sofa. Her hands were tied tightly behind her back, not with strips of bedsheet, but with pieces of purple and white cloth cut from her blouse. Tied tightly around her neck and knotted at the back was a strip of sheet. Wallenda noted, "The knots were tied very, very tight. They were all double knots, and they were all done very professionally. I couldn't get my fingers between the cloth and the neck, and I had to cut the knots with scissors." As he carried Gloria down the stairs, Speck had ripped off her blouse, and the stairwell was littered with buttons and fabric, as well as strips of bedsheet that fell from Speck's neck. Semen was recovered from between her buttocks, indicating that Gloria had been sodomized. A size 38 to 40 white BVD t-shirt was found lying on the living room floor, wrinkled and wet with perspiration. Days later, police investigators would also find a white size 38 to 40 Hanes t-shirt wrapped up inside Davy's white underpants and purple and white slacks that were left in the upstairs bedroom. It, too, was wrinkled and wet, and also stained with blood. The fastidious Speck had brought plenty of extra t-shirts, anticipating the blood and sweat he would incur. In the northeast bedroom, Wallenda found 3 bodies. Lying on her back, hands tied tightly behind her, was Pamela Wilkening. There was a gag in her mouth and 1 stab wound in her left breast, through her heart. Lying next to her, face down, was Suzanne Farris. Tied tightly around her neck, double knotted at the back, was a white nurse's stocking. She had 18 stab wounds in her back and neck. A strip of bedsheet was wrapped loosely about her wrists, as if Speck might have tried to bind her before she resisted. Her face lay in a large pool of blood. Lying next to Suzanne was her close friend, Mary Ann Jordan, who was on her back, a piece of bedsheet clutched in her right hand, as if she had tried to tear it from Speck's grasp. She had been stabbed 3 times in the chest, once in the left eye and once in the neck. In the northwest bedroom, Wallenda found 3 more bodies. Nina Jo Schmale was lying spread-eagled on her bed, her wrists tied behind her back and her face covered by a pillow. Bound tightly around her neck was a piece of bedsheet tied in 2 knots at the back. Her head was on a pillow, and another pillow was placed over her face, as if Speck had tried to suffocate her. Her nightgown was pulled up just below her breasts. Otherwise, she was naked. There were 3 superficial stab wounds in her neck, as if Speck had tortured her with a tattoo of knife pricks. Lying on the bed, above her head and resting against the wall, were 2 dolls. Valentina Passion was lying on her stomach on the floor. Her hands were unbound, with one arm underneath her and the other folded behind the small of her back. There was a deep 6-inch slash in her throat, so hideous that it exposed her voice box. Her head lay in an enormous circle of blood. Lying in an X position across Valentina's body was the body of Merlita Gargulo. Merlita was on her back, face up, her buttocks resting on those of Valentina, Merlita's wrists and ankles tied. Around her neck was a piece of bedsheet tied in 2 tight knots at the back, and there were 4 stab wounds in her neck, which was grossly dislocated. Speck had dumped Merlita on top of Valentina, and then thrown a blue, flowery bed quilt over both bodies. The quilt was heavily stained with blood. The double bunks where Suzanne and Mary Ann had planned to sleep were neatly made and undisturbed. Nina's purse sat on the lower bunk. A large pocket watch hung on the wall next to it, suspended from the top bunk. Resting on a dresser was a blood-splattered nurse's cap. Above it was tacked the sign, "The Emergency Room, where the action is." In the bathroom, Wallenda found Patricia Matusak, lying on her back on the tile floor, her hands tied behind her, her feet unbound. Around her neck was a piece of bedsheet tied very tightly and knotted twice at the back. She was wearing a yellow nightgown that had been pulled up to her breasts, and a pair of white panties that had been partially rolled down, exposing the upper region of pubic hair. She had a severe hemorrhage of the stomach, caused by a kick. On the floor were several towels and a white nurse's stocking that was soaked in blood. As Wallenda was concluding his morbid inventory, House Mother Bisson and the Director of Nursing, Josephine Chan, were allowed into 2319 to try to identify their nurses. However, Speck's devastation was so total that they could recognize only Gloria Davy, Pat Matusak, and Pamela Wilkening. The others would have to be identified by relatives and friends at the county morgue after autopsy technicians had washed off the blood and restored the mutilated bodies as much as possible. By now, people were beginning to flock to the scene. Neighbors, aroused by the activity, had crowded into 100th Street. Pushy reporters were on the scene, one of whom had removed the screen from the back window and stuck his head inside to try to see what was going on. Police soon managed to rope off the area, including a portion of the alley. 8 patrol wagons arrived, and the bodies of the 8 nurses, draped with blankets, were carried out the front door of 2319 on police department stretchers, while the TV cameras whirred. Wallenda could only report, "Something has occurred. Something very, very bad. But we don't know yet what caused it." That job would fall to the Chicago Police Department and Commander of Homicide Francis Flanagan, and to Cook County Coroner Andrew Toman, both of whom were emerging from 2319 to meet the crowd and the waiting press. Toman had sealed off 2319, authorizing subsequent entry only to a parade of police officers, prosecutors, and crime lab technicians. Flanagan, a bald-headed, pipe-smoking Irishman who clicked his teeth when pausing between sentences and dressed in a rumpled fashion, was a man's man, charming in manner and courtly, engaging and effervescent. He was loved throughout the department and possessed a rare wisdom born of his front-row seat in witnessing mankind's anger, greed, and passion. He looked over the growing crowd of spectators. The crowd was silent at first, but as he spoke, and his listeners began to comprehend the enormity of what had happened, there were cries for vengeance. Flanagan knew that he and his men had to find the killer, fast. He said nothing more. Toman was more direct. With shock visible on his face, he spoke to the crowd. "It is the crime of the century." Part 2. The Manhunt. Chapter 12. Thursday, July 14th, 1966. By early morning, Speck had already slid back into the seedy world of Calumet Harbor bars to begin another day of bragging, drinking, lying, and whoring. At 10:30, fresh from several hours' sleep, he strolled into his favorite hangout, Pete's Tap. He was wearing clean, neatly pressed slacks and t-shirt and was freshly shaven, smelling of Old Spice cologne. Hanging in a scabbard from his waist was a brown-handled, foot-long hunting knife. This was the same knife Speck had carried on his belt when he strutted about the Shipyard Inn before he set out to kill. Since he had not used the knife in the townhouse, he felt safe in brandishing it again. Speck gave bartender Ray Crawford a $10 bill and said that he wanted to get the watch he had left in pawn about a month earlier. It was a 25-jewel, self-winding gold Benrus. Crawford gave Speck the watch and $3 change, prompting Speck to order a glass of beer. Crawford, a former U.S. Army Master Sergeant, struck up a conversation with his customer. Suddenly, Speck reached down and removed the hunting knife, asking, "Ray, put this knife behind the bar. I don't want to be seen with it." Crawford put the knife away, and Speck began a long story about how he had killed several people in Vietnam with this very knife. He also repeated his lie about having stabbed a first mate, this time saying it happened on a ship sailing from Vietnam. Then, standing up from his bar stool, Speck leaned over, retrieved the knife from behind the counter, and walked up behind Crawford, who was standing at the end of the bar. Putting his left arm around Crawford's chest, Speck took the hunting knife in his right hand and placed it at the bartender's throat, tilting the blade so that it touched the Adam's apple. "If I was gonna kill somebody, this is how I would do it," Speck said. Crawford pushed Speck away and reclaimed the knife, warning, "I don't go for that. I don't like to mess around with knives." Speck treated the incident as a big joke and returned to his bar stool to strike up a conversation with another saloon regular, William Kirkland, who lived upstairs at the St. Elmo Flophouse. Speck was sitting there, talking and laughing with Crawford and Kirkland, when two girls he had met during his earlier stay at the St. Elmo walked in, Judy Feather and Wanda Boots Hooper. Judy Feather was the stage name of the young woman, who was a go-go dancer at a local bar. She and Speck had once had sex together. Hooper was divorced from Zach Hooper, a son of Ella Mae Hooper. Speck stood up and strutted over to the jukebox, where he bent over the machine, choosing hillbilly tunes. The girls were playing the nearby bowling machine. Neither Feather nor Hooper had seen Speck for weeks, and Feather asked, "I thought you left town." Speck answered, "I changed my mind." Returning to the bar, Speck told Crawford that he had a $1,300 check coming in the next day, inquiring, "Can you cash it for me?" Crawford replied that he did not have that kind of money on hand. Speck asked him for his knife back, and then sold it to Kirkland for $1. Wanting Kirkland to know what a valuable piece of weaponry he was buying, Speck explained that he had bought the knife from a soldier in Vietnam, where he had sailed on an ammunition ship. While returning to the United States, Speck added, he had gotten drunk and stabbed the first mate in a fight. The knife, with its 7-inch blade, had actually been given to Speck by his brother-in-law Gene Thornton, who obtained it during his days in the Navy. Newfound friends Speck and Kirkland then walked across the street to the Sokograd Tavern. Kirkland noticed that Speck appeared nervous and gulped down 2 beers in 15 minutes. While Speck whiled away the hours drinking, the manhunt and media blitz were well underway. With racial violence beginning to erupt, Chicago was already a jittery city. Now, Speck's murders had pushed the race riots to the bottom of the front page. 8 nurses are strangled, read the big black headline in the early edition of the Chicago Tribune. The subheads added, "Student building invaded by sex maniac. Report hospital aides raped." These were the last days of big city front-page journalism, and Chicago's 4 dailies, 2 published in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, would demonstrate an insatiable appetite for reporting the story. The murder of the nurses was the biggest crime in the U.S. since 1949, when ex-serviceman Howard Unruh had taken a midday walk onto the sidewalks of Camden, New Jersey, and gunned down 13 people in 12 minutes. Unruh told police, "I'd have killed 1,000 if I'd had enough bullets." He was found insane and committed to a mental institution. Now, the murder of the nurses was bringing back memories of Chicago as the home of Al Capone, the mastermind of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre of 1929. Capone's men, disguised as federal agents, had lined up 7 members of a rival gang and mowed them down from behind with machine guns. The manhunt for the nurses' killer had begun immediately. At 6:30 a.m., Patrolman Leonard Pone took down the first statement from a hysterical Corazon Amorao. Cora's initial description was marked by her heavy accent and hesitancy with the English language, and by her hysteria. Pone himself was shaken by what he had seen. The description of the event was this: 1 white male, approximately 25 years old, 6 feet tall, short or crew-cut hair, no hat, wearing a black waist-length jacket, dark pants. At about 11 p.m., offender had knocked on her bedroom door. When she opened door, offender was standing with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other hand. Offender tied nurses up and made them sit in a circle in the room. Offender stated, "I won't hurt you. I want money to go to New Orleans." At 6:50, Detective Byron Carlisle arrived at 2315 to take over the interview with Cora. Carlisle worked the midnight shift with his partner, Wallenda. He was a big man with broad shoulders, short gray hair, dark-rimmed glasses, and a craggy, weathered face. He had seen it all and was smooth and classy, possessing a profound understanding of the motives that drive people. He suggested that they move to an upstairs bedroom for privacy, and a grateful Cora quickly agreed. To provide emotional support, she was accompanied by Tammy Sukoff and Josephine Chan. Carlisle obtained the additional details that the killer spoke in a soft drawl and had blonde hair. Cora emphasized, "I really want to help." The descriptions were relayed to Communications Central of the Chicago Police Department. Cora was taken to South Chicago Community Hospital, where she was placed under police guard and heavy sedation. In the meantime, grief-stricken parents and relatives of the nurses were assembling at the Cook County morgue to identify the victims. Wallenda recalls, "Hardened men broke down and cried. What could we tell the parents? I knew Joe Matusak, who ran a saloon at 108th and Michigan, and knew Suzanne Ferris and Marianne Jordan from the hospital emergency room. We simply didn't have any answers. How could we?" The nearest Chicago police station, Area 2, was located at 90th and Cottage Grove, about 1 mile from the murder scene. Homicide Commander Flanagan and Deputy Chief of Detectives Mike Spiotto had decided that Area 2 burglary should be involved in the manhunt, since there was a possibility that a known burglar might have been the perpetrator. This instruction was relayed to Sergeant Victor Verdoliak, the acting lieutenant for the burglary unit, and his deputy, Sergeant Michael Clancy. Verdoliak, an ambitious, bright Croatian whose father owned a tavern on the southeast side, was a big, muscular man who combined high intelligence and a dry wit with exceptional street savvy. He was given to wearing twin brown leather shoulder holsters carrying magnum force firepower. He was also given to aggressively taking over a case, if he could. Clancy was an acerbic, tough, no-nonsense stocky Irishman who wore glasses and had thinning gray hair. The homicide and detective commanders advised Verdoliak and Clancy that since few people knew about the nurses' residences, the killer must have either lived in the area, had business in the area, or been in some way a hanger-on who became aware of who lived in 2319. They provided Cora's description of the killer and added that he apparently had started out looking for nothing more than money to get to New Orleans. Verdoliak and Clancy relayed this information to their detectives, who were told to begin the hard grind of ringing doorbells and asking questions. Thursday was a day off for burglary detective Edward Wielazinski, but he knew that his Area 2 colleagues needed all the help they could get. The blond, boyish Wielazinski was a cop's cop with a natural instinct for people, and he knew the Southeast Side like the back of his hand. By 1966, Wielazinski had been on the police force for 16 years. He had heard about the murders on his car radio while returning home from his moonlighting job as a security guard. He tried to drive to the scene, but he couldn't get past the crowd. Instead, he turned his car around and showed up for the 8:30 a.m. roll call at Area 2 headquarters. Sergeant Verdoliak read off the murderer's description. 6 feet, 160 pounds, short blonde hair, black coat, southern drawl, wanted money to go to New Orleans. Wielazinski and 2 other burglary detectives, Edward Boyd and John Mitchell, went to work. They began their investigation on foot and quickly proceeded to the intersection of 100th Street and Torrance Avenue. The trio figured that since Torrance Avenue provided the quickest exit from the city on foot, and since 100th Street provided the best way to hitch a ride east to Indiana, the murderer might have walked this route to try to get out of the city. This intersection was also the location of a Shell gas station, which Wielazinski knew to be a popular hangout for the neighborhood punks. He suggested to Boyd and Mitchell that they check it out. At 8:45, the 3 burglary dicks walked into the station and asked attendant Dennis Ryan if he had seen anybody matching the suspect's description. Ryan thought a moment and replied, "Well, yes. There was a guy who came in early on the morning of July 13th to wash up and get some bags he had left at the station. He had a soda and ate a candy bar and made some small talk. He spoke with a real southern drawl and appeared plenty pissed off. He mumbled something about a damn ship or an ammunition ship." Wielazinski had been in the Merchant Marine during World War II, and he knew that there was a seamen's hiring hall across from the scene of the murders. At 9 a.m., Wielazinski, Boyd, and Mitchell fought through the crowd gathered around the townhouse and entered the National Maritime Union building to talk to the Chicago port agent, William Neal, to see if he recalled anyone answering the description just provided by Ryan. Neal wanted to be helpful, but nothing rang a bell. Finally, he suggested that the only seaman answering the description was a man named Peter Crowell, who had shipped out on July 11th aboard the Flying Spray, a ship bound for Vietnam. Neal offered to cable the ship to see if Crowell was aboard. The detectives returned to the streets and revisited the Shell station. This time, Ryan suggested, "Why don't you talk to Dick Polo? He talked to this guy too." Polo, the manager of the station, was the man who on July 12th had given Speck permission to leave his bags. He was now home sleeping, having worked through the night. Mitchell called Polo's home from the station and insisted that he be awakened. Polo recalled Speck and volunteered, "Well, I assumed the guy was a sailor. He had 2 bags, he was looking for a room, and he was very upset about something. I referred him to a rooming house at 94th and Commercial and allowed him to leave his bags overnight." Encouraged by developments, Welesinski called headquarters and requested reinforcements so that 2 two-man teams could split up and canvass the nearby hotels and rooming houses. Boyd and Mitchell were one team, and Welesinski was paired with the meticulous and tenacious Eugene Ivano. The teams split, and a few moments later, Welesinski and Ivano checked out the Clark gas station at 2416 East 100th Street, which was west of the Shell station and only a few blocks from the townhouse at 2319. The attendant, David Wilhelm, recalled that, "Yes, a man who appeared to be a sailor came here about 5:30 or so on July 12th and wanted to leave 2 bags overnight. He appeared disturbed and loitered around and made me so nervous that I finally had to ask him to leave, refusing to keep his bags. He appeared pretty upset about something and said he hoped to ship out in a few days. He also had some funny tattoos on his arms." At 10:30 a.m., about the time a refreshed Speck was walking into Pete's Tap, Welesinski and Ivano returned to the Maritime Union Hall. "A second gas station attendant has placed this stranger in the area," Welesinski said. "Did Peter Crowell miss a ship, or did some other seaman miss a ship? This guy was complaining about a damn ship or an ammunition ship." Suddenly, Neil snapped his fingers and began rifling through his wastebasket. "Wait a minute," Neil said. "On July 12th in the morning, a ship berthed in Indiana Harbor requested 2 seamen when only 1 was required. 2 seamen were sent from the Hall. 1 was hired and the other returned the next morning disgusted and mad. This guy has a southern drawl, like a hillbilly, and he fits the description. He's tall. I finally had to tell him to quit blowing steam and settle down, that he'd get another ship." Incredibly, Neil reached down and fished out of his wastebasket a duplicate of the assignment slip that had dispatched Speck to the Sinclair Great Lakes. The slip provided the name Richard B. Speck. The address provided was that of the Thorntons, his sister and brother-in-law, and read 3966 North Avondale, telephone AV3-2830. With this information, Neil was able to retrieve the entire Union file on Speck. He informed Ivano and Welesinski that Speck had been fired from the Clarence B. Randall for assaulting a ship's officer, and that he also had several tattoos on his arms. The description on file perfectly matched the ones provided by Ryan and Wilhelm of the disturbed stranger who had visited their gas stations. Welesinski and Ivano passed this information on to Sergeant Clancy in Area 2, suggesting that he check the Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Inquiry section. Clancy made the check, but Chicago police knew nothing of Richard Speck. For the next 4 hours, the 4 burglary cops pounded the pavement, knocking on the doors of nearby rooming houses in search of a Richard Speck. At 2 p.m., the 4 returned to Area 2 headquarters to meet with Commander Flanagan, who had overall responsibility for the case. He told them to stay with the case. "We've got our hands full as it is." In the meantime, technicians from the Chicago Police Department Crime Lab and from the lab's identification section were hard at work inside 2319, checking for possible fingerprints. While the cops chased leads, Speck and Kirkland were still drinking. They were at the Sokograd when the TV broke in with a more accurate report about the murder of 8 nurses. For the first time, Speck learned that he had left a survivor. He said to Kirkland, "It must have been a dirty motherfucker that done it." The 2 returned to Pete's, where Speck kept up his storytelling, excitedly jabbering away. He confided to Kirkland that he had a pig Puerto Rican girlfriend he kept at the Shipyard Inn. Speck launched into a long anecdote about his brother-in-law, Gene Thornton. In this fiction, Speck related how he had stolen a fifth of whiskey from Thornton's home one Sunday, while Thornton and his sister were at church. "I got good and smashed," Speck explained, "and my brother-in-law threatened to call the police and have me jailed. Well, I handed him the phone and said, 'Is this what you want?' When he said, 'Yes,' I hit him over the head with the receiver. His face was covered with blood. My sister gave me $85 and said, 'Get the hell out of here.' So I packed my bags, and here I am." Speck had shrewdly taken an experience rooted in fact, how he had once stolen liquor from his stepfather, and transformed it into an excuse-making fiction, in this case to explain why he had money. By noon, Kirkland had seen enough of Speck, who seamlessly relocated to Eddie and Cooney's Tap, a few blocks north of Pete's. Here, he ran into another drinking buddy, Robert R. Red Gerald. Speck and Gerald, fellow hillbillies, had worked together and drunk together while sailing on the Clarence B. Randall back in April of that year. Gerald had a slender build, big nose, and close-cropped red hair. He wore a perpetual puppy-like sad expression, and on this day was well on his way toward a monumental drunk. Speck ordered a hamburger, took only 2 bites, and pushed it aside. "I have a bad hangover from last night," he explained. Gerald thought that Speck seemed calm but nervous. The two continued to drink beers, with Speck occasionally suggesting that they walk over to Bond's so I can buy some new clothes. The drinking got in the way, however, and the two moseyed only a few blocks farther north to the Ebb Tide Inn. While drinking at the Ebb Tide, Speck and Gerald heard the bartender and 2 customers discussing how the nurses had been murdered. Speck spoke up. "It must have been a sex maniac to have done something like that." Then, persuading Gerald to join him, Speck decided to return to the Shipyard Inn. Speck tried to call a taxi, but was unable to get through. Frustrated, he gave the bartender a dime and asked him to make the call, adding, "Thank you, sir." A commercial cab arrived at the Ebb Tide to take Speck for the short ride back to his room at the Shipyard Inn. Slowly, he was beginning to run. At 2:10 p.m., Speck and Gerald arrived at the Shipyard Inn bar, where Speck switched his drink from beer to Jim Beam and Coke. He went up to his room to switch T-shirts. When he returned, Gerald was on the verge of a boozy collapse and wanted to return to his rooming house to straighten up. Speck suggested that Red go to his room instead and handed him the key. First, though, Speck laid another alibi on his drinking buddy. Speck said that he had picked up a girl the night before and that she had stayed with him all night. He embellished the story with the detail that she had first told him she wanted $10 for her favors, but she got drunker than I did, and I ended up getting it for nothing. Red went upstairs, but was unable to get the key in the lock, and had to return to ask Speck for help. Finally, the door was opened, and Red managed to lie down for 40 minutes or so, to try to stop his head from slithering around. Gerald noticed that the bed had been slept in. Speck remained in the bar and ordered another Jim Beam and Coke. As Gerald slept off his hangover and Speck sipped his drink, Sergeant Clancy sat in Area 2 headquarters only a mile away. At 3 p.m., he picked up the phone and dialed AV 32830. Gene Thornton answered the call, and Clancy attempted a ruse. "This is Mr. Olson at the National Maritime Union," Clancy said, "and we have an assignment for Richard Speck. Is he there?" Told that Speck was not there, Clancy persisted. "Well, can you locate him? He needs to get in touch with us immediately if he's going to ship out." Thornton understood the opportunity, adding, "Thanks for calling. We need to get this guy on a ship and out of our hair. I'll see what I can do." Minutes later, the phone rang at the Shipyard Inn, and was answered by the day bartender, a bespectacled, jolly, plump man who looked like he could easily pass for Santa Claus. "Richard Speck," he announced. Speck took the call and was told by Thornton to call the Union Hall about a job. Moving to the saloon's payphone, Speck called the hiring hall and asked to speak to Mr. Olson. William Olson, the deputy port agent, had been rehearsed by Clancy in what to say to lure Speck to the Union Hall. Detectives Waylazinski, Boyd, and Mitchell were at his side, staking out the site for Speck's arrival. In his nervousness, however, Olson was too clever by half. "We have a ship for you," Olson told Speck. "It's the Sinclair Great Lakes, and we'll hold the assignment open until you come on over here." Speck, however, knew full well that the Sinclair Great Lakes had already shipped out. Mumbling in a slurred voice, he replied, "Well, I'm up in the Loop, the city's downtown business district, right now at Ruth's place. I'll be there in about an hour." The killer had a different destination in mind, however. Quickly spinning out new stories, he first called Gene Thornton and thanked him for the call, adding, "I turned the job down because it was only good for one day." Speck returned to his room, roused red from his stupor, and told a new story. "I've been given an assignment on the Sinclair Great Lakes, but I have to go to my sister's to get some money." He quickly tossed his clothes into the tan suitcase and plaid zipper bag, left the room with the suitcase, and asked Red to bring down the plaid bag. Returning downstairs, Speck took his tan suitcase out the side door and placed it on the curb. Then he went back inside and told the bartender, "I've just been given a job on a ship docked at Indiana Harbor, in nearby East Chicago, Indiana, and I'm going to have to check out." He did not ask for a refund on his 1 week's rent, but was given a $1 refund for the key. Next, Speck went to the phone and called the commercial cab company. Asked his name, he replied, "Johnson." Asked his destination, he said, "North Side." Gerald reappeared and was told by Speck to wait for the cab, too. He took the plaid bag and walked out the tavern's side door, where he sat on the curb, holding his aching head in his hands. Still acting cool and collected, Speck decided that he had time for one final game of pool while he awaited his escape vehicle. Since no one else was there, he played by himself. As the balls clicked about the pool table, 3 Chicago police vice officers from Area 4 headquarters walked into the Shipyard Inn, which was one of their stops in a canvass of Southeast Side taverns favored by sailors. The 3 officers were all dressed in plain clothes. They were looking for Richard Speck, but they did not yet have the name. All they had to work with was the initial description given by Corazon Amaral earlier that morning, as the identification of Speck's name by Eddie Waylazinski and his burglary colleagues from Area 2 had not yet been passed on to the officers from the 4th District, who were assisting in the manhunt. The 3 detectives looked the place over pretty good, according to the bartender, who was asked if he'd seen anyone fitting their description of Speck. "White male, about 25, 6 feet 1 inch tall, 160 pounds, slender build with a blonde crew cut." Speck was only 10 feet away, lining up a pool shot. The bartender replied, "No, doesn't ring a bell with me." At 3:35 p.m., Matthew Hogan, a driver from Commercial Cab, walked into the front door of the Shipyard Inn and announced, "Commercial." Speck, who by now was sitting at the end of the bar, only a few stools away from the policeman, raised his hand and said, "Just a moment." Hogan walked back out the front door, and moments later, Speck slipped out the side door. He again roused Red and helped load him and the bags in the cab. A mile away, at the Union Hall, Detectives Clancy, Waylazinski, Boyd, and Mitchell sat waiting for Speck, a vigil they would continue until the hall closed. Speck, however, was long gone. Chapter 13. Matthew Hogan was a career bartender who just happened to be driving a cab between bartending jobs. A burly, strong man, Hogan was alert and streetwise. He noticed that Gerald was dead drunk and an absolute mess. By contrast, Speck was clean and neat, with his hair combed and his face freshly shaven. He appeared sober. Nevertheless, Hogan thought Speck was acting fishy. Speck told the driver, "Don't worry about him," gesturing toward Gerald. "He'll be okay." Speck then asked Red where he wanted to go, and was told, "Eddie and Cooney's." Speck directed Hogan to drive to this tavern, which was a few blocks north of the Shipyard Inn. On the way, Speck repeated his alibi to Gerald. "I've got a job on the Sinclair Great Lakes and have to show up at the dock at 7 a.m. tomorrow. But first, I need to get some money from my sister." Gerald got out of the cab with these words ringing in his ears. Speck stretched out in the back seat, calmly smoking a cigarette, and told Hogan, "Take me to the north side, the poor side of the north side." Hogan replied, "Where do you want to go? I need an address." "The worst place, the scummiest place. I hate to admit it, but that is where my sister lives." "That's not good enough. I need a street." "Do you know where the beatniks hang out?" "You mean Old Town?" "Yes, that's it." It was now mid-afternoon, and the sun was bouncing off Lake Michigan as Hogan drove his bright red and yellow commercial cab over to Route 41, where he turned left and proceeded to drive north on South Shore Drive to Lakeshore Drive. With the shimmering lake and sailboats on the right, and the city's parks and skyscrapers on the left, the route along which Hogan was taking Speck is one of the most beautiful drives in the world. Speck, however, was still in his own interior world, telling stories. "I just got into town this morning at 4, Speck told Hogan, "and I went over to see my good buddy Red. When I knocked on his hotel room door, I saw that he had a broad with him, and they were both stinking drunk. I drank some whiskey with them and got on a good buzz, and finally Red asked if I wanted a woman. I said, 'You bet!' We went next door, knocked, and came back with a broad for me. I shacked up with her." The only description Speck provided of this mythical broad was that she smelled bad. As Speck was winding down his alibi, Hogan turned west onto Randolph Street and bisected the city's loop before again turning north on LaSalle Street, a major thoroughfare that ran north through the Old Town district. Hogan next turned west on Division, and as the ride continued, he looked back at Speck and said, "We're about running out of Old Town." Speck, who didn't have a clue as to his whereabouts, peered out the window and saw the Cabrini Green housing projects, a grim, all-black concrete ghetto. "This is starting to look familiar," replied Speck, who then directed Hogan to let him out at a parking lot at 1160 North Sedgwick, right in front of the Cabrini Green residential towers. He added, "Yes, that is the building my sister lives in." The ride cost $5.90, and Speck handed 6 $1 bills to Hogan, who then drove out of the lot, observing in the rearview mirror that Speck was standing there in the bright sun, his 2 bags at his feet, stretching and nervously looking around. It was 4:20 p.m., and Speck was 20 miles from the Shipyard Inn. He figured that the trail of a white man would go dead in a black ghetto. However, another eyewitness had him in her sights. Fanny Jo Holland, who lived on the 11th floor of the building, was staring out the window, watching her husband walk east on Division Street to go to work. Although she lived in a public housing development, Fanny Jo Holland was a classy lady. An attractive, bright, well-spoken black woman, she was a college graduate with a degree in English. A devoted wife and mother of 4 young children, she also kept a neat, homey apartment. She always watched her husband leave for work, to wave goodbye and to throw him his cigarettes or keys in case he forgot them. Now, She was astounded to see a white man with 2 bags get out of a cab in the middle of a parking lot for an all-black building. Noticing that the red and yellow markings were not those of a city cab, she stared long and hard. Speck, she noticed, waited until the cab had driven out of sight before he picked up his 2 bags and walked to the edge of the parking lot. Then he bent over, opened his suitcase, and removed something. Straightening up, he looked around in all directions and then walked about 20 steps north to Division Street, constantly looking around in all directions. He was wearing dark slacks and a white t-shirt. In the bright sun, she could see dark blue markings on his arms, which she realized looked like tattoos. Speck had taken the pistol from his suitcase and put it in his waistband. Then he walked 4 blocks east on Division to its intersection with Dearborn. At this point, he was standing near Rush Street, the Street of Dreams, a 1-block strip cluttered with singles bars. Only a few steps away was Butch McGuire's, America's original singles bar. It was now late afternoon, prime time for other Chicago men the same age as Speck to hit the Street of Dreams in search of business and romantic opportunities. Instinctively, Speck turned away and headed south on Dearborn. He walked 6 long city blocks, constantly looking left, right, up, and back, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Rising above him at 648 North Dearborn was a flophouse, the Raleigh Hotel. The Raleigh had been built with a high sense of promise back in 1882. It was constructed only 11 years after the famous Chicago fire had gutted much of the downtown area, and Swedish-born architect Lawrence Gustav Holberg designed the Mentone Apartments, as they were originally called, to be one of the city's first luxury high-rise apartment buildings. The original 8-story building was designed in striking red and green terracotta stones and contained only 12 large apartments, each of which included 8 or 9 rooms and offered handsome views of Lake Michigan, 1 mile to the east. Every convenience was provided, and the residences included a library, parlor, walnut woodwork, flocked wallpaper, and separate kitchen and service entrances. As the decades slipped by, however, the apartments were broken down into smaller units and converted into a transient hotel, initially catering to the theatrical profession. In 1952, a fire swept through the building, uprooting 125 residents, many of whom were displaced people from Europe who spoke no English and were left homeless. By 1966, the Raleigh was a full-fledged flophouse located midway between the city's bustling downtown loop and the fashionable near North Side. It was only a few blocks from the fortress-like Merchandise Mart and the block-long prim granite headquarters of the American Medical Association, but it was also only a short walk removed from the seamy street life of North Clark Street, 1 block to the west. It was now Richard Speck's kind of place. At 4:45 p.m., Speck walked in the Raleigh's front door and went to the registration office run by Otha Hullinger. She was a heavy-set, loquacious woman in her mid-50s whose entire body and jowls shook as she talked. Her short, wispy gray hair was combed tightly back, and she wore thick black-rimmed glasses. She lived in the hotel, and much of her time was spent tinkering with various cooking utensils designed to keep her on a special diet. She was smart in the way of most hotel clerks, and was not easily fooled. Speck was very calm and polite, and asked to register for 1 week, handing her a $10 bill to cover the rent, $9, and key deposit, $1. He registered under an alias, David Staten, using the name of one of his Dallas friends. Hullinger asked him where he was from. Speck replied, "I'm from the North Side, but I had a big argument with my brother-in-law, who threw me out of his house because I drank too much." Asked if he was working, Speck said, "No, but I will be." Asked how he was going to get by in the meantime, he said, "Don't worry, my sister will see me through." Mrs. Hullinger inquired further about the sister, and Speck provided her correct name and address. Mrs. Martha Thornton, 3966 North Avondale. Speck was wearing black shoes, tight-fitting black pants, and a white sport shirt under a white jacket. Before entering the hotel, he had changed into the new shirt and a jacket to mask his tattoos. Speck took the elevator up to room 806 on the hotel's highest floor. For his $9, he got a small room with bed and mattress, sink with hot and cold water, nightstand, and small refrigerator. Speck dumped his 2 bags on the floor. He was settled in. At about 8 that evening, he returned to the lobby, told Hullinger he was going out to eat, and politely asked if he might buy her something, perhaps a hamburger. Hullinger replied, "Why, thank you, but I'm on a diet and I can't eat hamburgers and I don't care for any coffee." Speck walked out the door, cut west a few steps to one of the many greasy spoons on Clark Street, and returned shortly with a little brown paper bag with 2 cups of coffee, one of which he insisted on giving to Hullinger. He also handed her a few packets of sugar. He called his sister, Martha Thornton, so she wouldn't worry about him. "I have a room down here on Clark Street," he lied to her, "and I'm going out drinking with Red." As Speck did favors for Mrs. Hullinger and courteously reassured his sister, the Area 2 burglary detectives were huddling on the other side of town, wondering what to do now that Speck had failed to show up for the stakeout at the Union Hall. At 7 p.m., Sergeants Clancy and Verdoliak met with Homicide Commander Flanagan and Deputy Chief of Detectives Spiotto and were told to keep their men on the case. The burglary cops split into 3 three-man teams and fanned out to make a thorough search of all taverns, hotels, and rooming houses on the southeast side known to cater to merchant seamen. They put special effort into trying to find the Ruth's place that Speck had mentioned when calling the Union Hall for his assignment. At midnight, they gave up. There was no Ruth's place. Speck was back in the bars, only this time it was on the north side. Only a few feet west of the Raleigh Hotel was North Clark Street. Its 1-mile strip between 500 North Clark, Grand Street, and 1200 North Clark, Division, was a highway of sin and lost souls. It was only 5 blocks west of fashionable Michigan Avenue, but its denizens were living light years away. The Clark Street Strip offered a variety of choices: the Pink Twist Inn, the 661 Club, otherwise known as the Liberty Inn, the Club Erin, the Queen's Paradise, and the Shamrock. All were on the order of Pete's Tap in physical amenities: a carpet of beer foam, a fog of stale cigarette smoke, and a background stench of puke. The clientele, many of them ex-cons, was even worse. Alcoholics, drug addicts, panderers, pimps, and prostitutes, all of a rich multiracial mix: black, Hispanic, American Indian, and white. Speck was at home. He spent most of the night of July 14th at the Pink Twist Inn on North Clark Street. Bartender Jerry Bond recalls that Speck came in at about 10 p.m. and remained until 3 a.m., drinking at least 5 or 6 Jim Beam and Coke served by Bond, who was not the only bartender. Speck spent most of his time by the jukebox, standing all alone and drinking. Elsewhere in the city, racial riots were in full fury. On the night of July 14th, 6 policemen were shot and wounded, along with an uncounted number of civilians, as the city police fought rioters. By midnight, at least 118 persons had been arrested, and the police began carrying machine guns, shotguns, rifles, and tear gas, in addition to pistols and nightsticks, to combat roving gangs of vandals, looters, and snipers. The Chicago Transit Authority shut down bus and elevated lines, and police blocked off main streets. In one violent incident, more than 100 policemen exchanged shots in an hour-long encounter with snipers in 2 high-rise buildings at Lake and Wood Streets, only a few miles from the Pink Twist Inn. Chicago police, now working 12-hour double shifts with all leaves canceled, had more on their minds than Richard Speck. Throughout the city, there was an unspoken tension between blacks and whites. To the all-white middle-class neighborhood of Jeffrey Manor, and to much of the rest of the city, it seemed that the world was going to hell. And now, there was a mad killer on the loose, a killer who was assuming mythic proportions. This mythical monster remained slouched against a saloon jukebox until closing time. Then, he struck up a deal with a hovering prostitute. Speck and the hooker walked the short block from the dive to the flophouse. Friday, July 15th. At about 3:15 a.m., Speck used his key to unlock the front door of the Raleigh Hotel. He entered the lobby in the company of a black prostitute. Sitting inside the Raleigh's front door was an elderly night clerk, Algie Lemhart. Lemhart lived in the hotel in room 209 and was on night duty in case anyone tried to rent a room very late at night, in which case he would push a button to release the locked front door. Now he was face to face with Richard Speck and a companion whom Lemhart later described as a colored girl, about age 30 and 5 feet 6 inches tall and 120 or 30 pounds. She had medium brown skin, big dark eyes, kind of high cheekbones. She was wearing blue shorts about 6 inches above the knees and white tennis shoes. She had a scarf on her head. The woman was not drunk, but Richard Speck was. He talked cracky, Lemhart thought. A belligerent Speck said that he had rented room 709. As the elderly Lemhart left to check the registration book, Speck and the prostitute stepped onto the elevator. Before the door closed, Lemhart heard the woman say, "Richard." Lemhart discovered that 709 was empty, but decided it was not worth the bother of awakening the temperamental Mrs. Hullinger to find out which room Speck had actually rented. About 30 minutes later, the prostitute stepped off the elevator and told Lemhart, "He is asleep now. I left him. He seemed nice, but when I got up to the room, I saw that he had a gun." Lemhart asked the man's name and was told, "Richard, I don't know the last name." Adding that she had not taken anything, the prostitute walked into the night. When Mrs. Hullinger arrived at her desk that morning, Lemhart told her about the man with the gun and provided a description. Hullinger believed the description matched that of the man she knew as David Staten, and she called the police. At 8:30, Officer Robert Ratledge, a tall, quiet, balding man, arrived at the Raleigh with his partner, Clarence Shuey. Both were from the 18th District Police Station, which was located only a few blocks away on Chicago and Clark, within spitting distance of all the joints. The two officers were told that there was a man with a gun and were escorted to room 806 by the Raleigh porter, who carried a pass key. Officer Ratledge knocked 3 times and, getting no response, put his head next to the door and listened for sounds. Nothing. The porter unlocked the door and stepped back into the hall. The 2 policemen entered to confront Speck, who was dead drunk and sound asleep, a black pistol protruding from the left side of his pillow. Speck was fully dressed in slacks, shirt, and socks. Ratledge took the gun and put it in his right pocket. He then awakened Speck. "Why have you got a gun?" Ratledge asked. Opening his eyes wide, Speck replied, "Where is the girl?" Told that the girl was gone and had reported to the night clerk that he had a gun, Speck said, "I don't have a gun or a knife or a weapon of any kind. The girl had a gun, and she must have left it." He then gave an entirely false description of the girl. "Puerto Rican, about 5 feet 3 inches, kind of short and dumpy. Wore glasses." Asked where he met the woman, Speck stood up and walked over to his small window. Looking out at Clark Street, he pointed to the Liberty Inn, a few buildings away from the Pink Twist Inn on North Clark, and said, "I think it was that place. I like hillbilly music, and they have a little hillbilly group there. That's where I met her. Then I brought her right over here." The Liberty Inn had only a 2 a.m. license. Reaching into his pockets, Speck pulled out 2 crumpled $1 bills. "That girl took about $10 from me," he added. "I must have really tied one on." Ratledge asked his name, and Speck responded, "Richard Speck. My wallet is on the dresser." Ratledge picked up the wallet and found a seaman's card with the name Richard Speck and a small passport photo. At the time, the name meant nothing to Ratledge or to most Chicago police officers. "Why have you got one name up here and another down there?" Ratledge asked. "The last ship I was on, well, I won a lot of money in a dice game, and there were 2 guys from that ship who were pretty mad at me. They were after me, wanted to beat me up, so I changed my name." Ratledge pressed him about the gun, and Speck said repeatedly, "I never carried a gun. The girl had the gun. I seen it in the bar, and I guess she just left it here." The interrogation had now lasted 15 minutes. There were 6 cans of beer on Speck's dresser, 2 empty and 4 full. Speck asked the officers, "Would you 2 like a beer?" After the officers turned down a warm beer, Speck countered by offering to buy them some hot coffee. "I have enough money for us to get some coffee, if you want coffee." Ratledge noted that Speck was very calm, very friendly, and very sure of himself. He spoke slowly, he never hesitated in his speech, and he never stumbled over any words. He understood everything that I asked. I never had to repeat any questions, and he always looked at me directly in the eye. He never appeared upset by the questions. Asked how long he would be staying in the area, Speck said, "Well, I'm paid up for the week, and I'll probably be leaving after that." The policeman then said that they were leaving. Speck followed them to the door, saying politely, "Take it easy." During the elevator ride down, Ratledge told the porter, "He's harmless." Chapter 14. Speck wandered downstairs about 10 on that morning of Friday, July 15th, to confront an angry Otha Hullinger. "I told you when you checked in," she said, "that no lady friends can go to the room unless you check with me first. You brought one anyway, when I was sleeping." Speck said softly, "Ma'am, I am sorry. I was just drunk. It won't happen anymore." Policeman Ratledge had seized Speck's gun. However, he was working a double shift, and to avoid the necessary paperwork, he decided not to inventory the gun at police headquarters. He wrote that the report of a gun was unfounded. In police language, this meant that no gun had been found in Speck's room. Corazon Amorao and the Area 2 detectives were also having a busy Friday morning. At about 7, Sergeant Clancy and Detectives Boyd, Ivano, Mitchell, and Wielazinski had resumed their stakeout of the Union Hall. When Agent Neal arrived to open the doors at 8, Clancy pressed him to try to obtain a photo of Speck. Neal suggested that the National Maritime Union headquarters office in New York might have one. This was not good enough, given the urgency of the manhunt, and Clancy decided to first exhaust all local possibilities. He and Ivano drove to the U.S. Coast Guard office on South Ewing, which was only a mile away, 2 blocks south of Pete's Tap. The 2 officers were in luck. The Coast Guard came up with a 2-inch by 2-inch photo of Speck, a similar one for Peter Adam Crowell, another suspect, plus 2 others. Speck had been photographed and fingerprinted on April 25, 1966, before he shipped out to the Great Lakes on the Clarence B. Randall. Sergeant Clancy called headquarters with the good news and was informed that Deputy Chief Spiotto had just left for South Chicago Community Hospital to interview Corazon Amorao. He was directed to rush to the hospital and give the photos to Spiotto. At 9:30, Cora met with Spiotto, Carlisle, Wallenda, homicide detective Joe Gonzalez, and a police artist. Gonzalez showed her an album of 100 large mugshots of known burglars and sex offenders from the area. She identified one as appearing similar. Clancy suddenly arrived and gave Spiotto the 4 loose photos. Spiotto, a bald, sharp-featured, gum-chewing tough cop, was dedicated and capable. He remained remote from the men under him and was not beloved like Flanagan, but he was aggressive and bright. He handed the 4 small photos to Cora. Walenda was standing right beside Cora. The minute she looked at Speck's photo, I knew that he was the one. I don't want to say Cora looked scared, but she stiffened and sat bolt upright. One thing you learn from being a cop is that the blacks and the Orientals don't show shock as readily as the whites. Cora looked shocked. She gasped. "That is him! The hair is longer. It is the same hairline." The police officers were as excited as Cora over the identification. Tears welled up in Walenda's eyes. Cora and the police artist were left alone to develop a sketch of the killer, drawn from her memory. The police artist never saw the photo of Speck. Despite Cora's accented English and unfamiliarity with colloquial terms like crew cut and pockmarks, she tried to explain to the police artist how the killer looked. Cora's words guided the artist's hands as he drew only one sketch, producing a likeness that prompted a nod of approval from the distraught and exhausted nurse. At 11:30, Spiotto notified Area 2 that the survivor had identified a photo. Richard Speck was now the prime suspect. Another check was made at the Bureau of Inquiry, but there was no Chicago rap sheet on Speck. His identity was still known only to the burglary and homicide cops of Area 2 and to top brass. The Chicago Police Department asked the FBI to obtain Speck's fingerprints from their Washington headquarters as soon as possible and to rush them back by plane. Several major air carriers were on strike, but the FBI was asked to pull out all stops. Commander Flanagan directed the Area 2 detectives to intensify their efforts to find Speck, and Sergeants Clancy and Verdolyak sat down to decide how best to deploy their men. The stakeout of the Union Hall was continued, and it was decided to begin additional ones at the Shipyard Inn and the home of Mrs. Martha Thornton. Then, working feverishly, a 15-man force began to chase Speck backward in time. Within a matter of hours, Speck's movements of the past week and months began to fall into place for the pursuing police officers. Speck was traced to Pauline's rooming house, and from there to the Shipyard Inn, where it was learned that he had left by taxi the previous day. Commercial cab dispatchers and driver Matthew Hogan cooperated, and the officers learned that Speck had been dropped off at the Cabrini Green housing project on the north side. By 1:30, Verdolyak was driving around, circling the Cabrini Green complex and checking possible points of departure. At the same time, Clancy was introducing himself to Martha Thornton, who provided a comprehensive rundown of Speck's travel since boarding a Dallas bus for Chicago in March. Whatever her feelings might have been to learn that her brother was a suspect in the mass murder, Martha Thornton kept them to herself. She and her husband cooperated fully with the police investigators. At 2:30 that Friday afternoon, Verdolyak and Clancy were radioed to return to headquarters. Red Gerald was in custody. The dazed Gerald readily admitted to having spent much of the previous afternoon with Speck. By now, the search for Speck was well underway. The Thornton home was guarded by a 2-man delegation headed by Detective Carl Edenfield, a polite, soft-spoken, neatly dressed gentleman who was able to put the Thorntons at ease with his kindness and understanding. An alert had been sent to all shipping docks and marine hiring halls, authorizing a stop order for any man resembling Speck's description. Extra police officers carrying rifles were dispatched to the area near Cabrini Green. At 5 p.m., the phone rang at Area 2 headquarters. Edenfield told Verdolyak that Speck had just called his sister, saying that he was down on Clark Street, drinking with Red. With Edenfield at her elbow, Martha Thornton had pleaded with her brother to come on home and sober up. Speck had declined. After calling his sister, Speck strolled into the rally lobby and sat down with Mrs. Hullinger and the hotel porter to watch the TV. The big news was the search for the slayer of 8 nurses. Speck offered to repeat his coffee courtesy for Mrs. Hullinger, who again refused. Speck walked out the door and returned minutes later with a little brown bag and 2 cups of coffee, insisting that Mrs. Hullinger take one. He also handed her the evening paper, the Chicago American. Dominating the front page was the police artist's sketch of the killer. Even with clear skin and a crew cut, it bore an eerie similarity to Speck. Chicago Police Chief Orlando Wilson had decided to risk the wrath of civil libertarians and to use the power of the press to help apprehend the killer. The sketch had been given to all the papers. The American was the first to run it. Speck said softly to Mrs. Hullinger, "That is terrible about the nurses, isn't it?" She replied, "It certainly is." Glancing at the front page, she added, "The killer looks a little like a Filipino. He sure does, doesn't he?" Speck agreed, then blurted out, "Oh, give me that paper back." Mrs. Hullinger then left to clean her electric broiler and prepare one of her diet specials. Speck was left with the porter. "This is terrible about the fellow killing those 8 girls," Speck began. "It looks like a Mexican or somebody was the one who done it." The porter agreed, and then added, "I was just out, and I see that the police are looking for somebody. I was walking a few blocks from here, and some police were out with their rifles. Something is going on wrong in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is pretty hot." Speck said, "I think I'll go upstairs." He took the paper with him. The porter later described Speck as calm, saying he took the news about the police being out with their rifles just as calm as a lamb. By now, Clancy and Verdoliak had decided to mount an all-out surveillance of the hillbilly joints and flop houses in the North Clark Street area. About 7 p.m., a small army of detectives assembled at the police traffic headquarters on North Clark, hard on the north bank of the Chicago River, and only 5 blocks from the Raleigh Hotel. Broken down into 2-man teams, the detectives were given their marching orders to hit every saloon, restaurant, rooming house, and hotel in the immediate area and inquire about Richard Speck. Each team carried a duplicate of Speck's small passport photo. Accompanying one of the teams was Red Gerald, who could offer positive proof of Speck's identity. At 7:15, the dragnet began. By now, Speck had left the rally and was 3 blocks away, drinking at the Pink Twist Inn. At about 8, he walked out. The police arrived 15 minutes later. Speck had crossed to the other side of Clark Street, where he struck up a conversation with 2 winos who were drinking on the corner, passing a bottle of Muscatel back and forth. The West Side race riots had closed down the bars on Chicago's Skid Row, which was located a mile southwest of the Raleigh. Among the many Skid Row residents forced to move north to find their cheap booze were the 2 men Speck began talking to, Claude Lunsford and Shorty Ingram. Both were day laborers who stayed at the Star Hotel on West Madison, in cubicles renting for 90 cents a night. The 2 men, both in their 40s, were drinking under a large awning above the Erie Clothing Store, an establishment that bought and sold cheap clothes and knickknacks. Ingram was interested only in getting drunk. Lunsford was a little more interesting. Lunsford was a one-eyed hobo. He had lost an eye in a boiler room accident years ago and had descended into drink and divorce. One of his chief concerns was not to further embarrass his family, and in his own peculiar way, he retained a sense of pride. For that reason, he went by the names Bill Bryan and William Miller. The 2 older alcoholics offered Speck a drink, and the 3 got to talking. Lunsford mentioned that he had come to Chicago from Dallas on a freight train and that he was an accomplished hobo. As the police patrols walked by, Speck stood on the sidewalk and listened intently to Lunsford. He wanted a crash education in catching freight trains. "How long are you staying in Chicago?" Speck asked. "I don't know. I might stay 5 minutes and catch a freight out." Speck decided he would join Lunsford at the Star Hotel and asked the two to wait while I pick up my bags. Returning to the Raleigh, Speck went directly to his room and repacked a few items from his portable wardrobe into a shopping bag. He fastidiously put a piece of red cloth over the top of the shopping bag, carefully tucking it all the way around so that nothing showed. A little after 9, Otha Hullinger and Algie Lemhart, the night clerk, were sitting in the Raleigh lobby. Lemhart had just arrived for work. They looked up and saw Speck walk through the lobby, carrying the shopping bag and the plaid grip. He was wearing black slacks and shoes and a white sport shirt with a blue design. Speck smiled and said, "I'm going to the laundry on Clark to wash my clothes." About 15 minutes later, the Chicago police entered the Raleigh lobby. Detective Joe Nolan showed Mrs. Hullinger Speck's photo and asked if she recognized it. "Oh my God," she said. "It's him! It's Richard! He just left!" Chapter 15. Speck and his two new buddies, One-Eye Lunsford and Shorty Ingram, walked through the police dragnet and headed southwest toward the Star Hotel in the heart of Skid Row. Along the way, Speck disposed of his shopping bag of clothes, transferring the few items he would need into his small plaid bag. He reassured Lunsford and Ingram that he would take care of them, "because I have a gun here in my grip, and I know how to use it." He added, "Let's leave tonight and go to Dallas. I used to live there." Lunsford asked Speck a few questions about Dallas neighborhoods and concluded that he was telling the truth. He was also thinking, "The more I watched him and the way he talked, why, the more I wanted to get away from the guy. He jumped from one sentence to another, one subject to another, never finishing one thing before he got on to another. And his mouth was funny. It was always half open. He had kind of a fish mouth." Still, Lunsford and Ingram were both too drunk to avoid Speck's sudden attentions. When they arrived at the Star Hotel, Speck signed the register for one night under the name David Staten. He was assigned to room 548, a few steps down from where Lunsford was staying in room 584. Lunsford was registered under the name B. Bryan. Registration procedures at the Star were loose. "In Skid Row, you don't bother to ask the other guy's name," Lunsford noted, "because most of the time he won't tell you the truth anyhow." The Star night desk clerk followed the credo, "This is Skid Row, and if you start asking customers questions, well, all of a sudden you don't have any customers." With the Star Hotel, Speck had hit absolutely rock bottom. It made the St. Elmo look like a palace. The great grid that marks the city of Chicago begins at Madison and State, which is 00. To the east lies the lake, and every 800 number in any direction from State and Madison measures 1 mile. In 1966, if you were to move west on Madison from State, you would first encounter Dearborn, Clark, and LaSalle streets, all dominated by skyscrapers and all centers of the city's commercial clout. 4 or 5 blocks farther west, however, was Skid Row, home of life's losers. Chicago poet laureate Carl Sandburg called it the Boulevard of Forgotten Men, a refuge for derelicts, drunks, and itinerant workers. Census takers never even bothered to count the residents of Skid Row. This was Speck's new neighborhood. The blinking red neon sign over the entrance proclaimed, "Star Hotel, Fireproof Rooms." At the Star, men lived like animals confined to cages. Its floors were filled with the noise of men coughing and making other sounds of illness. The next most common sound was the clank of empty beer cans hitting the cement floor. On July 15, 1966, the Star had 350 male tenants, who paid 85 or 90 cents a day for cubicles separated by plywood partitions. The 5 feet by 7 feet cubicles contained only a cot and mattress, footlocker, and stool. Each cubicle was covered on top with rusty chicken wire to allow ventilation of the fetid air and to prevent thefts or sudden attacks from neighbors. Still, veteran roomies knew how to lean over the cubicle wall, reach a stick through the chicken wire, and prod pants and other clothing items off the hook on the cubicle door, and then pull them under the door, which was raised several inches to increase ventilation. Speck's cubicle in 548 cost an extra nickel. For that, he got a tiny vent that allowed filtered sunlight to pass through a square of greasy glass blocks embedded in the drab olive wall. Now the 3 odd fellows, Speck, Lunsford, and Ingram, sat out on the 5th-floor fire escape of the Star Hotel and worked their way through a 50-cent bottle of wine. A few miles to their west, the city was in flames from the racial riots. Lunsford soon sent Ingram out to get another bottle of wine, but didn't ask Speck to help pay, because he wasn't drinking very much. He was pretty sober, and all he wanted to talk about was catching a freight out of town. Speck never told Lunsford his name, and Lunsford never bothered to ask. As the new friends drank cheap wine on their flophouse fire escape, Lieutenant Emile Gies, commander of the police department's fingerprint identification section, was setting out from his home toward Central Police Headquarters on South State, only 3 miles from the Star Hotel. Gies was the department's leading fingerprint expert. Earlier that day, he had been told that some prints were being flown in from Washington and that he should make himself available to get right on it. By 5 p.m., however, the prints had not yet arrived, and Gies went home, leaving word that he should be called immediately if the prints arrived. The call had come at 9 p.m. from his watchmate, Sergeant Huey Granahan, who was on night duty. Gies, the father of 10 children, did not own a car, despite moonlighting on a second job. He took the subway. When he arrived at headquarters, Granahan was waiting to show him a 10-fingerprint card of Speck that the FBI had flown to Chicago from its headquarters in Washington, D.C. The prints had been taken by the Coast Guard in Chicago, but were subsequently acquired by the FBI. It took a major effort by the FBI because many of the nation's airlines were on strike. An agent turned the Coast Guard fingerprint card over to a pilot for American Airlines, one of the few carriers not on strike, and asked him to deliver it to Chicago on his next flight. The FBI also forwarded Speck's long police record in Dallas, also on file at FBI headquarters and subsequently sent to the Chicago Police Department, were 2 other 10-fingerprint cards of Speck taken in Texas by the Dallas Sheriff's Office and by the Huntsville branch of the Texas Department of Corrections. The 3 fingerprint cards had 3 different names. The Dallas prints listed the name as Richard Franklin Lindbergh. The Huntsville prints read Richard Franklin Speck. The Coast Guard prints read Richard Benjamin Speck. Gies and Granahan sat down at adjoining desks. Their task was to try to match Speck's prints with any of the latent prints, invisible to the naked eye, taken from the nurse's townhouse at 2319 by crime lab technicians. By using standard techniques, it had been possible to lift the latent prints from various surfaces in the townhouse. By Friday night, the technicians had found 33 prints at 2319. 5 of the 33 prints were too smudged or lacking in detail to be compared against other inked impressions. Of the 28 remaining prints found suitable for comparison, 18 did not compare with anyone whose inked impressions were tried. Of the 10 latent prints that had been positively identified, 2 belonged to Patrolman Dan Kelly and 8 to the nurses. That left 2 prints yet to be compared. Gies and Granahan asked Ray Heimbuck, chief of the photo section, who was also working overtime, to make some enlargements of the 2 remaining unknown prints. Then they poured some coffee and bent over the prints with magnifying glasses. As the Chicago police studied his fingerprints, Speck begged Lunsford to help him catch a train out of town, right now. "No," Lunsford said. "Let's get some sleep and work tomorrow, and then maybe we can catch a train." With that, Lunsford, Ingram, and Speck left the fire escape, returned to the narrow fifth-floor hotel corridor, and walked back to their cages. Before retiring, Lunsford made a point of walking over to Speck's cubicle and saying, "Don't call me before 6 tomorrow morning. I don't want to get up any sooner than that." Speck agreed. Then Lunsford asked the night clerk to awaken him at 5 a.m. He wanted to avoid seeing Speck again. Saturday, July 16th. By 5 a.m., Geese had hit pay dirt. He had proven 10 points of identification between Speck's right middle finger on the Coast Guard print and a print taken from the inside of the townhouse door. Bleary-eyed, Geese called over to Granaham. "Huey, this one looks very good. I think I have a match." Granahan, in turn looking very closely at the comparison, agreed. Geese was now in the happy position of being able to give the detectives the good news. He called the home of Homicide Commander Flanagan, awakening his wife. "He's not here," she said. "He's on the streets working on the murders." Geese reached Flanagan on his car radio at 5:15 with the message, "Chief, we've got a match on the prints." Within minutes, Flanagan passed on the news to the weary officers who were still staking out Clark Street. Wielazinski recalls the reaction of the hardened coppers. "Tears. We were running out of steam, and then to get this news, well, it was a hell of a feeling, something else. Once the prints matched, that was it. This is the guy, and everything else stops. We thought that Speck was a goner. Once the guys found him and positively identified him, well, we didn't think that he would come out alive. Feelings were running pretty high." At the time, though, Wielazinski and his colleagues needed some rest. They adjourned to the nearby Holiday Inn at Ohio Street and Lakeshore Drive, where everything would be on the house. "We told them who we were and what we were doing," Wielazinski recalls, "and they couldn't do enough for us." Enough was a quick shower, a soft bed, and later, a big breakfast, over which Wielazinski exclaimed, "Some bitch, we did it!" About the time the detectives got the good news from Geese, Speck was breaking his promise to Lunsford. It was only 5 a.m., but he awakened Lunsford by kicking on his door and pleading, "Let's hurry up and catch that freight." Chapter 16. Lunsford put Speck off by saying, "Meet me down in the lobby in a few minutes." Then he tried to avoid his pesky pursuer by walking 1 block west to a restaurant, where he ordered a cup of coffee. Speck, carrying his plaid bag, soon tracked him down, pleading, "Let's get that freight and get out of here." Lunsford countered, "Look, let's work this one more day, and then we'll have enough money to eat and get by on." Like many roomers at the Star, Lunsford did day labor to finance his drinking bouts. The hiring agency, Lakeshore Employment, was right across the street from the hotel, and it needed laborers to work at McCormick Place, the city's giant convention center on the lake. Speck accompanied Lunsford to Lakeshore to register for a job, but got nervous and fidgety. "I'm not feeling so hot," Speck said. "You go ahead and work, and I'll see you tonight. I'm going to sell this bag to make some money." Lunsford took a bus to McCormick Place. Speck faded back into the shadows of Skid Row. At 9 a.m., Lieutenant Geese turned his findings over to senior fingerprint identification specialist Burton Burke. Geese was an intensely loyal supervisor. He figured that the Speck case would be Burke's swan song, and he wanted him to have the credit. "Take over," Geese told Burke. "It's your case now." As Geese was taking the subway home, Burke helped nail down the fingerprint identification. He got a second match, this time between Speck's right index finger and another latent print from the inside of the townhouse door. In the meantime, 2 crime lab mobile unit technicians returned to the townhouse and found a new print at the bottom of the inside of the door to the south bedroom. Instead of lifting the print, the technicians called Burton Burke to the scene, where he compared Speck's fingerprint cards with the new print. Once he had established that the print matched the middle finger of Speck's left hand, Burke preserved the print and removed the entire door for possible use in court. On Saturday morning, the first funeral was held for Gloria Jean Davy. A requiem mass was offered in St. Joseph Church in Dyer, Indiana, her hometown. Her parents were Arlene and Charles Davy. Her father, a handsome, polished man, was a successful sales executive. Gloria had 4 sisters and a brother. Sitting behind the bereaved parents and siblings was an honor guard of Gloria's classmates from South Chicago Community Hospital. Dressed in their white uniforms and nurses' caps, they offered a striking contrast to the mourners in black. The hospital had offered a $10,000 reward to anyone supplying information that would lead to the arrest of the killer. The Reverend Ambrose E. Schweitzer tried to explain the loss with a poem Gloria herself had written in 1963, after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. At the age of 19, she had written, "God, please instill in the hearts of the people the understanding of the meaning of this tragedy. I plead for a purpose, a worth in so disastrous a loss. Why this death? Its reason I do not know, but in the years to come it will show. I trust in this." She was buried in Holy Cross Cemetery in Calumet City, Illinois. Meanwhile, it was a tired, tense, but relieved group of people who gathered at 1 that afternoon at a walnut conference table in the large second-floor office of Cook County State's Attorney Daniel P. Ward in the Criminal Court Building on South California Street. Sergeants Clancy, Verdoliak, and John Murtaugh, and detectives Carlisle, Pete Villasares, Walenda, and Wielazinski had been sent by Chief Orlando Wilson to obtain a warrant for Speck's arrest from the state's attorney's office. The police delegation was met by Ward, Criminal Division Chief Louis Garippo, and an assistant state's attorney, William J. Martin. With their coats off, shoulder holsters showing, and emotions in check, Carlisle, Verdoliak, Walenda, and Wielazinski gave a long recitation of the pursuit of Speck, concluding that the trail had gone cold at the Raleigh Hotel. State's Attorney Ward decided that Garippo and Martin would work together to question Speck if he were captured. Everybody in the room feared that Speck had escaped and, if found, would not come out alive. Carlisle and Martin adjourned to a nearby office to prepare the warrant for Speck's arrest. Carlisle, who had done this type of thing hundreds of times, sat down at the typewriter. Suddenly fearful, the hard-eyed copper said, "Oh, hell, I'm afraid to do this. If I make a typographical mistake, the SOB may go free." Martin took his place and pecked out the simple arrest warrant. Daniel P. Ward, a legal scholar and former law school dean, was very concerned that Speck's legal rights be scrupulously observed, and he emphasized this to everyone in the room. One of the detectives told Ward that Police Chief Wilson had scheduled a press conference for that very afternoon to name the killer. Ward was a member of the American Bar Association's Committee on Free Press, Fair Trial, and he knew that an overzealous press could jeopardize a fair trial and conviction. He grabbed the phone to call Wilson at police headquarters and to give him the circumspect guidelines for public dissemination of news about a suspect. "This is State's Attorney Ward," he told the answering officer. "Please put me through to Chief Wilson." There was a long pause, then the response. "He's giving a press conference right now. Oops, wait a minute, he's just finished." Wilson had gone the other way. He had decided to let the news media publicize Speck as the killer and help track him down. At the press conference, a grim-faced Wilson had held up a photo of Speck and named him as the killer. Reciting Speck's description, tattoos, and long police record, Wilson concluded, "As far as I'm concerned, there's no question that he's the murderer." It was too late for Ward to do anything about it. An all-points alert was issued for Richard Speck. The FBI said he was the most wanted man in America. Within hours, his name and photo were on all the front pages and TV screens of America. In the meantime, Speck had sold his plaid bag at a Skid Row junk shop and had money to finance another drunk. There was no problem finding liquor. Sid's Junction, right next to the Star, offered a large glass of tap beer for a dime. Harvey's, below the Star, offered packaged goods, including a pint of California Muscatel wine for 49 cents. By mid-afternoon, Speck had bought several papers, all with his name and photo on the front page, and had taken them back to the Star along with a pint of San Clair Muscatel. He made one last effort to hide his identity, telling a hotel employee that he had lost his key and gaining entrance to room 584, where Lunsford was registered under the name B. Bryan. The rent was paid 3 days in advance. In this desolate cubicle, rented to another man with an invisible identity, Speck tried the ultimate escape: suicide. At about 5 p.m., he walked to the community washroom at the end of the hall and broke the bottle of wine he had just finished drinking. Using the jagged glass, he slashed the inside of his left elbow and his right wrist. Then he returned to 584, leaving behind a trail of blood. He fell back upon the cot in the cubicle and lay there, his left arm dangling over the side of the bed and staining the newspapers scattered on the floor. He would find no pity from the roomers of the Star Hotel. The first to encounter him was George Gregrich, the roomer in 582, who had been out all day on a job. He had returned to Skid Row at about 6, cashed his check, and returned to the Star with a 6-pack of Budweiser and a half-pint of Jim Beam. Gregrich was a serious drinker and was oblivious to most everything else. He returned to his cubicle, dropped his stash of booze, and walked to the community shower, stepping over the trail of blood left by Speck. After showering, Gregrich returned to 582, took a sip of whiskey, and opened a can of beer. He then settled in with the day's racing form. "I wanted to see who was running," he recalled. "Even though I didn't play it, I still liked to follow them up." Speck heard the commotion coming through the thin plywood partition, and there followed a conversation. Speck: "Please get me a drink." Gregrich: "Get it like I do. I worked all day and I had to walk a mile to get my drink." Speck: "I need a glass of water. Won't you please come over and see me?" Gregrich: "How the hell did you get in there? Listen, like I told you before, you can certainly go out and get yourself a glass of beer or drink whatever you want." Speck: "I got a story to tell you. I did something bad." Gregrich: "I don't want to hear no part of your story. I don't know you. Leave me alone. I just got through working and I'm tired." Speck: "Please come to my room." Gregrich: "Are you sick?" There was no reply. 10 minutes later, Speck again asked for water, and Gregrich told him, "I'm not leaving this room. If you want any water, you know where it's at." Speck continued to beg for water, and Gregrich went downstairs and told the desk clerk, Bill Vaughn, "If you don't get this guy out, I'm going to put him out." When Gregrich returned to his room, Speck continued to plead with him, saying on 3 occasions, "I did something bad. I want to tell you." Gregrich asked, "What did you do so bad?" There was no reply. Speck then resumed his pleas for water, begging Gregrich to come to his room. Gregrich cut him off. "I know you hillbillies all got a good story to tell. I don't want to hear your story." Gregrich then went downstairs to complain a second time about Speck. By this time, Gregrich had killed the half-pint of whiskey and 4 cans of beer. He left the hotel to resupply, buying 2 quarts of Budweiser and another half pint of Jim Beam, returning to the hotel about 8 o'clock. The man in 584 was the least of his concerns. In the meantime, Claude Lunsford had finished his day of work at McCormick Place and returned to Skid Row about 6:30 p.m. He promptly went to the Blue Ribbon to cash his check for $8.47 and to buy a bottle of Bud. Then he moved over to Sid's Junction, where he drank 2 more bottles of beer. As he drank, Lunsford noticed the front page of the paper that was being read by the man sitting next to him. He thought the face looked familiar. Lunsford walked into the Star Hotel to go to his room. He passed the open door of 582 and was asked by Gregorich, "Don't you have the same room?" Lunsford said, "Sure." Lunsford unlocked the door and found Speck, lying on the cot, covered with blood. "What happened to you?" Lunsford asked. Standing up with great effort, Speck replied, "I fell into the window." The window was glass brick, and Lunsford knew that it could not possibly have cut anyone. Lunsford said, "See you later," closed the door, and beat a hasty retreat. He walked down to the Silver Dollar restaurant, where he found an early edition of the Sunday Tribune lying around. He ordered a cup of coffee and stared long and hard at Speck's photo, which the newspaper had enlarged and run over 3 columns in the center of the front page. Lunsford had normal vision in his one good eye. The newsprint made Speck's hair look black, and Lunsford recalled it as dirty blonde. After 15 minutes, he walked over to the Lakeshore Employment Agency and asked the owner, Louis Novenson, "Say, what was the color of the hair of that guy I was with this morning?" "Dirty blonde," Novenson said. Moving outside, Lunsford asked another day laborer, George Hansen, to read him the description of Speck as published in the Tribune. When Hansen was through reading, Lunsford told him to keep the paper. "I don't need it no more," he said. Lunsford then walked very slowly toward the LaSalle Street commuter station a few blocks away. He didn't want to get involved, but he thought that he should do something. Thinking that he looked too beat up to use a phone in any respectable place, Lunsford chose the anonymity of the payphone at the train station. He deposited a dime, dialed the operator, and asked to be connected with the police emergency number. The operator promptly put him through to the Chicago Police Department's hotline. A police officer answered, and Lunsford said, "The man you're looking for is in room 584 of the Star Hotel, with blood all over." Pushed for his name, Lunsford said that he did not want to get involved, but my initials are CL. After making his call to the police, Lunsford walked down to the Ram Hotel a few blocks away and registered for the night. He then settled into his new surroundings with a 6-pack of beer, turned on the TV, and watched the Miss Universe pageant. Protocol for the multi-million-dollar telephone system required the police dispatchers on duty to carefully log all incoming calls and then radio a police car to go to the scene. The police never sent a car. Chapter 17. Sunday, July 17th. At midnight, as Gregorich was sitting on his cot and sipping his last quart of beer, Speck staggered against his open door, forcing it to slam against Gregorich's left knee. Jumping up, the roomer shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Speck fell to the floor, covered with blood. Not wanting to mess up his own cubicle with Speck's blood, Gregorich reluctantly helped him back to 584. He then pushed the elevator emergency button to summon help. The emergency buzzer was answered by the elevator operator, who rushed to the 5th floor, where he saw a crowd of roomers gathered outside room 584. Speck had remained a loner to the end, and no one had the foggiest notion who he was. Someone said, "We got a man bleeding to death here." The elevator man rushed down to the basement and got the hotel's night handyman. He took one look and said to call the police. At 12:10 a.m., a call went out from the Police Communications Center to Patrolman Michael Burns and his partner Eugene Krause to investigate an injured man in room 584 of the Star Hotel on West Madison. Burns, a balding, heavy man who wore black horn-rimmed glasses and walked with a lumbering gait, was a career wagon man, having spent the last 25 years in this depressingly routine work. He and Krause had begun their 12-hour shift at 2 p.m. on Saturday and were nearing the end of their long night. They were called to the Star 6 or 7 times a week to transport injured or sick roomers, so to them, this was just another night. The coppers were told there was a man bleeding to death in 584. As was customary, they asked the name and were told B. Bryan. Arriving on the 5th floor, they found a semi-conscious Speck who said only one word: water. The roomers told them that there was broken glass at the end of the hallway. Burns and Krause believed this was just another case of a drunk falling on some broken glass. While Burns left to get a stretcher, Krause said that he needed something to make a tourniquet. A leather belt was found, and using his nightstick, Krause wrapped the belt tightly around Speck's upper left arm to stop the bleeding. The officers then carried Speck, mattress and all, out of the cubicle and put him on the stretcher, requiring help to maneuver the stretcher down the narrow hallway to the elevator. This was another routine hospital run with an injured drunk, and it was only a 10-minute drive from the Star to the gigantic Cook County Hospital on the city's near west side. Within this medical complex is the Cook County morgue, where the bodies of the 8 nurses had been taken for identification. The coppers asked the Star's elevator operator to come along to hold the tourniquet so they wouldn't have to bother. While Krause drove the paddy wagon and Burns sat shotgun, he sat in the back with Speck, holding the tourniquet. Since he appeared nervous, the coppers occasionally looked back into the wagon and told him to hold the nightstick tightly. Otherwise, they concerned themselves with more pressing topics, like the fact that Mayor Daley had persuaded Illinois Governor Otto Kerner to call up the National Guard to put down the race riots. They never bothered to check the police bulletin on their dashboard, which contained a description and photo of Speck. The Star Hotel soon resumed life as usual. Gregorich told anyone who would listen, "That guy really bugged me. He really bugged me." One roomer volunteered, "He was here about 4 months, kinda stuck to himself. I think that he's a lumberjack." In a trash can at the end of the corridor was a broken San Clair, California Muscatel wine bottle. Remaining behind in room 584 were the last of Speck's clothes and his black wallet with the Coast Guard ID photo and seaman's card. Arranged neatly on a stool were his toilet articles: a toothbrush, a tube of Gleam toothpaste, a pack of Gillette razor blades, a bottle of Old Spice aftershave, and a smeared bottle of Max Factor signature cologne. During the short ride to the hospital, Speck asked for water about 15 times. He said nothing else. At the emergency room, the police reported, "Patient B. Bryan had been drinking and evidently fell on a broken bottle, causing lacerations of both arms." Then they left and returned the elevator man to the Star. They had done their job. In the meantime, Speck was in shock. The first nurse to help him was Geraldine Gorski, RN, who was working the night shift in the ER. She was a tall, young, blue-eyed blonde. When the police had removed their makeshift tourniquet, the blood spurted, and Gorski put a compress over the cut on the crease of Speck's left elbow and wrapped it with an ace bandage. She did the same on his right wrist. Then, she used scissors to cut open his blood-splattered T-shirt and check for any additional wounds. She lowered his trousers to do the same. There were none. She wheeled the gurney into the hallway and directed, "Emergency! Take him to trauma!" She saw Speck as a clean-shaven young boy with muscular arms and tattoos. She had removed from his pants pocket a key with a plastic tag and the name Star Hotel, well known to hospital emergency room staff as a notorious Skid Row hotel, causing her to wonder, this is not the kind of guy who belongs in a flop house. At 12:50, Speck was taken to the trauma unit on the hospital's 3rd floor, where he would be helped by 6 more nurses, including Shirley Azares, who was a Filipino working at County under the same exchange program that had brought Cora, Merlita, and Valentina to South Chicago Community Hospital. Without medical help, Speck would have died within an hour. When he arrived at trauma, his pulse was very weak, and his blood pressure was a very low 70/50. Normal is 120/80. His eyes were closed, and his skin was pale, cold, and clammy. Nurse Kathy O'Connor asked him what his name was and what had happened. There was no response. Following normal procedure, O'Connor slapped Speck a few times in the face, trying to rouse him. He did not respond. The nurse immediately started an intravenous solution of dextran and saline and an intravenous infusion of blood to restore his blood pressure. The physician on duty in the trauma ward was Dr. Leroy Smith, a first-year resident in orthopedic surgery. A boyishly handsome, eligible young bachelor and man about town, he came from a socially prominent family in Long Beach, Michigan. Smith was new to the trauma unit and had been scheduled to have this Saturday off before trading shifts with his roommate. Having begun a 28-hour shift at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning, he was scheduled to stay on duty until Sunday afternoon. A few hours before meeting Speck, Smith had taken his dinner break at the Greeks, a popular restaurant directly across from the hospital. A stack of newspapers had been dropped off near the door, and while eating, Smith had idly read about Speck and his tattoos, including the trademark Born to Raise Hell. He had been paged to return to the emergency room. Nurse O'Connor, a short, spunky brunette with big blue eyes and a wry sense of humor, told him that the pace was picking up. A stabbing victim and a man in shock from loss of blood were now in trauma. Smith folded the Chicago Tribune under his arm and returned to work to treat a patient whose hospital name tag read B. Bryan. As the doctor started to examine Speck, he thought that the patient looked very familiar, as if I had just seen him. I had brought the Tribune back to my office right off the trauma floor, and I asked Kathy O'Connor to go get it. She thought that I was crazy, but she did it anyway. I checked the photo and the story, and I held the paper next to the patient's face. Except for the acne, this patient named B. Bryan was a dead ringer for the photo of Richard Speck. His arms were caked with blood, and I was so excited that I used saliva to begin to scrub the blood off. As I removed the blood from the left arm, I saw the B first, and then the rest of Born to Raise Hell. In my mind, this was definitive. Speck's blood pressure was 70/50, and mine must have been 270/150. The adrenaline was really pumping. I called Kathy over to the side of the room, away from the patient, and said, "You're not going to believe this." Then I returned to the side of Speck, who was beginning to come out of shock, and I said, "What's your name?" I grabbed him by the back of the neck. There's a major spinal accessory nerve there near the trapezius muscle, and I squeezed hard, real hard. I repeated, "What's your name?" He answered, "Speck, Richard Speck." Then he gasped, "Water, water." Smith found himself muttering, "Did you give those nurses any water?" Then he instructed the nurses, "Let's get busy and not let this man die." Speck kept repeating, "Water, I want water, I am sick." O'Connor asked how he had hurt himself, and Speck said, "I did it to myself." Another nurse let some ice shavings drip into Speck's mouth. Smith told Nurse O'Connor to call the police. Patrolman Alan Schumann was outside the trauma unit, guarding another patient. Within 2 minutes, he responded to Smith's summons. "You're not going to believe this," Smith began. Schumann replied, "Bullshit, don't bullshit me." It was 1 a.m. when Schumann relayed the news to his commanders. 5 minutes later, there were 50 police cars converging on the hospital. The reporters quickly followed. By 1:30, police were swarming the trauma unit. Speck was placed in leg irons and chained to his hospital gurney. 3 FBI agents appeared, but were asked not to interrogate him. By 1:50, Chicago Police Mobile Crime Lab technicians had arrived to fingerprint and photograph Speck and take custody of his clothing. The police asked Smith not to question Speck about the murders until a representative from the state's attorney's office and a court reporter arrived. Smith said, "Fine, I'll just ask him medical questions." Assistant State's Attorney Bill Martin arrived at 2 a.m. Also on hand by then was the supervising surgeon, Dr. William J. Norcross, who asked Smith to brief him. Informed of Speck's capture, Norcross told Smith, "Well, we have a patient to worry about. How's he doing?" Smith reported that Speck might have severed an artery and that he required surgical exploration and repair of the inside left elbow. The cut on the right wrist, Smith added, was no problem. No vessels had been severed, and the cut had easily been repaired with 4 stitches. Smith had also noticed a superficial scratch on Speck's chest that was about 2.5 inches wide. The scab indicated that it was about 3 days old and that it could have been inflicted by a fingernail. It took 2 hours to prep Speck for the exploratory surgery. During this time, the police stayed in the background, only asking what the doctors intended to do. Smith replied, "We're going to try to move him to surgery as fast as possible." At 3, Nurse O'Connor administered atropine as an anesthetic and antispasmodic, and morphine as a pain reliever, and Speck was wheeled up to the 8th-floor surgical suite. Trailing behind were 12 policemen and the representative from the state's attorney's office, Bill Martin. Smith scrubbed for surgery and took Speck into the surgical suite, where an anesthesiologist and surgical nurse were waiting. By now, Speck was becoming lucid. Before the general anesthetic was given, the following conversation took place. Smith: "Hey, man, where you been?" Speck: "In a flop house." Smith: "What have you been eating?" Speck: "I haven't been eating. I haven't had a damn thing to eat. Just been drinking cheap wine. Hey, Doc, can I ask you a question?" Smith: "What?" Speck: "How long is this going to take?" Smith: "About an hour. Have you ever had surgery before?" Speck: "Once, for a busted appendix. Say, are you going to get the $10,000 reward?" Smith remained mute, offering no further conversation. Around them in the OR, there was deadly silence. Smith told Speck that he needed to pass a tube down his throat. Speck replied that this had not been necessary during his appendectomy, and he didn't want it done. Smith: "If you don't cooperate, I will have to cut your damn arm off." Speck: "I don't give a damn. Cut it off. How about some water, Doc? How about some water?" Smith: "No water until after surgery." The tube was passed down Speck's throat. Sodium phenobarbital was administered for anesthesia, and surgery was begun upon Speck's left arm. While Smith proceeded with his surgical repairs, Norcross gave hell to Martin and the policemen, asking them to leave the area because they were not in surgical attire. As this debate was intensifying, Speck temporarily came out of the anesthesia, sat bolt upright, and screamed, "I'm scared! I'm scared!" Throwing his legs off the operating table, he began to wrestle with Smith over the surgical scalpel, a reaction not uncommon in patients who have been drinking. 6 policemen rushed into the OR to subdue Speck, breaking the sterile environment and enraging the 2 other surgeons operating on other patients. Speck was subdued. The anesthesia was turned up. Speck went back under, and Smith continued with the operation. The surgery proved routine. Smith found that Speck had missed the major artery inside the left elbow, merely making a superficial laceration of the brachiocephalic vein inside the left elbow. The vein had a 75% tear in the wall and had collapsed. Smith quickly repaired it with 5 nylon sutures. The doctors and nurses of Cook County Hospital had saved the life of Richard Speck. Part 3. The Investigation. Chapter 18. Bill Martin sat anxiously outside the surgical suite awaiting Speck's recovery. His immediate assignment was to make sure that no one tried to extract a drug-induced confession from the suspect or do anything else that might jeopardize the state's prosecution. Martin was only 29, but he was the right man in the right place, and things were now moving very fast. Only the day before, Martin had stopped by his office to finish a brief due to be filed before the Illinois Supreme Court. After going 4 years without a vacation, he had been looking forward to taking off the next 2 weeks, although he didn't plan on getting much rest. Among other things, he was going to be painting his parents' house. Walking toward his office, he had been stopped by Lou Garippo, the chief of the criminal division. "Stick around," Garippo said. "Area 2 is coming in. They know who killed the 8 nurses. Mr. Ward is on his way." Martin stuck around. However, he believed that Speck had fled the city or, if caught, would not be taken alive. He didn't think his vacation was in jeopardy. Even when Martin's boss, State's Attorney Dan Ward, announced that Martin and Garippo would be on a special alert the rest of the weekend, Martin believed his phone was not going to ring. It rang shortly after 1 a.m. on Sunday, July 17th. Garippo was on the line, explaining that Ward had directed him to report to Cook County Hospital for a possible interview with the murder suspect. However, Garippo continued, his bad back had flared up, and he had difficulty standing up. Martin would have to make the trip instead. A car was on its way. Showering quickly, Martin threw on a suit and climbed into the back seat of a waiting squad car. The West Side race riots were still smoldering, and one of the police officers in the front seat cradled a shotgun on his lap. News of Speck's arrest had spread quickly, and the main lobby of County Hospital was filled with reporters and TV cameras. Strong-willed surgeon William Norcross knew that he would have his hands full protecting his notorious patient. Referring to Jack Ruby's shooting of Lee Harvey Oswald, he told Martin, "We don't want another Dallas incident here." Martin agreed that Speck should be moved without the glare of Klieg lights, and he and Norcross asked police brass Frank Flanagan and Mike Spiotto to meet the press in the lobby and announce that Speck would remain at County until further notice. As the reporters swarmed about the lobby during the press conference, Speck was placed in an ambulance at a secluded rear exit. This was the first of a long series of dodges to protect the integrity of the prosecution's case from the news media. At 4:50 a.m., young resident Dr. Leroy Smith got into the ambulance with Speck and 3 police officers for a short drive to the Cermak Memorial Hospital, which was the medical facility for Chicago's nearby House of Corrections complex. The complex, which had been rebuilt in 1961, included the massive criminal court building and the county jail. Dr. Norcross and Bill Martin made the trip in separate cars. Speck's only conversation during the 10-minute ride was a request for water. After Speck was admitted to the jail hospital, Smith was released to return to his duties as a lowly medical resident, albeit one who was about to become world famous. Others remained behind to begin grinding the wheels of justice. At 6 a.m., Detective Byron Carlisle arrived with the warrant for Speck's arrest. It had been kept under lock and key at Area 2 headquarters. Speck was formally arrested and placed in soft restraints, leather, in room 324, where he was the only patient. Carlisle and Martin were allowed to see him briefly. Carlisle: "Hi, Dick, how are you?" Speck: "Okay." Martin: "Have you been treated well?" Speck: "Yes." Martin: "I am Assistant State's Attorney Bill Martin, and this is Detective Byron Carlisle." Speck: unintelligible grunt. Carlisle: "Would you like some water?" Speck: Yes. Water was furnished by an orderly. Martin, how do you feel now? Speck, sleepy and dopey. The meeting was over. Both Speck's medical condition and his constitutional rights were being scrupulously guarded. Martin was very mindful of a recent ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court, which held that a suspect could not be interrogated unless he first gave a full and knowing waiver of his right to legal counsel. Under the direction of Chief Justice Earl Warren, the High Court had begun its revolution in protecting the rights of criminal defendants in the famed 1966 Miranda v. Arizona ruling. Mirandizing, as it came to be called, began with the immortal line, "You have the right to remain silent." Carlyle and Martin left, and 2 detectives remained outside 324 to guard Speck. Miranda was one concern. The news media was another. Later that morning, State's Attorney Ward went on the radio and said, "A warrant has been issued for the arrest of this man. This is a matter under investigation, and there will be no statements made by this office at this time. I don't know when a statement will be given, if any. Under these circumstances, we will conduct ourselves properly, in accordance with the ethics and the requirements of the law. There will be an ethical observance of the requirements of the law." Ward knew full well that prejudicial press coverage could jeopardize the prosecution of Speck. However, keeping the media at bay was easier said than done. The world was waiting for news about Speck, and the news media were determined to try to deliver it. It started immediately. The Sunday Chicago Tribune screamed in big black type, "Nab killer suspect." The front-page photos were not of heroic police officers, but of the Star Hotel's staff members and Speck's co-residents, as well as Cook County Hospital's Leroy Smith and Kathy O'Connor. Speck had made them all bit players in his continuing drama. In the meantime, the preparation of the Speck case had to begin without delay, and Bill Martin more or less fell into the job. He walked to the nearby criminal court building, which was known simply as the building, because it was here that real lawyers worked on real cases, criminal cases. In 1966, Martin was one of 30 assistant prosecutors, all male, who were assigned to the criminal courts detail. They were a rough and tumble crew, whose frequent shouting in the halls made their second-floor location sound more like a fraternity house than a law office. All-night call assignments were posted above the urinals in the men's room. Martin bounded up the marble stairs 2 at a time in a rush to reach his office. It was going to be a busy Sunday. The challenge of bringing Richard Speck to justice belonged to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, the chief prosecuting agency in Chicago and surrounding Cook County. Each of the 102 counties in Illinois has an elected prosecutor, known as the state's attorney, because he or she prosecutes offenses against state laws within the county. The Cook County State Attorney's Office, or SAO, of 1966, was a superior team headed by 2 splendid leaders, Daniel Ward and his chief deputy, John Stamos. Much as Police Chief Orlando Wilson had reformed the Chicago police force in the wake of convictions of policemen for aiding and abetting a burglary ring, so had the Cook County SAO been reformed by Ward and Stamos in the wake of the madcap administration of their predecessor, Benjamin S. Adamowski. Daniel Patrick Ward had been the respected and reserved dean of Chicago's DePaul University Law School when Mayor Richard Daley persuaded him to run in 1961 as the Democratic Party's blue ribbon candidate for state's attorney against the Republican incumbent, Adamowski. Ward was a former assistant U.S. attorney and seemed the perfect choice to derail Adamowski. He did. The lantern-jawed Ward was both articulate and erudite, and was an imposing figure both physically and intellectually. He came to the office possessed of a magnificent grasp of legal history and a magical command of language. It was his rock-solid belief that above all else, a prosecutor must strike hard blows, but fair blows. Ward set out to hire the best and brightest young attorneys he could find, and many of them were assigned to the crown jewel of the reinvigorated office, the Criminal Division, headed by John Stamos. The pay was modest and the hours long and uncounted, but the assignment offered a young law school graduate a rare opportunity to develop quickly into a trial attorney. A tour of duty as a Cook County Assistant State's Attorney, ASA, was the legal equivalent of a medical or surgical residency at Cook County Hospital. The young lawyers hired in 1961 and 1962 had developed into savvy veterans by 1966. Bill Martin had been part of this transformation. By 1966, Ward's chief deputy, 42-year-old John Stamos, had been promoted to first assistant. A tall man with pronounced Mediterranean features, sad bloodhound eyes, and dark black hair, Stamos knew the office inside out and had an impressive record of winning difficult cases. He was also a first-rate raconteur who told non-stop Homer-esque tales about zany old-time criminal attorneys. Perpetually armed with a cigar, his trademark was to park the stogie on the ledge above a courtroom door as he entered and to reclaim it upon leaving. As tough as he was entertaining, Stamos brought fear to the hearts of his young assistants when he stabbed the air with his cigar and ordered, "Do the right thing!" Excitement crackled in the air that Sunday as Ward and Stamos assembled their team of prosecutors to hand out assignments to begin the investigation of Richard Speck. After a long day, Ward decided to take Garippo, who was working in spite of his back troubles, Stamos, and Martin to dinner at Shaller's Pump, a popular pub located in the South Side Irish enclave of Bridgeport, only a few blocks from the home of the mayor, Richard J. Daley. After Stamos had loosened the group up with a few larger-than-life tales, Ward expressed his opinion that the demands of the Speck case could not be allowed to interrupt the daily demands on each assistant state's attorney to handle his courtroom's 200-plus active felony files. At the time, the SAO was responsible for more than 4,000 indictments and 17 felony trial courts. Ward made it clear that after the Blitzkrieg investigation of Speck during the first few days, most of the investigators would have to return to their usual assignments. Only a small, permanent team would be left to prepare the Speck case for trial. Stamos and Ward believed that doing the right thing meant suppressing their own ambitions and letting their young assistants prosecute the celebrated Speck case. They thought their obligation to run the office overrode the opportunity to run one case that would require at least a year of intense effort. This was an odd philosophy for two Cook County political officials to follow. In July 1966, Ward was a candidate for the Illinois Supreme Court, and Stamos hoped to be the Democratic candidate to succeed Ward as state's attorney. For these two political candidates, the Speck case might have been considered a dream come true. Ward and Stamos, both of whom were little known outside legal circles, would have become household names. In addition, Stamos had a personal interest, living as he did only 3 blocks from South Chicago Community Hospital, and having grown up near the steel mills and shipyards of the Southeast Side. Nevertheless, Ward and Stamos had decided that it was their responsibility to administer the office, not prosecute cases. The older prosecutors had taken Martin under their wing, and they were now entrusting him with his biggest assignment. There was no ceremony, but Martin clearly understood that he was in charge of the Speck case. Still running on sheer adrenaline and anxious to begin to carry out the assignment he had just been given, he was unable to eat. Quietly excusing himself from dinner with his colleagues, Martin headed back for the building. Still ringing in his ears were Stamos's cautionary words about fame. "Do the right thing. Do your job and forget about everything else, and that means the press. Today's headline wraps tomorrow's garbage." Martin had heard this advice before. In 1964, while conducting a grand jury investigation of a call girl ring, Martin had become excited about the likelihood of announcing indictments to the press. Stamos had told him, Son, a week from now, no one will remember if you were the pimp, the patron, or the prosecutor. All they will remember is that you had something to do with whores. Martin and all the police and prosecutors involved in investigating Speck and his crime would have a press vocabulary of exactly 2 words: no comment. This felt natural enough to the young assistant attorney. He was still speechless over the fact that he'd been given the assignment of prosecuting the biggest criminal case in Chicago history. He hoped that he was up to it. It would be a long time before he would get around to painting his parents' house. Chapter 19. Youth is the major export of Ireland. Shortly before the turn of the century, a feisty 22-year-old angrily quarreled with his parents over his refusal to play the fiddle at a family gathering. He fled the family's small farm in County Limerick, stowed away on a freighter bound for New York, and kept right on running until he arrived in Chicago, penniless. The barrel-chested immigrant worked as a laborer until he joined the U.S. Army and fought in the Spanish-American War of 1898. Subsequently, he became a fireman and with his own hands built a 2-story yellow brick apartment house on the west side of Chicago. He was Bill Martin's grandfather, and his traits of independence, hard work, and never backing down from a fight were family traditions. In the Irish immigrant tradition, Bill Martin was born on the 2nd floor of the 2-flat, where his parents lived above his grandparents. After World War II, Martin's parents followed the wave of westward immigration to the nearby leafy suburb of Oak Park, the boyhood home of novelist Ernest Hemingway, and a community featuring numerous landmark homes designed by famed architect Frank Lloyd Wright. Martin attended Fenwick, an all-male Catholic high school run by Dominican priests who demanded discipline and hard work. He was an honor roll student with 2 passions, journalism and ice hockey. Having been editor and publisher of his own 2 creations, the Hockey Herald and the Hockey Review, since the 7th grade, he was amply prepared to edit the school newspaper, The Wick. He also learned to play a scrappy game of hockey by practicing for frost-bitten hours on frozen ponds fed by the Des Plaines River. At 5 feet 2 inches and 100 pounds, Martin had chosen his sport wisely. He was too short to play basketball, was good field, no hit in baseball, and was too small for the powerhouse Fenwick football team. Ice hockey would be Martin's game. He loved its chaos, speed, and violence, and the chance to excel based on sheer determination. He practiced his skating and puck handling for hour after hour, bringing tears to his eyes from the cold and wind. He never let himself stop. He became good enough to play in the rough-and-tumble Illinois Amateur Hockey Association and even drew a scholarship offer from a small college in Massachusetts. He decided to stay closer to home. In 1954, Martin became the first member of his family to attend college when he enrolled at Loyola, an urban university on the north side of Chicago, hard by the elevated lines of the Chicago Transit Authority. After majoring in political science, he planned to acquire a master's degree in American civilization and then pursue a career in journalism. However, a close college friend talked him into giving Loyola Law School a try. Law school proved to be a good match for Martin, who created and edited the Loyola Law Times, a quarterly journal of legal opinion, made the national moot court team, and was voted the outstanding law student in his class. His first journalistic assignment in law school was to develop an article on the Cook County Public Defender's Office. As part of this assignment, he met and twice interviewed Public Defender Gerald F. Getty, the man who would later be appointed to represent Richard Speck. In these early meetings, Martin formed the impression that Getty was an enormously talented criminal defense lawyer who was unselfishly dedicated to defending the down and out, whatever their crimes. Martin liked Getty and decided to make him a role model. Graduating in 1961, Martin remained ambivalent about a legal career. He skipped that fall's bar examination in order to work for the Chicago Commission on Human Relations, analyzing the real estate sales patterns and practices in racially changing neighborhoods. A modest and self-effacing man, he had long since taken his god-awful pink Ford coupe and had it repainted a basic black, right down to the white sidewall tires. After a few months of this work, though, the memory of how difficult it had been to acquire a legal degree persuaded Martin to give the law a try after all. In spring 1962, he passed the bar exam and became licensed to practice. Martin again looked up public defender Gerald Getty, this time with the intent of finding a job. Martin was a committed liberal who believed fervently in the cause of the poor and in upholding the Bill of Rights. He was accorded 2 more interviews with Getty, an amiable, courtly man who brewed tea for his guest and made pleasant conversation. Getty was courteous, but Martin was not invited to join the public defender's staff. In desperation, Martin turned to his law school dean, John C. Hayes, to enlist his help in becoming an assistant public defender. The dean could not help, but offered an alternative. Newly elected Cook County State's Attorney Dan Ward had asked each Illinois law school to nominate its outstanding student for an assignment as an assistant state's attorney. Hayes told Martin he would gladly nominate him. Martin recoiled. At the time, he thought that becoming a prosecutor was entering into a pact with the devil. He asked for time to mull things over, but eventually rationalized that since Getty was not going to hire him, being a prosecutor was the next best thing to prepare him to become a better criminal defense lawyer. Things moved quickly. Martin soon found himself sitting before a man who would become one of his mentors, First Assistant State's Attorney Ed Egan. "So, the dean thinks you are the outstanding student at Loyola," Egan began with a trace of sarcasm. "No, sir. I'm afraid I'm the only one who asked for the recommendation," Martin meekly whispered. "Well, you start tomorrow in the municipal division, the police court at 48th Street in Wabash. Uphold the Constitution, and don't take any money." Egan administered the oath of office, and on June 16, 1962, William J. Martin became a duly authorized Cook County Assistant State's Attorney. He was one of 152 ASAs who were divided between civil and criminal divisions. The civil division, which was housed in downtown Chicago at the Civic Center, represented county officials in civil cases, such as real estate property tax matters and tort claims. The criminal division was a pyramid of units, with its apex being the felony trial division in the criminal court building of the House of Correction complex at 26th Street and California Avenue on the southwest side. Apprentice prosecutors called the felony courtrooms the Big Top. Beneath felony were the divisions for appeals, juvenile, municipal, suburban, and traffic. The bottom of the pyramid was the misdemeanor division, where minor crimes, punishable by no more than 1 year in the county jail, were prosecuted in makeshift courtrooms located at police stations. The criminal division looked down on the civil division as a boring haven for paper pushers. The civil division thought of the criminal division as a place for legally illiterate macho hip shooters. The state's attorney relied upon his first assistant and chief of the criminal division to keep this unruly law firm together. The successful working of the SAO required its 3 top officials to give up the glamour of personally trying cases in favor of effectively supervising the 152 assistants, any one of whom could create a political disaster through mishandling of a sensitive case. Martin started at the bottom of the pyramid, the misdemeanor division. An introverted, shy man, Martin doubted his ability to speak before a courtroom of strangers, and like all law school graduates of the 1960s, he didn't have the foggiest notion of how to try a case, since law schools of that era did not teach courses in trial procedure. It was with great apprehension that he drove on his first day to the courtroom at 48th and Wabash, deep in the heart of the crime-ridden South Side. This first courtroom was on the second floor of an old and dirty police station. Hopelessness oozed out of every brick. The court came complete with a gruff police sergeant who kept track of police paperwork and witnesses, and, in Martin's early days, effectively tried the cases for the frightened young prosecutor. Martin was so afraid of speaking in public that he thought he had chosen the wrong career. During his first week, Martin convicted a man who had stolen $4 worth of food, including some bread, from a supermarket. During his pre-sentencing remarks, Martin told the court about the man's 4-page criminal rap sheet, which included dozens of jail sentences for petty thefts. "What's the state's recommended sentence?" the judge asked coldly. Martin paused and fidgeted. He was sympathetic to the poor man's desperation in having to steal bread. At the same time, he recalled what Anatole France had said about the majesty of the law, that the law must forbid rich and poor alike from sleeping under bridges. "Judge," he finally said, "the state has to recommend 2 days in jail." Martin avoided looking at the defendant. The judge, incredulous at Martin's bleeding heart liberalism, boomed out, "2 days! I'm ordering 364 days in the House of Correction," the maximum sentence for petty theft. He slammed down the gavel. For Martin, the summer of 1962 was long, hot, and educational. After 2 weeks at 48th Street, he was promoted to the branch courts in the Central Police Headquarters on South State. By now, Martin was able to open his mouth in the courtroom. The South State operation was the home of gun court, gambling court, women's court, and paternity court. The daily lineup included men and women charged with carrying concealed weapons, operating illegal numbers rackets, gambling, minor sex crimes, prostitution, and quarreling neighbors. These sweltering courtrooms, always filled with wall-to-wall people, were on the building's upper floors, and the windows had to be opened for relief from Chicago's sticky heat and humidity. Regularly wafting through the open windows was the clackety-clack of the nearby Wabash Avenue elevated trains. Trials were often halted in mid-sentence while the L trains roared by. The first judge there with whom Martin worked escaped from the wretchedness of the crowd swarming before him each and every morning with a bottle of vodka. As the courtroom filled, the judge retreated to his chambers and the washroom with his bottle. To Martin's ear, the sounds escaping from the washroom suggested that the judge both drank the vodka and used it to gargle. Anything to get the taste of court out of his mouth. Anxious to be rid of the lawyers and witnesses hounding them to begin court, the clerks attempted mightily to wean the judge from his morning ritual. Nothing worked. The judge retreated to his private preserve, consoled himself with the vodka, and often stared out the window at the Illinois Central Railroad tracks below. If he caught sight of the Panama Limited, he would patiently count the number of cars it carried. It was usually late morning before the judge ascended to the bench. Even then, he frequently retired to his chambers for additional swigs of vodka. He never allowed himself to be rushed, and court dragged on until 7 p.m. or later. The other courts were usually done by 2 p.m. Midway through the lazy afternoons, the judge would experience vodka-triggered flashbacks to his Navy days. Suddenly, he would sit bolt upright and announce, "The smoking lamp is lit!" With that, he would light up a cigarette and proceed to chain smoke as he dispatched the press of paternity cases. Legal arguments were alternately interrupted by the clack of the L trains and by the terrible hacking cough of the judge. Weekends, Martin and the other police court prosecutors were sent to the criminal court building for what was jokingly called holiday court, a place to handle the flood of humanity that had been arrested Friday and Saturday nights. This holiday duty introduced Martin to his first real courtroom, replete with all the trappings of the majesty of the law. The weekday trials in the police courts were stand-up benches, so named because everyone stood up during the trial. There were chairs neither for the witnesses nor the jurors, nor were there jury boxes. In holiday court on the weekend at the massive criminal court building, Martin for the first time saw courtrooms outfitted with the full appurtenances of justice. One Sunday, a veteran bailiff pulled Martin over to the imposing jury box. "Someday soon," she said, "you'll be standing here arguing to 12 people." Martin fidgeted. He was still trying to master the art of a stand-up bench. The thought of arguing to a jury, 12 strangers, seemed a feat beyond his imagination. By the time summer school ended, Martin was no longer shy in a courtroom. Assistant state's attorneys were on their own, and necessity forced them to develop the basic skills of a trial lawyer. Stand up to the judge, argue the law vigorously, object strenuously when your opponent crosses a legal line, cross-examine like a dog digging for a bone. Knowledge came quickly, and with knowledge came confidence. Martin now had his sights set on the big top, the rooms in the criminal court building where prosecutors tried suspects for armed robbery, burglary, rape, and murder. First, though, he had to survive a few tests. In October 1962, his boss, Ed Egan, told Martin that he was being transferred to the appeals division. Martin was reluctant to leave the gritty trial division for the ivory tower of writing briefs to the Illinois Supreme Court, but a vacancy had to be filled, and Egan was not concerned about his underlings' feelings on the issue. So Martin joined 5 other lawyers working out of cubbyholes on the second floor of the criminal court building, right next to the library. This 6-man brief department was a haven for the SAO's scholarly elite. Its 2-star members were James R. Thompson, later to become the governor of Illinois, and Marvin E. Aspen, destined to become a federal judge. Thompson and Aspen had helped draft the 1961 Illinois Criminal Code. The brief writers played an important role in the march of justice. After reading the court reporter's transcript of a felony trial and the brief of the defendant asking the Illinois Supreme Court to reverse the conviction, the brief department lawyers would write the state's brief in rebuttal, using citations about past cases pulled from musty library shelves. This lonely and tedious work forced Martin to patiently study what his colleagues actually did during a trial, question by question. It turned out to be a wonderful experience. Most Illinois lawyers only visit the state's highest court on the day they are sworn in as members of the bar. The brief writers went to Springfield, Illinois, the state's capital, every other month to deliver 30-minute arguments before the 7 justices of the Illinois Supreme Court. Egan kept Martin in the appeals division for 18 months, long enough for him to make more than 30 oral arguments before the state's highest court. During this trial period, Martin survived 2 potential derailings. The first involved legendary comic Lenny Bruce, the other, Chicago Mayor Richard Daley. Lenny Bruce, an iconoclastic genius given to blue language performance, had been sentenced to 1 year in jail for the alleged obscenity of his comic routine at Chicago's Gate of Horn nightclub. The state's brief on appeal was assigned to Martin, whose liberal conscience was deeply offended. Martin did not believe that Bruce's act was obscene, and he certainly did not believe that Bruce deserved to go to jail. Martin asked that the assignment be given to someone else. Though Martin feared that this act of conscience might cause his demotion, he was pleasantly surprised. The refusal earned him the respect of his superiors. Later, Martin was summoned before Mayor Daley, who was looking for an administrative assistant. Martin had been recommended for the job by one of his law school professors. Since Daley wanted unquestioned loyalty, he never chose as a close advisor anyone who had existing political connections. Since Martin had no political contacts, he met this qualification. Martin had 3 short meetings with Daley, and the charismatic mayor and city leader made the young prosecutor feel as if he were the center of the universe. He also offered him the job. Many of Martin's colleagues would have killed for this assignment, but Martin felt differently. Signing on with the mayor would make his future contingent upon a political machine. Martin reasoned that soldiering on in the obscurity of the brief department, sustained by the promise of eventual experience in the trial division, would give him employable skills independent of any political figure, no matter how charismatic. Although Martin declined the offer of working for the mayor, it still required the direct intercession of State's Attorney Dan Ward to keep Martin as one of his 152 assistants. Daley, it turned out, liked Martin's independence and spunk, and Ward had to talk the mayor out of hiring him away from the state's attorney's office. Persistence paid dividends in April 1964, when Martin was promoted to the big top courtroom of Judge Walter P. Dahl, a burly, crew-cut, gruff ex-Marine with the proverbial heart of gold and the patience of a saint. Dahl was a judge's judge, instinctively bright, compassionate, scrupulously honest, and gifted with an exquisite sense of fairness. He also took pains to gently teach trial skills to the young prosecutors and public defenders assigned to his court. Trying cases before Dahl gave Martin the chance to attend graduate school, taught by the best of the flamboyant defense lawyers who were then part of a dying breed. Driven by pride of performance, the earnest young prosecutor supplemented this courtroom education by touring each section of the Chicago Police Crime Laboratory. Through first-hand observation, he became familiar with the techniques used to examine documents, lift fingerprints, identify firearms, and make microscopic examinations of fibers. The scientists who ran the labs were delighted that a prosecutor would take a special interest in their esoteric work, and they willingly shared the secrets of their trade. Martin was beginning to understand the complexity of scientific evidence. He was also fascinated by demonstrative evidence, maps, aerial photographs, scale models, and scene photographs, and studied how these exhibits were prepared by the crime lab. He learned that these exhibits draw jurors into a case and enable them to better follow the live testimony. Bill Martin's self-education also included a study of psychiatry and the insanity defense. In 1964, he prosecuted a man who had committed armed robbery. Testifying for the defense was psychiatrist Marvin Ziporin, M.D., who told the jurors that the robber did know the difference between right and wrong, but was unable to control his criminal actions because of an organic brain syndrome. This was the first time Martin had heard of such a condition, and he checked with his supervisor, Louis Garippo, chief of the criminal division. Garippo, it turned out, had started a collection of transcripts of Ziporin's testimony. With amazing regularity, the psychiatrist was known to diagnose criminal defendants as being insane due to what he termed an organic brain syndrome. Martin's psychiatric education moved to the graduate level in early 1965. On January 2nd of that year, an 18-year-old University of Illinois freshman named Harrison Krause was home on Christmas break visiting his family in their expensive tri-level home in fashionable Wilmette, a suburb north of Chicago. Krause took his father's rifle and proceeded to shoot his mother as she cooked dinner, his father as he worked in the basement tool room, and his 14-year-old sister as she was writing a letter in her bedroom. Martin was on night call when the murders occurred, and he and a court reporter raced to the police station to obtain a confession. When Martin spoke with Krause, he found him strangely calm. A well-intentioned physician had given him a sedative. Informed of this, Martin decided to skip the questioning because he believed that any confession would run the risk of being thrown out as drug-induced. In the weeks that followed, Martin interviewed Krause's neighbors and high school and college classmates and teachers. Their unanimous opinion was that Harrison was a wonderful boy with no psychiatric problems. So, when the defense attorney proposed that an impartial psychiatric panel be appointed to evaluate Krause and report expert findings that would be binding upon both the state and the defense, Martin did not object. Firmly convinced that any panel would find Krause competent to stand trial and legally responsible for the 3 murders, Martin jumped at the chance to have the defense bound by these findings. 1 month later, the psychiatric panel unanimously reported that Krauss was not competent to stand trial because of a minor irregularity in the recording of his brainwave activity. The lesson for the stunned Martin was painful, but clear. Don't paint yourself into a corner by agreeing to be bound by the findings of a panel of psychiatrists. Instead, insist on the right to present non-psychiatric evidence of sanity. Martin's next exposure to the insanity defense happened in Watseka, Illinois, a small town surrounded by cornfields 90 miles south of Chicago. Roy Harper, an elderly man, had shot and killed his young wife. Wayne Clemens, the Iroquois County state's attorney, believed that Harper would claim he was insane and had prevailed upon Dan Ward to send down an ASA from Cook County. Martin got the assignment. Arriving in Watseka, Martin proceeded to interview everyone who knew Harper and to compile a Krauss-like biographical study of the defendant, with special emphasis upon whether or not the murderer had exhibited any evidence of insanity before the crime. Martin had learned that if the claim of insanity exists only for the precise time period of the murder, it is a convenient claim of insanity that will not be easily accepted by a jury. To prevail, the prosecutor will have to demolish expert or psychiatric claims of insanity by calling in rebuttal witnesses who knew the defendant before the crime and who could document a lifelong pattern of normal behavior. If presented effectively, the words of ordinary people can counter the testimony of psychiatrists hired by the defense. Harper's attorneys decided not to risk the insanity defense before a small-town jury, doubting they'd get away with it. However, for Martin, it was another useful experience in developing a murderer's biography as a means to overcome a claim of insanity. In early June 1966, State's Attorney Ward had assigned Martin to present a lecture on the requirements of the Miranda ruling to the entire office. Later, Martin repeated the lecture to police supervisors, concluding the talk by handing out Miranda warning cards he had prepared. 2 years of non-stop trial experience in the Big Top, supplemented by all he could learn in his spare time, had transformed Martin from a shy young man with a law degree into an adroit, seasoned, and steely prosecutor. By July 1966, Martin was ready to do battle with the man who had once declined to hire him, Public Defender Getty, who at age 53 was almost twice as old as Martin. Bill Martin was ready to prosecute Richard Speck. Chapter 20. Monday, July 18th. It was Martin's job to reunite Corazon Amorao and Richard Speck in a courtroom, and it would not be easy. Speck, a brutal killer, had to be treated with great care legally for fear of having him set free on a technicality. Cora, the surviving eyewitness, had to be treated with great care psychologically for fear of having her repress her memory of the night of terror. Martin had to both write Speck's biography and record Cora's memories, and both Speck and Cora had to be shielded from the reporters. Martin and everyone involved in the case were on edge. Speck was entitled to be brought before a court with all due speed, and Martin's boss, Dan Ward, was sensitive to a possible claim that Speck was being held incommunicado and in leather restraints at Cermak Hospital when he should have immediately been brought to court. Ward insisted that Speck face a judge so that he could be advised of his legal rights and have a lawyer appointed to defend him. In the Chicago of 1966, a murder defendant was first taken before Judge Daniel J. Ryan in the felony court for a preliminary hearing to see if enough evidence existed to hold the defendant for an investigation by the grand jury. The problem was Dr. William Norcross. The fiercely independent surgeon did not believe his patient was well enough to be taken to a courtroom. Norcross was not only fending off Ward, he was also being forced to stonewall the hundreds of reporters who were camped out on the front lawn of his hospital. To appease the reporters, Norcross agreed to hold 2 daily press conferences. At 1 p.m. on Monday, July 18th, Norcross faced a forest of cameras mounted on tripods and a sea of reporters surging forward from the hastily arranged lawn chairs on which they had been asked to sit. The veteran Chicago crime reporters on hand included Ray Brennan, Edmund J. Rooney, Art Petak, and Bob Wiedrich. In addition, there were representatives from the major U.S. dailies and TV networks and from foreign nations, including Australia, Canada, France, Ireland, Japan, West Germany, and, of course, the Philippines. The reporter for the Manila Chronicle referred to the murders as the Chicago Massacre. Others picked up on Coroner Toman's description, the crime of the century. All were in a feeding frenzy for nuggets of news as Norcross walked out on the lawn to meet them. Bald-headed and bow-tied, Norcross held up a single sheet of paper in his muscular surgeon's hands as he quickly explained that Speck was anemic, was being kept in isolation in soft restraints, and was unable to attend court. With that, Norcross turned his back and walked away from the frustrated reporters. Awaiting Norcross in his first-floor hospital office were Bill Martin and a court reporter. Ward had ordered Martin to put Norcross and the Cermak staff psychiatrist, Albert Feinerman, on the record as to their reasons for not allowing Speck to go to court. Ward advised Martin, "Find out if they'll let the court go to his hospital room to advise him of his rights." Norcross was adamant that Speck's physical exhaustion precluded any legal proceedings, and that the emotional trauma of any proceedings, whether in a courtroom or a hospital bed, would be physically harmful. Norcross said, "Mr. Speck, who is currently in a state of physical exhaustion, is in no condition to comprehend or respond in a responsible fashion to any legal proceedings." "How long will this condition last?" Martin asked. The surgeon smiled and responded, "As my residents will tell you, I often state that a surgeon is an observer, not a prognosticator. Since Mr. Speck's medical condition can change in either direction at any time, such a prognostic statement is not indicated and will serve no useful purpose." Martin turned to Feinerman and repeated the first question. The staff psychiatrist responded, "I would say that Speck has intellectual impairment based on impaired memory, poor contact with reality, and disorientation. He would not be able to fully comprehend involved questions, and his replies would be erratic, unpredictable, and very likely inappropriate." Martin relayed these unbending medical opinions to Ward, who remained concerned about protecting Speck's legal rights. Ward telephoned Public Defender Getty and asked him if he would come down from his third-floor office in the criminal court building to Ward's office on the second floor. Within minutes, Getty was sitting across from Ward's desk. "Jerry," Ward began, "this fellow Speck doesn't appear to have any money. If his family doesn't hire a lawyer for him, you may want to be prepared to be appointed to defend him." Getty nodded solemnly. He realized he was about to begin the toughest case of his career. Returning to the third floor, Getty began to mobilize his own team of veteran trial lawyers. Speck, who only weeks earlier had pawned his watch to get drinking money, and who had set out to rob the nurses of a few dollars in pocket change, would have the benefit of $1 million defense. The public defender's office was the equivalent of a large, specialized law firm, and if Speck had been billed at the usual hourly rates of most large legal firms, the cost would have been astronomical. Speck's legal case would feature an amazing cast of characters, and even as Ward and Getty talked, two of these characters were sitting in a nearby office. Experienced police investigators know that highly publicized crimes bring kooks out of the woodwork, often hysteric confessors who want to claim credit for the crime. But all such reports have to be checked. Garippo and Stamos were taking separate statements from a husband and wife who had arrived at the criminal court building that morning to claim that Speck was innocent. The couple, both of whom were unemployed, said that a man they were sure was Speck had spent the entire night of July 13th in their apartment on the city's north side. They reported that they had taken a homeless and hungry person into their home, and that when they later saw Speck's photo in the newspapers, they realized that he was this same man who had spent the night of July 13th at their home. There is a temptation to turn away volunteers telling incredible stories, but when it came to Richard Speck, nothing could be left to chance. The couple was interviewed by the two highest-ranking lawyers working for Dan Ward. Garippo and Stamos, both expert cross-examiners, gently probed the story to the point of collapse. Although the wife and husband contradicted each other on major points and had no factual basis for believing that their homeless guest was Speck, their names and addresses were recorded and later turned over to the public defender. While strangers came out of nowhere to try to help the defense, the prosecutors hit the road. Martin chose Sergeant James R. Riley, a scholarly vice officer, to lead a team of undercover investigators into the seamy streets and saloons of North Clark Street near the Raleigh Hotel, to pin down pimps and prostitutes on the identity of the mysterious prostitute who had accompanied Speck to his room in the Raleigh in the early morning hours of July 15th. Assistant State's Attorney Bill Nellis was assigned to direct a team developing Speck's biography. A law school classmate of Martin, Nellis was tall, thin, and brilliant, and had inexhaustible energy and an insatiable zest for detail. He and his team of investigators wrapped up their work in Monmouth, Illinois in time to catch the Monday red-eye flight to Dallas to research Speck's years in Texas. In one of the few instances where the press helped the prosecution, Martin had learned from news reports that Speck had spent the last week of June 1996 in Hancock, Michigan, visiting Judy Lacanimi, one of the nurses who had helped him recuperate from his appendectomy. Martin put ASA Ken Gillis in charge of 2 police sergeants and a court reporter, and dispatched them to Michigan to gain Lacanimi's perspective on what Speck was like only weeks before the murders. Also on Monday, the remaining funerals were held. By coincidence, this day was the feast for Saint Camillus, the Roman Catholic patron saint of nurses. Mourners overflowed area churches to pay their final respects to Suzanne Farris, Mary Ann Jordan, Pat Matusak, Nina Schmale, and Pamela Wilkening. Chicago Archbishop John Patrick Cardinal Cody conducted the Mass for Merlita Gargulo and Valentina Pasion, whose bodies were then flown back to the Philippines. Alone of the 9 nurses, Corazon Amaral would have a chance to see Speck again. On Monday morning, a team of doctors and nurses from South Chicago Community Hospital brought Cora to Cermak Memorial Hospital. For purposes of identification, Martin wanted to have Speck stand in a lineup with 5 other men of similar dress and size and have Cora view all 6. Arrangements were underway to bring 5 men similar in appearance to Speck to the hospital. Norcross, however, insisted that his patient could not possibly stand the physical strain of being placed in a police lineup for identification. The confrontation was postponed. However, Byron Carlisle did show Amaral the revolver that Detective Ratledge had removed from Speck's room at the Raleigh Hotel and had finally inventoried. Although Cora was still frightened by the prospect of seeing Speck again, she betrayed no emotion and responded tersely to questions. Deputy Chief Spiotto asked her, "Did you ever see this before?" Cora, "Similar." Spiotto, "When?" Cora, "That night with the man." This was the end of the questioning. Police did not want to pressure Cora's fragile psyche. By noon, she was returned to the security of the hospital. Spread-eagled by soft leather restraints in his hospital bed, Speck himself spent a fitful and restless day. Tuesday, July 19th. Norcross again met the waiting press at a 1 p.m. news conference and reported that Speck had developed an infection in his left arm, a frequent complication after intravenous medication is administered. He then returned to the hospital, where Corazon Amaral was being allowed to make a medically supervised visit to Speck's room to try to identify the killer, who sprawled dejectedly on his narrow cot. Cora was brought to the jail hospital at 1:30 p.m. The plan was that Norcross and a Cermak nurse would accompany Cora, who was wearing her white nursing uniform, and Spiotto on a visit to Speck's room. Norcross told Cora, "Do nothing unusual. You are just a nurse making rounds with me." When they entered 324, Speck was with the hospital psychiatrist, Dr. Albert Feinerman. Norcross and Spiotto entered the room first, followed within minutes by Cora and the other nurse. Feinerman was still talking to Speck when Cora entered. Cora remained in the room less than 3 minutes, not saying one word. She then walked out with the nurse, followed by Norcross and Spiotto. When she got 10 feet from Speck's room, Cora said, "That is really him." Then she started to collapse. Detectives Carlyle and Wallenda, both big burly men, were alertly walking next to her and kept her from falling. The detectives took Cora to Norcross's office, and after she regained her composure, she was ready to talk. Looking directly into Spiotto's eyes, the stoical Cora made clipped and precise answers to his questions. "Spiotto, did you ever see this man before?" Cora, "Yes." Spiotto, "When?" Cora, "The night that it happened to the girls." Spiotto, "How did you recognize him?" Cora, "His face. When I opened the door, he was there. I am positive." Spiotto, "Anything else?" Cora, "His voice. He spoke softly." By now, Dan Ward had found a way to protect Speck's legal rights, despite the suspect's inability to come to court, and Norcross's refusal to allow the court to come to him. Ward had decided that he personally would appear before Judge Ryan at Tuesday's scheduled 2:30 p.m. arraignment to present Norcross's testimony that Speck was medically unfit to appear. He would also request that public defender Gerald Getty be appointed to represent Speck. Hobbling on crutches from a recently broken ankle, Ward came into court to carry out his responsibility. Shortly after Ward, Martin, and Dr. Norcross arrived in Ryan's court on the 4th floor of the criminal court building, the doctor was paged to take an urgent phone call in the judge's chamber. When he emerged moments later, he was asked to testify about Speck's medical status. Norcross told the judge, "It is inadvisable that any proceedings take place that may, in any way, excite the patient." Martin cut in to ask Norcross to precisely describe Speck's present condition. Norcross's answer shocked everyone in the jam-packed courtroom. "The problem," he said, "is one of determining exactly whether the patient is or is not having a heart attack." The phone call Norcross had taken in chambers was from the Cermak Hospital cardiologist, who had reviewed the electrocardiogram, EKG, given to Speck earlier in the day after he had complained of chest pains. After reviewing the tracings of Speck's heart rhythms, the cardiologist reported to Norcross that he could not rule out a heart attack. Ward asked Judge Ryan to adjourn the case until an additional medical report could be made the following afternoon. Before granting the request, Ryan appointed Getty to represent Speck. Anxious to talk to his new client, Getty convinced Norcross to allow him a medically supervised 3-minute visit with Speck later that afternoon. Getty found that Speck was too out of it to have a meaningful conversation. Speck did, however, tell Getty he was glad to see him, a courtesy he did not extend to his brother, Howard Speck, who had arrived from Monmouth, nor to his brother-in-law, Gene Thornton. Speck refused to see either one of them, and refused a visit from a minister. At his 5 p.m. conference, Norcross told the reporters that there was an 80% chance that Speck had suffered a heart attack. Speculation ran rampant that the brutal killer of 8 would evade justice by succumbing to a fatal heart attack brought on by the awareness of the enormity of his crime. Martin began to wonder if there would be any need for the detailed investigation he was beginning. His feelings were mixed. If there were no case, he could take a vacation, spend time with his family, and paint his parents' house. However, without a case, there would be no presentation in public of the proof of Speck's evil deeds. Martin was bothered by questions about the 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy that were never answered because Lee Harvey Oswald had been killed before the evidence about the assassination could be publicly tried. Vicious rumors were already spreading about Speck's murders, that he must have had accomplices, including Cora, or that he must have dated one of the nurses, rumors that could be effectively repudiated only in a public trial. If Speck were to die from a heart attack, the investigation would be stopped, and the victims' families and the public at large would be denied the full knowledge and catharsis that comes from a public trial. Since Speck was still breathing, Martin had no choice but so continued the painstaking investigation of who Speck was and what he had done. As this drama unfolded, the prosecution team assigned to track down Judy Lachenimi ran into a roadblock. The nurse had hired a local attorney who was now telling the investigators that she was psychologically unfit to be questioned at this time. Wednesday, July 20th. Luckily, Martin didn't have long to worry about Speck escaping a trial. At that afternoon's court appearance, Norcross testified that Speck had improved slightly, and that his EKG and blood workups indicated that if he'd suffered a heart attack, it was a mild one. Norcross added that the problem might also be a minor heart condition. Judge Ryan appointed 2 eminent board-certified Chicago cardiologists to examine Speck and report back to the court. He then adjourned the case, pending the medical reports. Meanwhile, back in Michigan, prosecutor Ken Gillis was stopped by a local radio reporter who asked him if he had been given any reason for Judy Lachenimi's refusal to talk. Gillis replied, "No valid reason," explaining that the reason given, that she was psychologically unfit, was contradicted by the fact that she was continuing to work as a nurse. Gillis stepped up his efforts to contact the nurse, and finally resorted to driving 90 miles to ask her mother to convince Judy to cooperate. The mother had no interest in helping the prosecution. At 9 o'clock Wednesday night, the tired team went to Lachenimi's home, but she refused to open the door. "Judy," Gillis said, "I think that you are making a big mistake." The police sergeant with him added, "You'll regret this for the rest of your life." Rebuffed, the two left. While Gillis and his team were being snubbed in Michigan, other investigators were turning the Raleigh Hotel upside down in search of evidence. This flophouse, where Speck had made his home the night after the murders, was destined to be a jinx for Martin and his team. Already, faulty police work had cost the prosecution the use of the gun Speck had used to frighten his victims. The anonymous tip by an unknown prostitute that a man had a gun in his room was not a sufficient legal basis for the police to enter Speck's room. The Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits entry into a person's home without a valid search warrant. The few narrow exceptions to this prohibition did not apply to the use of a passkey to enter a hotel room solely based upon the word of an anonymous source. Speck's home in the Raleigh, room 806, was no less his castle than a mansion on the Gold Coast, and a man's castle cannot be legally breached upon the word of an unknown and uncorroborated informant. This was too bad. The gun that Officer Robert Ratledge had seized from under Speck's pillow and subsequently inventoried was later traced from its serial number directly to Ella Mae Hooper, from whom Speck had stolen it. Corazon Amaral subsequently identified the gun as similar to the one Speck waved about in the townhouse. Speck had slept with this gun under his pillow at the Raleigh Hotel. The .22 caliber pistol was real evidence. It would have graphically demonstrated to a jury how and why Speck was able to subdue his captives. Regrettably, however, Ratledge's seizure of the gun was incontestably illegal. Also at risk was the evidence of Speck's comportment on the morning of July 15th, only 24 hours after the murders. Speck was clear-headed, engaging, and logical in his banter with Officer Ratledge, whose testimony of this conversation would have been a compelling rebuttal to a claim of insanity. However, were it not for Ratledge's illegal entry into Speck's room, he would not have observed Speck's evident sanity the day after he murdered. Along with the gun, Ratledge's potentially key testimony was seriously in question. Martin, however, knew that the Raleigh Hotel had other evidence that could be seized with a valid search warrant. Otha Hullinger, the Raleigh night supervisor, told the police that Speck did not have his tan suitcase or black jacket when he slipped out of the hotel that Friday night in search of a laundromat. The suitcase, and whatever secrets it might hold, were still sitting in room 806. Assistant State's Attorney Joel Flom did the factor and legal work necessary to prepare a valid search warrant. Using Sergeant Vic Fridoliak as his witness, Flom appeared before a judge in the early evening of July 20th and presented sufficient probable cause to have a search warrant issued. Then, warrant in hand, Flom and Fridoliak sped to the dilapidated hotel to enter room 806. They found Speck's tan vinyl suitcase, still overflowing with the portable wardrobe that was testimony to his fastidious need to constantly change into clean clothes. The suitcase contained the black corduroy jacket, 12 men's shirts of various styles and colors, 3 pairs of slacks, 3 pairs of shoes, 7 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of work gloves, and 1 BVD t-shirt, size 38 to 40. The t-shirt was stained with blood. Tucked under the mattress were the July 15th editions of the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago American, and Chicago Daily News, all displaying big, bold, black headlines about the murders. At 10 that night, Flom and Fridoliak returned to the criminal court building to meet with Bill Martin. Fridoliak was beaming as he turned over the blood-stained t-shirt. However, Flom, only 29 and on his first criminal investigation, seemed to Martin to be strangely distressed about what appeared to have been a successful search and seizure. His pained expression starkly contrasted with the happy policemen in the room, who were thrilled with the recovery of the blood-stained t-shirt. After all, it was a perfect match to the size 38 to 40 BVD found in the living room of the townhouse the morning after the murders. Eventually, Flom motioned for Martin to step outside with him. Once they were alone, Flom said, "I'm not sure how the blood got on the t-shirt. Something may have happened when Vic Fridoliak opened the suitcase." In 1966, the state-of-the-art blood testing allowed typing only as to basic blood groups. If the blood on this t-shirt were found to be of the same type as one of the nurses, it was one more bit of evidence connecting Speck to the crime scene. However, the odds were strong that almost anybody's blood, including Fridoliak's, would be of the same basic type as one or more of the nurses. In 1963, a federal judge in Chicago had ordered the release of a man sentenced to death for the rape-murder of an 8-year-old girl in central Illinois. During his closing argument, the impassioned prosecutor had waved the little girl's blood-stained shorts in front of the horrified jurors. Subsequently, however, a microanalyst testified for the defense that the bloodstains were actually red paint. Both Flom and Martin were aware that the federal judge had reversed the conviction and that the case was now before the U.S. Supreme Court. Drops of police blood could set Speck free. Martin asked to see Fridoliak alone. The Croatian sergeant was strong-willed and physically imposing. Martin patiently explained to him the story of how a killer went free because blood-stained shorts turned out to be paint-stained. "Vic," Martin finally asked, "do you know how the drops of blood got on the t-shirt?" Fridoliak hesitated. He was as astute as he was tough, and had quickly picked up on the drift of Martin's warning. "Yeah, I know. I cut my finger opening the suitcase. It's my blood. Martin replied, I want you to print that in bold letters on your report when you turn the shirt over to the crime lab. 1 month later, the Chicago Police Crime Lab microanalyst told Martin, I'm not sure that the blood on the t-shirt from the rally would match the blood type of the victims, but I didn't test it. You know why? The copper's report says he cut himself opening the damn suitcase. The prosecution was well rid of the blood-stained t-shirt, but unfortunately, the other evidence might now have to be sacrificed as well. Again, this was too bad. The rally search warrant for the seizures of July 20th was legally sound. The black jacket connected Speck to the scene of the crime because it matched Cora's description of how he was dressed when he came to her door. The 3 newspapers tucked under the mattress proved a consciousness of guilt. Martin, however, was reluctant to use the suitcase evidence at trial. He worried about a counterattack by Getty that a policeman's blood on the t-shirt was part of an effort to frame Speck. The rally jinx continued. Sergeant James Riley had exhausted all leads in his search for the mystery prostitute. Although many prostitute pimp teams came forward either to try to claim a reward or to harass their competitors, nothing checked out. The leading suspect passed a lie detector test. The mystery prostitute had walked out of Speck's room onto Dearborn Street before dawn on Friday morning and disappeared forever into the darkness. All the powerful real evidence from room 806 at the Raleigh Hotel, the prostitute, the gun, Speck's banter of sanity with policeman Ratledge, the newspapers, the black jacket, the t-shirt, and other clothing, was at risk of never being shown to a jury. In the meantime, on July 20th, the state's star witness and the key to any jury conviction, Corazon Amaral, was being reunited with her mother and cousin. For the terrified young Filipino, the visit was a godsend. For the state's attorney's office, it was a security nightmare. The visit was made possible by a fierce competition between the Saturday Evening Post and Life magazines for the right to give airline tickets to Marcario Amaral, Cora's 50-year-old mother, and Rogelio Amaral, 27, Cora's cousin, to fly from Manila to Chicago. Life had offered the Amarals 2 free round-trip tickets to Chicago with one condition, that a Life photographer be able to discreetly photograph the emotional reunion between mother and daughter in Chicago. The Post, imposing no such condition, won out and paid for Marcario and Rogelio Amaral to fly to Chicago via Honolulu and San Francisco. Cora's father, Ignacio, was not well enough to make the trip and stayed behind in Durangao to care for the other children. The Post asked only that Cora think kindly of it when, not if, she decided to sell her account of the sensational murders. The unquenchable thirst of the media for Cora's extraordinary eyewitness account of the night of horror was on a collision course with Speck's right to be tried in a fair and impartial atmosphere. As Martin well knew, Cora's account of what had happened in the townhouse needed to be told first to a jury, not to a magazine. What Cora needed, Martin thought, was an environment free of prying reporters. The Post had compounded this problem by requiring that a safe haven be found for 3 persons instead of 1. Cora, her mother, and her cousin were living in a small room at South Chicago Community Hospital, which was a crowded and unpleasant place for them, and a difficult place for the prosecution to effectively guard. Cora's untold story of the murders was easily worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to magazines, and probably even more in performance rights from Hollywood. Any such offers, which would provide lifetime financial security for the poor Amaral family, was something the state's attorney's office could not begin to match or stop. To threaten Cora with contempt proceedings, to jail her for endangering the fairness of the trial process, would conflict with her First Amendment right to free speech. Trying to enjoin a magazine from publishing the story would mean going afoul of the constitutional prescription against prior censorship. More important, trying to jail Cora would not have been the best way to start the prosecution of Richard Speck. After what Cora had been through, who could blame her for telling the story to enable her family to rise above its poverty? Cora's mother would be no help in making the decision. Marcario Amaral, whose inscrutable expression was carved in stone on her Malaysian face, was unsophisticated and terribly superstitious. Only an inch taller than her diminutive daughter, she was experiencing severe culture shock in Chicago, which was light years away from her tropical shanty in the primitive rural town of Durangao. Rogelio Amaral, cousin Roger, was small at 5 feet 2 inches and 120 pounds. He had a round, smiling face and understood and spoke English, although with a heavy Tagalog accent. He had completed 4 years of a 5-year mechanical engineering program at a Manila university when he was asked to drop everything to fly with his aunt, Marcario, to Chicago. He and Cora had grown up together in Durangao and were very close. However, he did not have the sophistication to deal with the controversy swirling about his cousin. Only Cora herself could decide whether or not she would sell her story to the highest bidder. Thursday, July 21st. In the first days of its investigation, the focus of the state's attorney's office was to reconstruct the life of Speck. Martin figured that there would be ample time later to get to know Cora, who at least was safely under police guard in the hospital room. He saw no need to protect Cora from a visit from Philippine Consul General Generoso Provido, who arrived at her hospital room at 6 p.m. on Thursday, July 21st. The consular official encouraged Cora to sell her story, setting the stage for a subsequent international incident. At the same time, the beleaguered state's attorney's investigators in Michigan were running into more problems. On Thursday morning, Gillis found out that he had been sued for slander for his comment to the radio reporter that there was no valid reason for Judy Lacanimi's refusal to be interviewed. The slander suit was widely publicized in Chicago, where the frustrated reporters were hungry for any news relating to the Speck case. Gillis and his team were quickly recalled to the safety of Cook County. Stamos sardonically told Martin, "Speck's only been locked up a few days, and now they're trying to lock up our lawyers." On Thursday night, the court-appointed cardiologists examined Speck and concluded that he had not suffered a heart attack. The problem was pericarditis, an inflammation of the sac surrounding the heart muscle, a condition caused by a virus. Speck was expected to make a full recovery, and the state was free to take its case against him to the grand jury. Chapter 21. Monday, July 25th. Confident that Speck was both physically healthy and legally well represented, State's Attorney Dan Ward presented the case against him to the Cook County Grand Jury on July 25th. The grand jury is a unique Anglo-Saxon institution, dating back to the 13th century, when it was created as a means of protection against the arbitrary and capricious accusations that might otherwise have been made, and sustained, by the British monarchs. The gist of the idea, then, was that before any British citizen would be forced to stand trial on a serious charge, the 23 ordinary members of a grand jury had to listen to and be convinced by enough evidence to indict him. The grand jury returned a no bill if the case was weak, and a true bill if the case was strong. By 1966, in Cook County, Illinois, the grand jury was little more than a historical artifact. The 23 grand jurors, who were regularly selected and impaneled from among the county's 3 million residents, almost always returned indictments after hearing the evidence presented by the prosecution. The institution was still useful, however, because it allowed the prosecutor to gather sworn testimony in secret and before trial, without the barrier of cross-examination. The defendant also gained by being provided a transcript of this secret testimony. If a witness's grand jury testimony differed from his trial testimony, the defense could exploit this inconsistency on cross-examination. Since 1929, the Cook County Grand Jury had convened in ornate fourth-floor chambers in the criminal court building that featured cream-colored marble walls set off by black marble Roman columns. The effect caused one architect critic to describe the grand jury room as resembling a feverish dream out of the Arabian Nights. While the decor was grandiose, the business was down to earth. By 1966, thousands of indictments for murder had been issued from this Baroque room. The state presented enough of its case against Richard Speck to the grand jury to result in 8 separate true bills for murder. Moments later, hobbling on crutches and with his great shock of silver hair blowing in the summer breeze, Dan Ward met the waiting press. Without elaboration, he somberly announced the return of 8 indictments for murder. Asked if the state would seek the death penalty, Ward, zealously guarding Speck's right to a fair trial, steadfastly refused to comment. The state's concern over protecting the rights of the accused was prompting national debate and a backlash of public opinion. Truman Capote, author of the best-selling true crime book In Cold Blood, told the congressional committee that recent U.S. Supreme Court decisions were paralyzing the efforts of law enforcement officials. Editorials in the Chicago press thundered that it was crazy that Speck, a cold-blooded murderer, should have to be treated as if he had just arrived from Mars. On the other hand, U.S. Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach said that the Chicago prosecutors were not being overcautious with Speck. "This is what the law now requires," the nation's top-ranking law enforcement official told the National Press Club. Despite their skittishness, the prosecutors refused to cave in to a horror scenario being painted by the Chicago Sun-Times. In a screaming front-page exclusive, the tabloid daily reported that Speck's indictment might be thrown out because it published his middle name as Franklin, as opposed to the middle name given on his birth certificate, which was Benjamin. First Assistant John Stamos said, "I refuse to believe that any argument over the middle name can obscure the fact that we have the right man." That right man was recovering nicely from his heart problem. The alert Speck saw that his guards were making notes of his every movement. Martin had directed that a diary be kept of whether or not Speck exhibited bizarre behavior as he recovered in the jail hospital. Speck decided that 2 could play this game. On July 24th, after returning from the bathroom, Speck informed a note-taking guard, "I shitted 2 times and farted twice. Write that down." Continuing in this belligerent style, Speck later said to the same guard after he examined Speck's food tray, "Stop fucking with it. I don't have no gun in it." The next day he told the note-taking guard, "Hey, man, I wiggled my left toe. Hey, officer, I scratched my left forearm with my right finger." Later, Speck asked permission to go piss. "I promised to shake twice." When he emerged from the bathroom, Speck said, "I'm sorry, I shook 4 times." When Speck was first asked at the jail hospital for his occupation, he quickly replied, "Bum." When psychiatrist Albert Feinerman first approached him later on that same day to conduct an initial psychiatric appraisal, Speck shrugged him off with the curt dismissal, "I don't talk to nobody." Speck decided to spend his time lolling in bed, smoking cigarettes, and reading true crime and detective magazines. By July 29th, Dr. Norcross believed that Speck was well enough to be transferred from the hospital to the Cook County Jail, a building 1 short block away. The transfer was treated as if it were a top-secret military maneuver. Nobody wanted a repeat of the Jack Ruby shooting of Lee Harvey Oswald in the basement of the Dallas City Jail. 60 armed deputies were stationed along the 1-block route. Sprawled on the floor of the back seat, Speck was quietly driven from the hospital to the jail in an unmarked squad car. That took care of any would-be assassins. Now there remained the matter of the reporters. Norcross called a press conference on the hospital lawn and read a statement to the reporters swarming about him, emphasizing that Chicago was determined to avoid an incident like the one in Dallas. He informed the disappointed reporters that even as they had been listening to him, Speck had been secretly transferred to his new home in the infirmary of the nearby jail. Upon his arrival there, jail warden Jack Johnson found him to be very friendly. Clearly, the enormity of his evil had not diminished Speck's cunning capacity to ingratiate himself when he thought it would serve his ends. He had acted very friendly in the townhouse, too. As Speck recovered, the non-stop demands of the first weeks were shaping what came to be known as Team Speck. Bill Martin was slowly putting together the small permanent team that would be with him for the duration. Martin's resolve was galvanized during a midnight visit to the scene of the crime. At midnight, July 26th, he and 3 other assistant state's attorneys, George Murtaugh, Joel Flum, and James Zagel, decided to see for themselves what the lighting inside the townhouse at 2319 had been like on the night of July 13th to 14th. Escorted by Detectives Carlisle and Wallenda, the prosecutors explained their business to the 2 uniformed police officers who sat in a squad car guarding the townhouse entrance. The front door was still sealed with thick yellow tape. Wallenda cut the seal with his pocket knife, and the 5 men entered the townhouse. The lights were off as the men slowly walked in the inky darkness up the stairwell to the second-floor bedrooms. Although he was accompanied by 2 armed detectives, Martin momentarily felt an eerie fear that the killer still stalked the upstairs. As they walked about, it was hard to believe that 8 young women had lived and died in this small, box-like building. But the proof was still lying at their feet. The northwest bedroom reeked with the stale odor of congealed blood. It was the commingled blood of Valentina Passione and Merlita Gargulo, and it formed a large pool in the center of the floor. The group next walked to the large south bedroom. Martin looked out the window and noticed that the water fountain in Luella Park was only a stone's throw from where he stood. Although it was a hot, muggy night, Martin suddenly shivered. As he walked about the townhouse, his heart hardened. Nothing, he resolved, would be left to chance in building the state's case against the killer. He was not alone in this resolve. The midnight visit jolted the police and state's attorney's office investigators into a new sense of purpose. When it came to bringing Speck to trial, all future dealings between police and prosecutors would be marked by unprecedented loyalty and respect. When the 6 men walked out the door into the darkness, they walked out as a team. Team Speck consisted of 4 prosecutors: Martin, Murtaugh, Jim Zagel, and John Glenville, plus the many police officers who would be assigned to the state's attorney's office to facilitate the investigation and trial. James Block Zagel came to the Speck assignment with impressive academic credentials. The holder of a bachelor's and master's degree in philosophy from the University of Chicago, he was a 1965 graduate of the Harvard Law School. He had joined the Cook County State's Attorney's Office only 8 months earlier, where he had been working in the brief department. Although a rookie, Zagel was extraordinarily bright and a consummate legal scholar. Olive-skinned, slender, and addicted to tennis, he had been blessed with an inquiring, skeptical mind, and he stared intensely out at the world through black-rimmed glasses. Among other interests, Zagel was fascinated with psychiatry, and he quickly became the resident intellectual of Team Speck. The next man to sign on did not fit the classic mold of young Turk prosecutors. Missouri-born John F. Glenville, 51, the father of 5 children, had been admitted to the bar in 1935, 1 year before Bill Martin was born. After spending 22 years as a distinguished special agent of the FBI, specializing in complex criminal prosecutions, he retired in November 1965. The next day, he joined the state's attorney's office. Trimly built with thinning gray hair, Glenville wore glasses and an easy smile. Though he was nearly twice the age of his colleagues, Glenville did his job with soldierly loyalty and team spirit. The third member was George J. Murtaugh, Jr., who went by the nickname Duke. A second-generation Irishman from Chicago's South Side, Murtaugh stood a thin 6 feet tall and looked every inch the basketball star he had been at St. Rita High School in Chicago and St. Mary's College in Winona, Minnesota. A boyish-looking 26, with close-cropped black hair and sparkling blue eyes, Murtaugh walked on the balls of his feet, always appearing to tip forward. Disarmingly candid, Murtaugh had an uncanny ability to understand and handle people. He knew when to be blunt and when to be diplomatic, and had enjoyed a meteoric rise in the state's attorney's office since being sworn in barely a year earlier. William Martin, the leader of Team Spec, was a mixture of fire and ice. Like the scrappy, competitive hockey player he had trained himself to be, Martin was both earnest and energetic. A short man with clear, fair Irish skin, Martin hid his penetrating blue eyes behind thick glasses. He was diligent, quiet, unflappable, and hard to read. Some called him inscrutable, but everyone recognized his air of command and competency. He looked like an altar boy with his fresh-faced innocence, and dressed like a banker with his three-piece suits. By 1966, Martin had already acquired the reputation of being a brilliant young prosecutor. His devotion to the Spec case would fall just shy of mania. Married and the father of 4 young children, he tended to be careful and thoughtful, in contrast to the mercurial Murtaugh. His courtroom appearances were marked by a spare, understated elegance that was almost chilling in its devastating effectiveness. The many Team Spec strategy sessions tended to be intense, informal, spontaneous. His mind detailed as a dictionary, Glenville would calmly puff on a pipe and search for answers. Though the youngest member of the team, Zagel was always dogmatic and frequently right. Murtaugh expressed his views with earthy brevity and the energy of a caged lion. Martin, always pacing the floor, dropped his grim courtroom demeanor for a self-deprecating sense of humor. Glenville worried about the time lapses that slipped into his detailed chronologies. Zagel worried about missing time for tennis. Murtaugh worried about having to put off dinner. Martin worried about everything. He knew that he would have to make the tough decisions alone, and he constantly reminded his colleagues, "If we win this case, no one will remember us. If we lose this case, no one will ever forget us." Chapter 22. Monday, August 1st. Electricity was in the air as the city braced for Spec's first appearance in a Chicago court. On guard were 50 armed policemen, lining every inch of the route Spec had to cover as he was led in handcuffs down the 100-yard distance of the boulevard, the underground tunnel connecting the jail with the criminal court building. He was then taken by armed guards into a steel-barred elevator that sped him to the bullpen behind the 4th-floor courtroom of Judge Alexander J. Napoli. Spec was getting used to special attention. In jail, one cook had been assigned solely to prepare his food and deliver it to the police sergeant who maintained a 24-hour guard over Spec's private room in the Cook County Jail infirmary. Still a little weak from his medical ordeals, Spec was assigned to the infirmary and checked daily by a physician. Nobody wanted him to be poisoned by a vigilante cook. Judge Napoli, the longtime presiding judge of the criminal court, was cherubic-faced, soft-spoken, and scholarly. Napoli had given strict orders that anyone entering his courtroom was to be thoroughly searched, including the families of the slain nurses. At precisely 10 a.m., a column of deputy sheriffs opened the back door to the courtroom, and Spec slouched into the crowded room. He was dressed in the dark blue suit he had bought in Dallas and brought with him to Chicago, neatly folded in his tan suitcase. Since he had little use for it during his forays to Monmouth, Michigan, and the southeast side of Chicago, he had left it behind at the north side apartment of his sister, Martha Thornton. She had brought it to the jail for him. It would become his one and only court suit. Throughout the trip from his jail bed to the courtroom, Speck had been furtively darting his eyes hither and yon, searching around corners for strangers. John Stamos explained, "This type of furtive behavior is typical of a hardened criminal. Speck knew that there might be eyewitnesses to his crimes, and if they were around, he wanted to get a look at them." In his later court appearances, Speck would stare intently at the female spectators, but during this first day in court, he was clearly bewildered. Standing in front of Judge Napoli, his handcuffed hands held in front of him, he stared resolutely at the floor, refusing to look up. Napoli asked, "Are you Richard Franklin Speck? You will have to speak up so I can hear you." Speck, his face still riveted on the floor, replied softly, "Yes." State's Attorney Dan Ward interjected, "Let the record show that the defendant answered in the affirmative." The judge then inquired as to Speck's worldly estate. "Richard Franklin Speck," Napoli began, "will you look at the court, please, and answer a few of my questions? Do you have a bank account of any kind?" "No." "You do not. Do you own any real estate of any kind?" "No." "Do you own any stocks or bonds of any kind?" "No." "Do you have finances of any kind or any assets of any kind?" "No." "You are not in a financial position to hire a lawyer as your own counsel, is that correct?" "Uh-huh." Speck had arrived at Cook County Hospital after his suicide attempt with about $10 in his pocket. This was now the sum of his worldly goods, and he was using it to buy cigarettes and soft drinks. Since the case was now at the felony trial level, Napoli reappointed Getty to represent Speck and assigned the trial of the case to Judge Herbert J. Passion. Speck was escorted to the lockup behind Napoli's court to await transfer to the prisoner's elevator that would take him to the lockup behind Passion's court on the 7th floor. The entire episode before Judge Napoli had taken about 5 minutes. The crowd stirred, filing out of Napoli's courtroom, and began to mill for the public elevators that would take them to Judge Passion's court, Speck's second stop of the day. In a cause célèbre, the selection of the trial judge is critical. The terrible engine of criminal law can jump the track if the trial judge is not intellectually and temperamentally suited to the demands of high-profile litigation. The best umpire is needed for the 7th game of baseball's World Series. The best judge is needed for cases like Speck's. Herbert Passion was the right judge. At 61, Passion was 6 feet 1 inch tall and solidly built. He stood ramrod straight, wore black horn-rimmed glasses, and sported a full head of thick white hair. He looked, in fact, like a movie star. A man who spoke in an authoritative and firm voice, the judge preferred to reason with attorneys rather than try to intimidate them. The grandson of a German immigrant who founded a hugely successful Chicago construction company, Passion had graduated from Northwestern Law School in 1928. During the next 32 years, he had enjoyed immense success as an attorney and judge, and also as a politician in Chicago's mighty Democratic machine under Mayor Daley. In 1956, he was elected treasurer of Cook County, and in 1960, he was the Democratic Party's candidate for governor of Illinois. However, a flap over a $29,000 flower fund in the treasurer's office forced him to withdraw from the gubernatorial race. Even though a subsequent bar investigation found him completely blameless, Passion had turned his back on politics and was concentrating on being a good judge. Passion believed that every defendant coming before him was entitled to the fairest possible trial. A prosecutor regularly assigned to Passion's court once said, If you can't get a fair trial before Judge Passion, you can't get a fair trial, period. One public defender who frequently worked with him added, "Judge Passion is a lawman. He will rule on the law, not on his own emotions." Cultured and genteel, Passion loved gardening and travel and was devoted to his wife, Helen, and their 2 children and 6 grandchildren. When he gave fatherly advice to young lawyers, he liked to refer to himself as Grandpa. At 11 a.m., Speck shuffled out of the 7th floor lockup, his eyes still riveted on the floor, and was led before the silver-haired patrician who would now control his fate. The prisoner's greasy hair was combed straight back from his narrow, pockmarked, sallow face with its large nose. At Speck's side stood 53-year-old Gerald Getty, the public defender, and a man who, like Passion, had been disappointed by the surprises of Chicago politics. In Getty's case, though, the disappointment arose from not being appointed a judge, dashing a lifelong ambition. Getty had subsequently thrown his considerable talents and energy into running the public defender's office. A dapper dresser who wore his red hair combed back in a pompadour, Getty had been a public defender since 1946 and chief of the office since 1955, supervising 30 attorneys and 4 investigators. He was a Chicago native and had graduated from Mount Carmel High School and DePaul Law School, also Mayor Daley's alma mater. Getty hid his shrewdness behind an easy-going, folksy style. He was very good at working with the press and prided himself on having never lost a client to the electric chair. Getty had tried 402 death penalty cases, and not once had his defendant been sentenced to death. Speck, of course, posed a major challenge to this unbroken record of success. He was getting this chance because of an act of conscience that had cost him a judgeship. When Daley had appointed Getty as public defender in 1955, the all-powerful mayor had made the pledge, "If you're out there a while and you do a good job, we'll make you a judge." Getty had the circuit court in mind. However, the mayor later revoked his promise because he disagreed with Getty's independence in handling a politically sensitive 1959 case. Gerald Getty would never become a judge. Now, determined to do a good job for a notorious client, Getty stood beside Speck and pleaded his client not guilty. Martin watched Getty carefully. He had never tried a case against the ingenious public defender. In fact, the last time Martin had seen Getty was 4 years earlier, when Martin had wanted the job of assistant public defender. Martin still didn't know why Getty hadn't hired him. The appearance before Passion, like the one before Napoli, only took about 5 minutes. Getty requested time to file some preliminary pretrial motions, and Passion concluded the perfunctory arrangement by scheduling August 18th as the date for Getty to file the motions. Speck shuffled back to the lockup. His eyes had remained on the ground throughout the proceedings. Had he looked back and up at the ornate courtroom, he would have seen an impressive sight befitting the magnitude of the charges. The double entrance oak doors to the courtroom were framed in black marble. The cream-colored marble walls were paneled in dark antique oak, in contrast to the gleaming golden oak of the spectator benches. The lawyers' tables were trimmed with brown rosettes and set off with high-backed mahogany brown leather chairs. The spectator benches were called the hard seats to distinguish them from the soft chairs in which trial participants sat. The ceiling was a wondrous sight, with its various panels hand-painted in a wild color scheme that intermingled pale blue, vermilion, and Paris green. The basic idea was an imitation of the Acropolis in Athens, but it was open to anyone's interpretation. Judge Passion's chambers were entered through a leather-covered, richly decorated swinging door that opened into a spacious office. The private bathroom and shower were encased in 7-foot-high, dark gray marble. The entire criminal court building, in fact, was a study in garish architectural eclecticism. One critic observed, As you go from room to room, you never know if you're in an Egyptian tomb or a Hollywood set from the 1920s. For the lawyers who plied their trade here, though, the decor was a historically rich backdrop for the drama of their work. Now, Richard Speck was being added to the building's rich history. His initial appearance over, he was led down the tunnel and returned to his dingy room in the jail infirmary. As keenly anticipated as it was, Speck's dramatic appearance in court was pushed to the bottom of the front page in the August 2nd headlines. As Speck stood before Judge Passion, college student Charles Whitman climbed to the observation platform atop the 27-story administration building tower on the campus of Texas University in Austin. Whitman carried with him a footlocker packed with an arsenal of weapons and provisions of food and water. Opening fire with his automatic weapons, the berserk rifleman killed 16 and wounded 31, including students, young children, and a pregnant woman. Wounded victims lay for hours in the 98-degree heat before police snipers shot the crazed killer. Before beginning this rampage, Whitman, aged 25 and just a few months older than Richard Speck, stabbed his wife to death and shot and killed his mother. He left behind a note saying that he wanted to spare them the embarrassment of what he was about to do. The crime seemed out of character for Whitman, who had been an altar boy, a newspaper boy, an Eagle Scout, a scoutmaster, a U.S. Marine, and a model husband. His father was a hard-working and successful plumbing contractor, and his mother was known for her church work. Whitman himself was a driven success and was thought of as a solid family man. Somehow, he snapped. Subsequently, it was learned that Whitman had warned the campus psychologist that he was under intense internal pressure. The psychologist described Whitman as oozing with hostility. Only 30 days before ascending the tower, Whitman learned that his parents were separating. He was also found to be in hock for heavy gambling debts. Most significantly, an autopsy found that he suffered from a brain tumor the size of a pecan, which was causing him excruciating headaches. Whatever his reasons for snapping, though, why had Whitman decided to kill perfect strangers? Were the heavily publicized Speck murders a factor in his lashing out against society? Chicago psychiatrist Jules Masserman, M.D., an expert in the criminal mind, was asked this question by the Chicago Tribune. His answer? Maybe. Elsewhere, American B-52 bombers continued to cross the DMZ and pound North Vietnam. Linda Bird Johnson, daughter of President Lyndon Johnson, and actor George Hamilton, attended a rehearsal for the marriage of her sister, Lucy Baines Johnson, to Pat Nugent, a student at Marquette College in Milwaukee. Lenny Bruce, the comedian Martin refused to prosecute, died of a drug overdose. Chapter 23. The state's case depended upon its eyewitness, Corazon Amaral, and protecting her ability to testify was Martin's biggest worry. Martin had no idea how Cora would react to pressure, and she certainly was under pressure. At age 23, Cora was a sheltered young nurse only 3 months removed from a rural hamlet in the Philippines, and already she was being forced to make some big decisions. Josephine Chan, the director of nursing at South Chicago Hospital, was a woman with the temperament of a Marine sergeant, and she was pressuring Cora to return to her nursing duties so she would not become spoiled. Cora was also caught in a conflict between the consular officials of the Philippine government, who wanted her to sell her exclusive story, and the state's attorney's office, which wanted her to remain silent until after Speck's trial. Martin decided to take a crash course in Philippine history and to get to know the eyewitness who was the heart and soul of his prosecution. On May 1, 1966, Cora had left her world of the Orient to make her first plane trip, a long transoceanic flight to Chicago. Chicago was, in every way, a long way from the Philippines. Christened for King Philip II of Spain, the 7,100 islands of the Philippine archipelago were under Spanish rule for 333 years, until the U.S. defeated Spain in the Spanish-American War of 1898. The Pearl of the Orient, as the archipelago is known, sits at the crossroads of the Pacific Ocean and the South China and Sulu Seas. By 1966, its population was a human menagerie of different peoples, and its culture was a blend of Malay, Madrid, and Madison Avenue. The country looked as if it had spent 300 years in a Spanish convent and the last 50 years in Hollywood. Cora grew up in the tiny agricultural village of Durangao in Batangas Province, 50 miles south of Manila. She was born on March 26, 1943, the apex of the occupation by the Japanese Imperial Army. The American troops had surrendered at Corregidor in May 1942, and the Bataan Death March soon followed. However, by the time Cora was 2 years old, the resurgent U.S. forces had demolished the Japanese Armada in the Battle of the Bismarck Sea and had captured Guadalcanal after a ferocious battle. As promised, General Douglas MacArthur would return in triumph to Manila in 1945. Although the Philippines were granted independence on July 4, 1946, the American influence continued to grow. When Cora began the first grade of school in her tiny village, English was taught as the second language. Her native language was Tagalog, an Austronesian language that means native to the river. The language has a 17-letter alphabet with 3 vowels and is notable for its complexity. To foreign ears, it sounds sing-song and high-pitched. In 1966, the Tagalog were the second-largest cultural/linguistic group in the Philippines and were the dominant group in and around the capital city of Manila. For more than 500 years, the Tagalog had served as mediators for the Chinese, Spanish, and Americans, helping these foreigners adapt to the island's basic Indo-Malayan social patterns. At the same time, they sharply resisted any alien economic and political control. In the countryside, the Tagalog were mainly farmers who grew rice in diked, flooded fields. The principal cash crops were coconut and sugarcane. In urban Manila, the Tagalog were the leading force in education and finance. Batangas Province is close to the Verde Island Passage between the islands of Luzon and Mindoro. Although it rests on volcanic land, the province is picturesque with its rolling hills, gentle slopes, clear mountain streams, and lush valleys dotted with palm trees. Coconut, mangoes, rice, and sugar flourish in the year-round tropical climate. Cora's father, Ignacio Amarao, ran a small clothing store in Durangao, while his wife, Marcario, struggled to raise 8 children in their primitive agricultural community. Cora grew up as a bright, hard-working girl who enjoyed the simple pleasures. She was fun-loving, open, and deeply religious. In 1959, Cora left her small village to study nursing at the bustling Far Eastern University in densely populated Manila. She graduated, passed her licensing examinations, and became a registered nurse in 1964. She then left Manila's urban sprawl to work for 8 months at San Sebastian General Hospital in Lipa City. This town, located on a 1,000-foot plateau that provides an invigorating cool climate, was known as the Rome of the Philippines because of its Baroque cathedral dating to the 17th century and its many churches, convents, and seminaries. While in Lipa City, Cora was courted by Romeo Reyes, her first boyfriend. The romance cooled when Cora began to doubt Romeo's long-term commitment. She returned to the Far Eastern University as a staff nurse and worked for a year in Manila. During this time, she learned from agents representing American hospitals that Filipino nurses could enter the U.S. as exchange visitors for up to 2 years. Excitedly, she signed up and flew to Chicago. In 1966, the ties between the Philippines and the U.S. were very close. The Philippines were the site of several strategic American military bases, and the U.S. was a strong supporter of Ferdinand Marcos, who had been elected president in 1965 and was solidly entrenched in power. Because of the military importance of the islands, the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. was influential, and there were Philippine consulates in major American cities. In Chicago, Consul General Generoso Provido was the ranking consular officer. As the representative of Marcos's government, Provido was responsible for the well-being of all Filipino nationals in Chicago. In 1966, this responsibility included a nurse population that numbered 325 at Cook County Hospital alone. On July 15, 1966, the day after the murders, Provido was allowed to see Cora briefly in her private room at South Chicago Community Hospital. The consular official told her that he was there to help her. On Thursday night, July 21st, Provido offered his help when he visited Cora with a Filipino attorney who practiced law in Chicago and whose father still lived in the Philippines. Provido was convinced that Cora was about to choose from among a bonanza of competing financial offers for her exclusive story, and he saw a consular duty to her as a Filipino citizen to help her pick the best. With Provido's blessing, the Filipino attorney told the Amaraos about the services he could provide them in negotiating the most lucrative deal from among the many offers, and assured them that they would need a Filipino attorney knowledgeable in the wily ways of American commerce. He was thoughtful enough to bring a contract that would pay him 25% of any royalties earned from Cora's story. In handing the 25% fee agreement to Cora, the attorney graciously told her, "You don't have to sign it now. We'll return tomorrow at 11 a.m. Later that night, Provido began to have misgivings about the 25% fee. He called Cora to inform her that if she thought the fee was a little high, she should ask the attorney to reduce it when they returned in the morning. Word of the contract reached hospital officials, who notified First Assistant John Stamos. The fair-minded Stamos said that the hospital should arrange for Cora to have independent legal advice without any fee. The hospital agreed, setting the stage for a showdown. Cora chose as her own attorney John P. Coughlin, who also represented South Chicago Community Hospital. An ex-prizefighter, Coughlin was an intrepid and robust trial attorney who had fiercely represented his clients during decades of defending celebrated cases. While his common sense and fatherly manner would endear him to Cora, his courage and tenacity would enrage Provido and his consular assistants. Coughlin arrived at the right time, 10 a.m. on Friday morning, July 22nd. Upon Coughlin's arrival, hospital officials called Provido and told him that Cora had an attorney and did not need the Filipino attorney he had brought to her the previous night. Philippine Vice Consul Rosalinda de Perio jumped in her car and sped from the Loop consulate offices to the hospital, where she met the Filipino attorney, who had also rushed to the hospital to protect his hefty fee. Citing doctor's orders, the hospital's executive director refused to allow either de Perio or the attorney to see Cora. De Perio hotly disputed this excuse, since she had twice visited Cora earlier in the week. The hospital director stood firm, however, and Rosalinda de Perio called Provido to come to the hospital and resolve the impasse. While de Perio and the attorney cooled their heels waiting for the consul general, Coughlin continued to meet privately with Cora and set the stage for a confrontation with the government of the Philippines. After Provido arrived, Coughlin emerged from Cora's room, and the two men met in the hallway. The brawny, stubborn Coughlin towered over the elfin diplomat. In a booming baritone, Coughlin told Provido, "You can't see her. You have to talk to me." Provido argued that his government had a treaty with the U.S. that guaranteed him the right to see Filipino nationals at any time and the right to arrange for their legal representation. In spite of this impressive claim, the old prizefighter would not back down. Shaking off this alleged breach of international law, Coughlin refused to let the consular officials enter Cora's room. When the hospital administrator backed Coughlin's position, the enraged Provido and DePerio and the disappointed attorney had no choice but to leave. Returning to the consulate, Provido called the Philippine embassy in Washington, D.C., and was assured that he had an absolute right to see Cora whether she liked it or not. The embassy added that it would carry Provido's complaint to the U.S. State Department. The next morning, July 23rd, Provido called a press conference to allege that the U.S.-Philippine Treaty had been violated. State's Attorney Dan Ward dispatched a court reporter to transcribe his remarks. Everyone wondered what Provido would do next, and they didn't have to wait long. Charging that Cora was being held incommunicado, Provido had the attorney file that very day a writ of habeas corpus, demanding that Cora be made available to him. In reply to this legal summons, John Coughlin produced a written statement signed by Cora, stating that he was her personal attorney, that he was authorized to appear on her behalf to oppose the writ, and that any judicial proceedings affecting her and instituted by anyone other than Coughlin were unauthorized. This was only half of it. Coughlin also released a further statement from Cora, reading, "It is my desire to make it clear that the memory of my dear colleagues is of such a character that I do not want to have it tainted by the acceptance by me of money or other personal benefit." Signing these sweeping documents in the face of enormous pressure from her own government and in the face of the enormous sums being offered by America's pocketbook journalists was an act of great courage by the young nurse. The Amaral family, simple rural people, were risking the wrath of President Marcos and throwing away a windfall of instant wealth. The international incident was still simmering, though. On Monday, July 25th, Provido telephoned Daniel Ward to complain that he could not meet with Cora. Ever the canny lawyer, Ward asked Provido to state his position in writing. As anticipated, Provido responded by immediately dispatching a letter, citing the relevant sections of the Consular Convention between the United States and the Philippines. Consular officers of either high contracting party shall, within their respective districts, have the right to interview, to communicate with, and to advise nationals of their country, to inquire into any incidents which have occurred affecting the interest of such nationals, and to assist such nationals in proceedings before or relations with authorities in the territories of the other high contracting party. The treaty was quite clear in giving Provido an absolute right, sanctioned by international law, to see Cora. The U.S. State Department began working feverishly behind the scenes to end the impasse. As the incident played out, diplomacy was exercised on both sides. The consular officials distanced themselves from the earlier efforts to help Cora get rich. Once Cora had made it clear that she would not sell her story, Coughlin relaxed his ban against consular visits. On July 29th, the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C., sent former Ambassador Amelito Mutok to Chicago, where he was allowed to visit Cora for 15 minutes. Afterward, he made a conciliatory statement. "I wanted to see if she were being held against her wishes, as some had reported. It is not true." This visit was followed by an August 4th visit with Cora by José Naldo, the labor attaché from the Philippine Embassy. After his visit, Naldo telephoned Martin to ask 3 worrisome questions. Could financial arrangements be made to allow Cora's mother and cousin to return to the Philippines immediately and come back to Chicago at the time of the trial? Could Cora herself stay at the Philippine Embassy in Washington until the trial? Could Cora return to the Philippines by the end of December? Martin, a Midwestern boy who was receiving a crash course in international diplomacy, invited Naldo to dinner in his honor to discuss these questions. Put in charge of arranging the state dinner for Senor Naldo was Assistant State's Attorney Jim Zagel, whose previous entertainment experience had been confined to occasionally buying a witness a cheeseburger. Zagel rose to the occasion, however, and reserved a window table at Café La Tour, a pricey French restaurant located 40 stories above Lakeshore Drive. Accompanied by Joel Flom and George Murtaugh, Martin picked up Naldo and drove him to the Outer Drive East, the high-rise building that was crowned by Café La Tour. Zegel stood smiling in the lobby. All was in order to put the distinguished visitor in the elevator and treat him to a memorable dinner above a magnificent nighttime view of Chicago and Lake Michigan. Naldo, alas, suffered from a medical condition that prevented him from taking an elevator to any great height. One of his associates pulled Martin aside to explain the snafu. While the group stood around and made small talk, Zegel ran to a phone and arranged for a proper table at the Red Carpet, an elegant restaurant located on the first floor of a nearby North Side brownstone. Once settled in for dinner, Naldo grilled the 4 young prosecutors about American criminal procedures and about what evidence had been developed against Speck. The prosecutors, in turn, emphasized the overriding importance of Cora's cooperation and continued presence in Chicago. Accepting the prosecutor's unyielding position that a successful case required Cora to be in protective custody, Naldo returned to the embassy without breaking off diplomatic relations with the U.S. The international incident subsided, and with it the potential legal disaster of Cora's story being sold to the highest bidder. It was now Martin's job to begin to learn that compelling story. He knew that he would need an interpreter to help Cora learn to trust him. On July 23rd, while Consul General Provito was holding his press conference to complain that Cora was being held hostage, an important meeting was taking place in an office at South Chicago Community Hospital. Bill Martin and his colleague, Joel Flom, were meeting with John Cogland and a petite, stylishly dressed, dark-haired woman, whom they hoped would help bridge the gap between the state's attorney's office and the surviving eyewitness to the murders. Martin had asked Flom to find a Filipino translator who would act as both interpreter and companion for the Amaral family. Working with the U.S. State Department, Flom located Myrna Ferranda, a native Filipino fluent in both English and Tagalog, and the holder of a degree in philosophy. Ferranda was highly motivated, intense, sophisticated, and shrewd. She was planning to stay in the U.S. and was hoping that her husband, a licensed physician who was also a Filipino native, would be granted permanent resident alien status. Ferranda agreed to work with the state's attorney's office. Her instructions were to visit with Cora and try to establish a rapport that would allow her to obtain Cora's detailed account of the murders, as rendered in Tagalog. Ferranda's first visit with Cora was to be that very Saturday afternoon, a time at which Cora was caught in a crossfire of conflicting advice from Provito, Coghlan, hospital officials, and her fellow Filipino nurses. However, since Myrna Ferranda was introduced to her as a representative of the men whose only objective was to gain justice for her slain colleagues, Cora decided to trust her. For the next 3 days, Ferranda met with Cora in her small hospital room and gently probed for the nurse's account of the night of terror. After the 3rd day, on July 26th, Ferranda had compiled a spiral notebook containing 22 pages of handwritten notes and townhouse diagrams. At 7 p.m. that night, she was driven to Martin's office, where he was having dinner, a carton of skim milk and a peppermint patty. Ferranda handed the notebook to Martin, who, wide-eyed with wonder, slowly read the dramatic report. When he finished, Martin knew without a shadow of a doubt that Cora's account was a convincing and thorough narrative of the mind and method of a mass murderer, an account that was unique in the annals of criminal justice. Ferranda, an intelligent professional interpreter, betrayed no emotion over the contents of her translation. She had been sworn to secrecy when she took the assignment and kept whatever feelings she had about the crimes to herself. Martin thought that Cora's eyewitness narrative was a devastating rebuttal of any claim that Speck was insane at the time of the crimes. The way in which he first lulled the girls into submission with a combination of charm and gun-clicking, And then the precise and purposeful way in which he hid each violent murder from the girl to be murdered next, by closing the bedroom doors and washing his hands of blood, was more macabre than anything in Macbeth, a work with which Speck certainly was not acquainted. Martin, on the other hand, was acquainted with Macbeth, and the image of Speck's cleansing himself of the blood of the nurses began to haunt him. The notebook was a gold mine. The story it told would not only help prove that Speck was the murderer, but would prove in graphic and powerful detail precisely how he had killed. Although excited about this breakthrough, Martin still worried. For Cora to speak in Tagalog to Myrna Ferranda in the quiet of her hospital room was one thing. Telling the world in a crowded courtroom with Richard Speck staring at her might be quite another. Martin sealed the notebook in an envelope, put the envelope inside a folder, and placed the folder in a locked filing cabinet to which only he had the key. No copies were made, and the Ferranda notes would remain locked in this special hiding place. If those notes got to the press before trial, the prosecution would have great difficulty in finding a jury untainted by the sensational publicity of Cora's eyewitness account of a mass murder. After locking up Ferranda's explosive report, Martin made his midnight visit to the townhouse. With Cora's description, as detailed in Ferranda's notes, still ringing in his ears, the prosecutor felt an eerie chill as he retraced Speck's movements in the upstairs killing fields. Bill Martin met Cora for the first time on Saturday morning, July 30th. Myrna Ferranda was there to break the ice for what might have seemed a light conversation about American TV, hospital food, and how Mama and Roger, as Cora's mother and cousin would come to be known to their protectors, were adjusting to life in the United States. In fact, the conversation was anything but light. Throughout the small talk, the worried Martin was acutely afraid of making a mistake that would cost him the testimony of the key to his case. The next afternoon, Martin returned with Ferranda and Detective Jim Georgalis to take Cora on a sightseeing trip on Lakeshore Drive. Georgalis, 44, was tall, slender, and handsome. A native of Chicago's West Side, he had spent 4 years in combat in the Pacific theater of World War II, including 1 year in the Philippines as part of General MacArthur's recapture of the islands. He had worked as a redcap for the Rock Island Railroad during the last great days of rail travel. After joining the Chicago Police Department in 1953, he had served as a homicide detective before being assigned to the state's attorney's office in 1962. This odd group of strangers gathered at the hospital and proceeded north on the drive to Montrose Harbor on the north side of the city. Only 6 years older than Cora, Martin found her to be endearingly unsophisticated and childlike in her openness and enjoyment of simple pleasures. The cultural differences between the 23-year-old Cora and a 23-year-old American girl were striking. Cora laughed easily and without pretense. On the next Friday, August 5th, Martin, Ferranda, and Detective Georgalis returned to the hospital to take Cora, Mama, and Roger for a drive to Milton Olive Park, a grassy area adjoining Navy Pier at the lakefront just north of the Loop. The park had just been named in honor of the young black man who was one of Chicago's first soldiers to be killed in the Vietnam War. This was Mayor Daley's way of demonstrating solidarity with President Johnson, who was already beginning to take heat for the unpopular war. As the group enjoyed a picnic of fried chicken, Cora frankly described her hopes and fears. In a memo Martin wrote the next day to Stamos and Ward, he summarized Cora's predicament this way. 1. Cora wants her mother and cousin to stay with her until they can return to the Philippine Islands together. 2. Cora does not feel well enough to work in the hospital at the present time. She is frightened of making mistakes. 3. Cora wants to leave the hospital and the southeast side. She would like to live with her mother and cousin in an apartment in a different neighborhood. 4. Cora does not want to see any representative of the Philippine government. 5. Cora is frightened to be anywhere without a police guard. It was only that afternoon that Martin learned how Josephine Chan was pushing Cora to return to work, believing that the work routine would take Cora's mind off the case. She also believed that Cora must not be coddled or pampered. As he ate his picnic lunch, Martin wrestled with the nagging questions of how Cora, her mother, and her cousin could best be kept occupied during the many months before trial, and whether Cora should be forced to continue working. The answers were not in any law book. Martin decided to seek advice from an unusual source, William H. Haynes, M.D., the director of the Criminal Court Behavior Clinic since 1941. A short, stocky tree trunk of a man with gray hair, shaggy white eyebrows, and a raspy voice, Haynes had finished his training in psychiatry in 1933 and was board-certified in both neurology and psychiatry. An avid student of criminology, Haynes had examined thousands of criminal defendants. Somewhat of a character, he always testified in a blue suit, unshined shoes, and a tie spotted with his last meal. Asked about how he conducted his complex and revelatory inquiries into the criminal mind, Haynes would reply tersely, "My examination consisted of questions and answers." The quirky older psychiatrist and the serious young prosecutor had become good friends. They both were regulars at Reback's Pharmacy, an old-fashioned drugstore on the south side of Oak Park, where they drank milkshakes at a marble-topped table and talked about psychiatry and the law. Mostly, Martin respected Haynes's integrity. On Sunday morning, August 7th, Martin called Haynes to ask if he could stop by the doctor's house. "Come over," was the crisp reply. Martin had never called Haynes's home before. Haynes knew that the reason for the visit must be important. Martin rang Haynes's doorbell, thinking that maybe Josephine Chan was right. Maybe he was treating Cora too tenderly. Perhaps the best thing was to put her back to work. The two sat in Haynes's study, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling bookcases and the Sunday papers that were strewn all over the coffee table. Martin described his dilemma to Haynes, thinking that the crusty, tough-minded doctor would be the last person to put up with coddling anybody. Suddenly, Haynes interrupted Martin's fumbling questions. "There's no way on earth," Haynes said, "that you can be too kind to this girl. She has been through a trauma that defies description. It's crazy to make her work in that hospital. She should not have to work or worry about anything until this case is over." Sensing that Martin was surprised by this advice, Haynes became uncharacteristically talkative and emphatic. "Look, if you're not careful, this girl can lapse into psychosis or a situational reaction that will put her in a sanitarium. She can repress her memory of that night and never be able to talk about it." Martin suddenly realized the danger of his position. He asked Haynes if he thought Cora was becoming too dependent on her interpreter, the strong-willed Myrna Ferranda. Haynes cut through the uncertainty. "You should be grateful," he said, "that she is relying emotionally on someone connected with you. You should make the interpreter a part of your office for this case." Haynes's final words cinched the outcome. "Don't worry about spoiling the girl," the psychiatrist said. "That's impossible. She can't have too much kindness." Never before had Haynes been so loquacious and emphatic. As Martin walked out the door, he was formulating an unorthodox solution. Cora, Mama, and Roger would have to be moved, without delay, from the hospital to a safety zone. Monday, August 8th. The day after listening to Dr. Haynes's advice, Martin had a plan ready to kidnap the Amaral family and take them away from the stifling and frightening atmosphere of their hospital room and hide them in a 15-acre resort located on Lake Michigan in Highland Park, a suburb 25 miles north of Chicago. The Moraine on the Lake Hotel had a spectacular natural setting, with its main lodge nestled in heavy woodland and its rooms facing a private sandy beach just beyond a large outdoor swimming pool. The resort had been built in the grand manner during the 1920s on Sheridan Road, then the major thoroughfare between Chicago and Milwaukee. Martin reserved 2 large adjoining suites on the 3rd floor of the main lodge, using fictitious names for the Amaral family and Jim Jorgalis and Jack Wallenda, the 2 police officers he had chosen to guard them around the clock. Wallenda, the father of 8 children, had been a sergeant in the U.S. Army Tank Corps from 1944 to 1946 and had fought in the Philippines during the invasion of Mindanao. Myrna Ferranda's presence was a blessing, because Cora had come to depend upon her as a translator and companion, as well as a trusted fellow Filipino who could help her deal with the state's attorney's office. Martin had the right translator and the right guards, and had chosen what appeared to be the right day. Cora had been under pressure all day from Josephine Chan to resume working as a nurse, and Consul General Provido had used a meeting with Roger to try to wrangle a visit with Cora. She was upset with the hospital and ready to leave. At 9 o'clock that night, Martin and 2 detectives arrived at the hospital. They waited for more than an hour as Myrna Ferranda met alone with Cora, Mama, and Roger. Although Cora wanted to leave, she was nervous and frightened. It didn't help that her mother had climbed under the covers of her bed, frightened to venture farther into the strange world she had entered only a few weeks earlier. Badly shaken by the ordeal of being rushed to Chicago, Marcario Amaral did not want to leave the security of the only room she had come to know in Chicago. Finally, shortly after 10 p.m., Ferranda escorted the Amarals to the waiting car in the hospital parking lot. The 2 detectives climbed into an unmarked police car with Marcario and Roger Amaral. Martin, Myrna, and Cora got into a second unmarked police car. There was no luggage. Then, under cover of darkness, the 2-car caravan began its 40-mile journey along the lakefront from the hospital's location near the Indiana border to the Moraine on the Lake Hotel near the Wisconsin border. The last stretch of the trip from Evanston to Highland Park was on Sheridan Road, which was pitch dark, hilly, and punctuated by sharp curves. By the time the cars pulled into the unlit drive to the hotel at 11:35 p.m., Mama was hysterical. She found herself in an alien land, left with strangers in the scary blackness of a darkened woods with lake surf pounding furiously in the distance. Jumping out of the car, she dropped to her knees and sobbed uncontrollably. In Tagalog, she told her fellow Filipinos of her superstitious belief that the moon was a bad omen. Marcario Amaral wanted to take her family back to the Philippines, right now. Speaking agitatedly in Tagalog, Cora and Myrna tried to calm the terrified woman. After much coaxing, Mama got up off the ground and agreed to enter the hotel. Once settled in their suite, the 3 Amarals met for 2 hours with Ferranda and Martin in a dimly lit parlor next to a screened-in porch that shielded them from the buzzing night insects. The Amarals poured out their fears in Tagalog to Ferranda, who translated them rapidly to Martin. Money appeared to be the big problem. Cora had sent most of her $350 a month salary back home to Durangao to help out her 2 younger sisters through college and to help pay the medical expenses of her ailing father. Leaving the hospital meant giving up this salary. Mama was further worried about a debt she owed to a close relative. Roger was worried because he had left behind his job and his wife of 3 months. The family decided that the only possible solution for these financial concerns was to return to the Philippines. Every fiber of Martin's being told him that he could not allow this to happen. He explained that the state's attorney's office had the funds to assist witnesses in protective custody. He made it clear that the state's attorney's office would stand by them and see that their obligations in the Philippines were met. It was almost 2 a.m. before the mollified Amaral clan agreed to spend the night at the Moraine on the lake. As the Amorals retired to their suite, Martin began his long drive back to his two-bedroom apartment on the west side of Chicago. He couldn't help but wonder how a family with the debts of the Amorals could refuse the fortune that awaited the sale of Cora's story to the Saturday Evening Post, or Life, or the movies. Uprooted from her home, Cora's mother had gnawing financial worries that had driven her to a panic attack. Nevertheless, Cora was steadfast in her refusal to profit from the tragic deaths of her friends. She asked only that her family's meager debts be paid while she stayed in America awaiting the trial. Martin could not comprehend how the impoverished and pressured Cora could make such an unselfish decision. With admiration and gratitude, he realized that Corazon Amaral was a remarkably decent and moral young woman. He was delighted to have her on his side. Chapter 24. Working 14-hour days that ran together, Bill Martin widened his investigation, and each day, it seemed, brought surprises that were both good and bad for the state's case. On the night of July 27th, Martin was paid a visit by Detective Byron Carlisle, who brought a disheveled Claude Lunsford, also known as Bill Bryan and One-Eyed Jack, and a very boozy-woozy Shorty Ingram. Lunsford said that he was the man who had the receipt for the room in which Speck had been found at the Star Hotel. Although Lunsford did not appear to be prime witness material, Martin thought that he had to be interviewed just like any other kook who turned up on the state's attorney's doorstep. Former FBI agent John Glenville had been given the difficult assignment of interviewing the Skid Row residents who had any connection with Speck during his brief stay at the Star Hotel. In his patient style, Glenville talked with One-Eyed Jack and Shorty Ingram and reported their story back to Martin, that Lunsford met Speck on Friday night and found him bleeding Saturday night in Lunsford's cubicle at the Star Hotel. The punchline, Glenville reported, was that Lunsford claims to have dialed the police emergency number at 9:30 p.m. on July 16th and told the police, "The man you want is in room 584 of the Star Hotel." Impossible, Martin thought. Lunsford must be a hallucinating wino. Martin was about to send One-Eye and Shorty back to Skid Row when Glenville suggested, "The police communications center keeps tapes of the emergency number calls. Why don't we get the tapes to see if anything's there?" Martin chuckled. "How can there be a tape, John? We know the police dispatcher didn't send a car to the Star at 9:30. The desk guy didn't call until after midnight." He tossed Glenville's interview notes on the desk and said, "We've got too much to do to bother with these guys. Send them on their way." Martin believed that the police department had $1 million, state-of-the-art communication system that infallibly dispatched police cars to all emergency calls. Glenville's obsession with detail won out over Martin's trust in police science. The next day, Glenville obtained the tapes and again walked into Martin's office. "Bill," he said, "there's something here you may want to hear." Martin listened impatiently to frantic voices on a scratchy tape. There, amidst a long series of taped calls to the emergency number, he heard the unmistakable and crystal-clear voice of Claude Lunsford calling at 9:30 on Saturday night, when the manhunt was at its peak, and telling the police that the man they wanted was in room 584 of the Star Hotel. He refused to give his name, but had added, "My initials are CL." Dumbfounded, Martin demanded to know why the call was not answered. The police dispatcher had prepared a dispatch computer card, but mysteriously, a squad car was never assigned to make the run. To the embarrassment of the police department, this mystery was never solved. Claude Lunsford was called back to Glenville's office, this time to make a written statement. To Lunsford's surprise, he was now treated as if he were a knight of the realm, not a knight of the road. John Glenville's dogged persistence gave the state a potentially pivotal witness to Speck's attempt to escape from Chicago, an attempt that betrayed his consciousness of guilt. On July 29th, during a final search of the townhouse's south bedroom, Detective Jack Wallenda found a size 38-40 white Hanes t-shirt wadded up inside Gloria Jean Davies' purple and white slacks and white panties. The t-shirt was the same size as the 38-40 white BVD t-shirt that had been found July 14th in the townhouse living room, all wrinkled and wet with perspiration. It was also the same size as the 38-40 white BVD t-shirt removed from Speck at Cook County Hospital, and the size 38-40 white BVD t-shirt found in Speck's suitcase at the Raleigh Hotel. Concluding their search, the police locked the townhouse up for good. On August 7th, the 24 surviving members of the South Chicago Community Hospital nursing class of 1966 were graduated at Erie Crown Theater at McCormick Place on the lakefront. The ceremony was conducted as a solemn memorial in honor of their 6 slain classmates. The diplomas for Gloria Jean Davy, Suzanne Farris, Marianne Jordan, Pat Matusak, Nina Schmale, and Pamela Wilkening were posthumously presented to their parents, while their brothers, sisters, fiancés, and other loved ones looked on. One member of the class of 1966 had been expelled the day before she was scheduled to graduate, and her story had momentarily shaken the state's attorney's office. Sherry Noreen Finnegan was not an exemplary student, but nothing she did deserved the dirt that a neighborhood newspaper tried to throw on her. The magnitude of the Speck case brought out the best in most people and institutions, and the worst in some. But few actions were as despicable as those of the Daily Calumet, a small Southeast Side newspaper. In screaming page-one headlines, the paper proclaimed that Sherry Finnegan had dated Richard Speck. If true, this jeopardized the prosecution, because Speck might have innocently left his fingerprints on the bedroom door while visiting Finnegan. Stockily built at 5 feet 5 inches and 145 pounds, Finnegan was the daughter of a glass worker at the Libby Owens plant in Ottawa, Illinois, a small town on the banks of the Illinois River. She had started her nursing education in Joliet, but had been dismissed because of poor grades. She was accepted at South Chicago Community Hospital, where she improved her grades, and, in the fall of 1965, moved into the townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street to share a bedroom with Pam Wilkening. Sherry Finnegan and Pam Wilkening became fast friends, but when Sherry wanted to indulge her wild streak, she usually paired up with another student who lived in the townhouse, Roberta Spurlock. In March 1966, Sherry and Roberta signed out for overnights to go with their boyfriends to Wisconsin. They were scheduled to return to work at 7 a.m. the following Monday. The girls failed to return. Later that morning, Sherry called nursing director Josephine Chan to report that the car in which they had been traveling had blown up and ended in a ditch. Continuing this fiction, Sherry said that while both she and Roberta were scratched and shaken up, they had hitchhiked home from Wisconsin without seeking medical attention. Chan ordered her 2 senior students to report to the South Chicago Community Hospital emergency room for an examination, but they refused. Chan was angry. The same 2 girls had only a few months earlier made a similar weekend trip to Springfield and had excused their late return because a different car allegedly blew up. While Chan fumed, Sherry and Roberta decided to press their luck. They did not hold the strong-willed Chan in the same awe as did their classmates. 2 days later, the 2 took another overnight and again returned late to their nursing duties. This was the last straw for Chan. On March 9, 1966, she expelled the 2 students from the townhouse, but allowed them to remain in school. This expulsion saved their lives. Sherry and Roberta rented a nearby apartment and continued to attend classes. Sherry had been dating a Southeast Side steelworker who was married with 4 children. In the spring and summer of 1966, The pair were together so often that their neighbors thought they were married. On the morning of July 14th, as the bodies of her former roommates were being discovered, Sherry was having breakfast in the hospital cafeteria. She raced to the townhouse and tried to comfort Pamela Wilkening's parents. Distraught over the deaths of girls she considered sisters, Sherry became terrified that the mass murderer might still be lurking on the southeast side. That night, her married boyfriend took her to Pete's Tap, the Fleabag joint that Speck had often frequented and where he had spent the morning after the murders. By the time they arrived, however, Speck had relocated to the Raleigh Hotel on the city's near north side. While sitting at the bar, Sherry was approached by a callous stranger who idiotically asked, "Hello, Nursey. How does it feel to be alive?" Her boyfriend pushed the man away. Sherry was shaking. A few days later, Sherry received an even bigger jolt. The Daily Calumet ran scurrilous stories suggesting that she had dated Speck. This fire was put out when Assistant State's Attorney George Murtaugh sat down with Sherry in the kitchen of her cluttered apartment. Sherry told Murtaugh that she was 2 months pregnant by her married boyfriend, a fact which he confirmed. She said that the stories in the Daily Calumet had destroyed her nursing career, and indeed, the school would kick her out the day before she was supposed to graduate. Murtaugh was able to establish that Sherry had not lived in the townhouse since March 9th, did not know Richard Speck, and absolutely had never dated him. The false Daily Calumet headlines were eventually used only to wrap garbage, but Sherry Finnegan, too, had been sucked into the malevolent whirlpool of events set into motion by the crime of Richard Speck. Finnegan's classmate, Tammy Sukoff, also knew well the feeling of being traumatized by Speck's crime. Sukoff, who lived next door to the victim's townhouse, had almost lost her life when she went to the back door of 2319 to try to borrow 2 slices of bread. The memory of that night continued to haunt her. She recalls, "After the murders, we nurses were simply terrified. I moved back to the nursing dorm until graduation, and I insisted on sharing a room with another nurse, Leona Bonzak. We were all scared of our own shadows. We couldn't go to the bathroom at night unless we went together. We couldn't fall asleep unless we heard the footfalls of the Pinkerton guard hired by the hospital to walk the corridors to protect us. Leona was the most traumatized of all because she had actually seen the dead bodies. We took long walks together to try to comprehend what had happened. Incredibly, there were sickos within the hospital itself who would call us on the house phone, and we would hear a male voice saying, 'I'm going to finish off the rest of you the same as Speck did.' We received letters saying we were whores. I mean, we weren't allowed to smoke, to swear, to stay out late. We were all very religious. We were trying to help and heal, and now we were being called whores." On August 9th, as Corazon Amaral splashed about the swimming pool of the Moraine on the Lake Hotel, Richard Speck was transferred from his bed in the Cook County Jail Infirmary to a small, greasy, steel-barred maximum security cell in the jail basement. For security reasons, the warden wanted to isolate him from other prisoners, and Speck's new home was on death row, only a few steps from the electric chair. That same morning, Martin awoke to the unsettling thought that his investigation was almost 1 month old, and the murder weapon, Speck's switchblade, had yet to be found, despite an intense search. Detectives had gone over both sides of 100th Street from the townhouse to the Shipyard Inn with a fine-tooth comb, spending hours on their hands and knees in roadside bushes. Scuba divers with large flashlights had plunged to the bottom of the Calumet River near the 100th Street Bridge, but the silty blackness of a river bottom constantly churned by huge ocean-going ships limited their vision to only a few inches. That night, Martin sat down with several members of Team Spec for their regular 10 p.m. dinner at the Wagons, a rustic steakhouse near the criminal court building. The order of the night, every night, was what the police fondly called a piece of meat. A thick, juicy steak. Rugged 6'3" Detective Byron Carlyle, the oldest member of the team, was an energetic and intelligent warhorse who loved water and boats. A highly determined man whose stubbornness knew no boundaries, Carlyle was not satisfied with the scuba diver's futile search. "I think that we should drag the river bottom with a magnet," he told his fellow steak lovers. Burglary detective Eddie Wielazinski, the man who had cracked the case by alertly picking up the first clues to Speck's identity, took up the challenge. "I know the river, Byron," Willow said. "I'll go with you." Wielazinski had worked as a boatman for the Army Corps of Engineers in 1943 on a survey of the Calumet River. He was a man who knew his objective and would systematically remove every obstacle in his way. Carlyle and Wielazinski were perfect shipmates. The next morning, using a borrowed 14-foot aluminum power boat, they methodically navigated the waters near the 100th Street Bridge. As Wielazinski piloted the small boat, Carlyle dragged a large, heavy magnet across the river's bottom 26 feet below. The routine lasted for 3.5 hours, and Carlyle became arm-weary from pulling the magnet with a rope from bank to bank. In the end, it yielded only a few nails and a lot of muck. The two detectives were ready to give up when, 15 feet from the south overhang of the bridge, in the middle of the river, Carlyle pulled the magnet up for one last look. Sticking to it was the usual flotsam and silt, and a black-handled switchblade. Wielazinski sped the boat to shore, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the crime lab with the knife still stuck to the magnet. The crime lab examination found that blade number 1 of the pocket knife was 2 3/4 inches long and inscribed, "Improved Muskrat Knife." Its tang read Schrade Walden, New York, USA, the manufacturer. The tip of this blade was broken off, possibly when Speck jimmied the screen off the window at the rear of the townhouse. The blade was speckled with flecks of human blood, but they were too minute to identify by blood type. Blade number 2 was 2 3/16 inches long and was flecked with traces of blood that were too minute to categorize as human or animal. Embedded in the blade receptacle were deposits of clothing fibers containing stains testing positive for blood, but again too small to categorize as human or animal. Finding the knife in the Calumet River, 1 block from the Shipyard Inn, connected it circumstantially to Speck, but Wielazinski wanted to make a direct connection. Calling the manufacturer, he obtained the names of Chicago stores that carried the knife. The murder weapon, he was told, cost $4.75 and was usually bought by hunters. Wielazinski turned the town upside down, but was unable to find a witness who recalled selling an improved muskrat switchblade to a pockmarked drifter. Martin worried that the $4.75 murder weapon, like the $16 gun, might never be introduced into evidence. Chapter 25. During the month of August, Corazon Amaral played in the sun at her lakeside hideaway, talking only to her family, her police guards, her interpreter, and Bill Martin. Richard Speck stayed in a death row cell, talking only to his guards and the jail psychiatrist. Jim Jorgalis and Jack Walenda, the police detail guarding the Amarals, were determined to make the time at the Moraine Hotel a calming interlude during which Cora, her mother, and her cousin could adjust to life in protective custody. Martin wanted her to learn to trust again. In the bright sunlight of these August days, Cora enjoyed the peacefulness and natural beauty of her new surroundings. Her privacy was complete. She even used a secret passageway to walk to the swimming pool. Each day, a Chinese restaurant in Highland Park sent food that was reheated in the hotel kitchen, and brought to the Amarao's suite by the hotel manager himself. The layout of the adjoining suites on the third floor was such that the police guards had total control of the entrance. Security arrangements were ideal, and the presence of the two affable detectives was a constant reminder to Cora that she was being protected every minute of the day. With their upbeat, good-hearted natures, the policemen soon won the confidence of the Amarao family. Learning a few words of Tagalog, they joked with Marcario, always respectfully called Mama, about life in the Philippines, and told tall stories about their own exploits in the islands during World War II. Myrna Ferranda brought her husband and 6-year-old daughter to stay in the suite's extra bedroom. Paul Ferranda, an easygoing physician who had grown up in a province near the Amarao's home in Durangao, was gentle and soft-spoken. When Bill Martin visited, sometimes with his 4 young children, he splashed around in the swimming pool with the Amaraos and Ferrandas. Cora enjoyed teasing Martin's daughters, Colleen and Vicky. Occasionally, Cora would play a mean game of badminton against Martin and punctuate her winning shots with bursts of laughter. The mass murder survivor was becoming relaxed, swimming, sunbathing, singing, and even joking with her protectors. After a week of commuting from his office in the gritty neighborhood of 26th Street to the peaceful charm of the Moraine, Martin believed that he had gained enough of Cora's trust to have a serious talk with her about the future. On Saturday afternoon, August 13th, he sat down with her and Myrna Ferranda in the Amarao's parlor and came quickly to his main point. "Cora," he said, "we need for you to be with us until the trial is over. That may not be until 6 months from now, or even longer." Cora answered him in halting English. "I want to stay until the trial is over, but I need Mama and Roger to stay with me." She added that the 2 policemen had been able to make me feel safe, and I do not want to go anywhere without their protection. Martin nodded his understanding, and Cora continued. "I loved nursing, but when I tried to go back to work at the hospital, I was very frightened that I would make a mistake. I was very nervous. I do not want to go back to South Chicago Community Hospital." Cora began to sob softly as she told Martin of her other concerns. "I do not want to live far from Myrna," she said emphatically, adding, "I want Roger to stay with me and Mama, but I want Roger to be happy. He needs to work. Can you help him get a job?" Knowing that it would be a headache to find employment for Roger Amarao, Martin said nothing. Then he explained what he expected from her. Martin began by telling her that Consul General Provido might renew his pressure to see her. Cora became visibly upset at this possibility and began to jabber rapidly in sing-song Tagalog to Myrna. Martin was worried. Cora then said, in forceful English, "I am not ready to see those people." Ferranda added that Cora was also afraid to let the consular staff know of her reluctance to see them, because she feared retaliation against her family in the Philippines. Martin assured Cora that he would do everything possible to protect her. Looking directly at her and noting how frail she appeared, Martin broached his main concern, the need to prepare her to testify. He had yet to speak one word to her of the crimes committed by Richard Speck. "Cora," Martin said, "I have to prepare you to testify. This means that you have to know the questions I will ask you when you take the witness stand. I have to know your answers to these questions." Cora winced. "This is very painful to me," she said softly. "I know it will be," Martin replied, "and I'll try to make it as easy for you as I can. But we will have to be able to go to trial, and this means that we must do this as soon as you feel able." Mindful of Dr. Haynes's warning, Martin decided that now was not the time to push. Instead, he asked to meet alone with Roger to see how he could help the young draftsman. Still too shy to bond with the entire group, Roger spent most of his time in the suite, napping, watching TV, or playing a Philippine version of Scrabble. Roger desperately wanted a job to support his new wife. Beyond that, after only 3 weeks in Illinois, he had already decided that he wanted to live permanently in America. "I want to stay with Cora and Mama until the trial is over," Roger said, "but I have to work." With these requests to ponder, Martin left the Amaraus and the Moraine Hotel for the long and winding drive back to his small office in the criminal court building, where he sat down with his L.C. Smith manual typewriter. He had used this now beat-up machine to get through both college and law school, and he planned to use it to get through the Speck trial. Pecking out a 6-page, single-spaced confidential memo to Dan Ward, Martin described his mounting logistical problems. 1. Find a secure place for Cora, her mother, and Roger to live anonymously under unobtrusive 24-hour police protection. Any residence must be close to Myrna Ferranda. 2. Shield Cora from Philippine government officials without indicating that it is Cora's desire not to meet with them. 3. Find a job for Roger without revealing his true identity. 4. Do all of the above in absolute secrecy. Martin concluded the memo with a reference to John Stamos's oft-stated famous dictum, "Big cases, big problems." Ward's handwritten response was prompt and pointed. "Do whatever has to be done." Jack Johnson, the outgoing and popular warden of the Cook County Jail, worried that his most notorious patient, Richard Speck, might be a suicide risk. When Speck was transferred from Cermak Hospital to the jail infirmary on July 29th, Johnson told Dr. Marvin Ziporin, his part-time psychiatrist, to see Speck immediately. During the next 6 months, Ziporin would spend more than 100 hours talking to Speck, and the two would become a true odd couple. Ziporin, a highly literate psychiatrist, was also an internationally known concert violinist and lover of art. Speck, who could barely read and write, was, in the words of one jail guard, a complete physical, social, and moral slob. Nevertheless, they would become friends of sorts. Ziporin supplied Warden Johnson with brief summaries of his sessions with Speck, and both Getty and Martin would later subpoena these reports. Martin knew that Ziporin was prone to finding criminal defendants not responsible for their actions, and he was concerned that Ziporin had been given full access to Speck. Ziporin was a strict determinist, subscribing to the belief that free will is an illusion and that human conduct is predetermined by heredity and environment. He would spend much of his 100 hours with Speck trying to convince the killer that he was neither legally nor morally responsible for what had happened in the townhouse. Martin followed Ziporin's accounts of his meetings with the mass murderer with great interest. During Ziporin's first visit on July 29th, Speck told the psychiatrist that at age 10, he had fallen 10 feet from a tree and landed on his head. "My sister thought that I was dead," Speck drawled. He added that at age 15, he had run into an awning and rammed a steel rod into my brain. Referring to the night of the murders, Speck told the psychiatrist that he was drinking heavily with 2 sailors who invited me to their room. I joined them for a fix. I don't know what it was. I took it in the vein. I also took 6 Red Birds, amphetamines. Speck claimed to have passed out from 8 p.m. July 13th until 11 a.m. the next morning, when he awoke and again started to drink. He said that he had heard about the murders, but did not make a connection with himself. When he later heard his name mentioned as the killer, Speck recalled, "I was too drunk to really feel anything." He claimed to have taken a bottle of sleeping pills, but that didn't work. Speck told Ziporin he had no idea why he attempted suicide, and that he did not know whether he had committed the murders or not. On August 1st, Ziporin reported Speck was irritable, moody, and withdrawn. When Ziporin asked him directly what the nurses had done to trigger his murderous rage, Speck replied, "What, me? Get mad at women? No way." He added, I don't even remember what those girls looked like." On August 6th, Ziporyn wrote Speck was quite sociable and rather amiable. He offered the psychiatrist a cigarette and a candy bar. Under questioning, Speck steadfastly denied any and all recollection of the murders, explaining, "If you were to let me go free tonight, if I told you the details, I couldn't do it." At the same time, Ziporyn noted Speck did not dispute the idea that he was the murderer. Ziporyn thought that Speck was desperately eager to be accepted and liked, and he felt that a rapport was developing between the two. On August 8th, Ziporyn found Speck interested in nothing, don't care about nothing. The psychiatrist felt that Speck would soon talk extensively to him. As a world-class liar, Speck would, over the months, weave a web of deceits for his confidant, friend, psychiatrist, and, in time, biographer. It came as no surprise to Martin that by early August, Ziporyn already had a working diagnosis of Speck: chronic brain syndrome associated with cerebral trauma. Thursday, August 18th. This was the first day of pretrial discovery, the effort by the defense to learn the state's evidence and to probe the contours of the prosecutor's case. Appearing before Judge Passion, Public Defender Gerald Getty did what criminal defense lawyers always do. In a series of motions, he asked the state to produce a list of all the witnesses it might call, to produce copies of all fingerprints found in the townhouse, to provide copies of all reports by the crime lab, and to display to the defense copies of all the photographs and physical evidence the state had accumulated during the investigation. In a bold move, Getty called for the court to appoint an impartial panel of psychiatrists who would decide two questions. Was Speck competent to stand trial? Was he insane at the time of the crimes? Getty told the court why he wanted an impartial panel. "We want to get away from the spectacle of psychiatrists battling psychiatrists. In our representation of this defendant, we are only seeking objective truth, whatever it may be." He suggested that the state and the defense each submit the names of 3 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist for Judge Passion's approval, and that this impartial panel would then have the authority to conduct whatever examinations and to retain whatever additional experts it felt necessary to determine the 2 key issues of competency and sanity. Further, Getty moved, the defense and the state would make available to the panel any relevant information, and the panel members would have full access to examine Speck and submit him to diagnostic tests. The kicker was that all evidence on Speck's competency to stand trial and his sanity on July 13th through 14th would be limited to that offered by the panel members and any who worked under their direction. This roll of the dice had been hotly debated in Getty's office, and the public defender had won out. He had told his assistants, "We'd better have a panel, and we'd better trap them into taking a panel. Let's offer it in open court. If they reject it, then it's on the record." Getty believed that the senseless, unprovoked, and vicious murder of 8 women had to be the work of a madman, and that any psychiatrist would agree. The trap he was setting for the state was to limit the evidence on Speck's mental condition to the opinion of the panel. Certain that the panel would find Speck insane, Getty wanted to prevent the state from using the powerful evidence it had accumulated in Dallas, Monmouth, Chicago, and Michigan while writing Speck's biography. This evidence, told in the words of the ordinary people who had known Speck, made a convincing argument that his lawlessness was that of a hardened criminal, not of an insane man. In a public relations coup, Getty seized the judicial high ground by seeking the court's imprimatur for an impartial panel. He also believed that he was taking no risk. If the state refused to accept the panel, Speck could refuse to talk to prosecution-appointed psychiatrists, and in that case, any examination of his mental condition would be performed only by experts chosen by Getty. The 53-year-old Gerald Getty was at the top of his game. dwarfing Martin and the other assistant state's attorneys in experience, Getty had tried 425 jury cases, 1/3 of them murders, and had performed the nearly impossible feat of winning 14 consecutive juries. As widely reported in the press, he had defended 402 death penalty cases and had never lost a client to the electric chair. Jurors identified with Getty's folksy, smiling approach, his self-deprecating sense of humor, and his utter lack of pomposity. He would deliberately mispronounce big words like electroencephalogram, electroencephalogram, and repetitious, reputitious, in this comfortable old shoe style masking a penetrating mind and a hard-nosed competitiveness. Getty had enlisted most of the battle-scarred assistants in the public defender's office to help on this celebrated case, and the defense was fielding a significantly bigger team than the state. Martin had known from the start that Gerald Getty would be a very dangerous adversary, and now, like a general throwing his crack troops into a massive attack early in the war, Getty was committing himself to the total victory of an insanity acquittal. He was betting that Richard Speck would be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Martin was surprised by the request and asked for a 2-week continuance to think things over. The motion for a court-appointed psychiatric panel was continued until September 1st. Surrounded by 12 armed guards, Speck had sat through his court appearance looking as if his mind were 1,000,000 miles away. Upon being returned to his jail cell, Speck told his guard, "You ought to see how all those cops in court were fighting to get their picture taken with me." While deferring action on Getty's request for psychiatric evidence, Martin decided to respond promptly to his request for physical evidence. Since the morning of July 14th, the crime lab sergeant Louis Vitullo had been examining every shred of the bedsheets, blouses, T-shirts, and other objects recovered from the townhouse, searching for 3 primary substances: blood, hair, and sperm. Vitullo placed each of the hundreds of pieces of evidence that had been analyzed into neat rows of clearly marked containers. This grim exhibit, organized in the lab's library, offered silent testimony to the victims' violent deaths. Team Speck attorneys Martin, Murtaugh, Glenville, Nellis, and Zagel spent 2 full days in respectful silence, examining and cataloging these images of death. Valentina Passion's fingernail scrapings included traces of human blood, undoubtedly that of Richard Speck. In a futile effort to repel the killer, Passion had inflicted a 3-inch scratch on his chest, the scratch that Dr. Leroy Smith had observed while treating Speck at Cook County Hospital. Passion's blood-stained blouse contained a strand of human head hair that was microscopically similar in pigment distribution, scale structure, and diameter to the sample of Speck's hair taken at the hospital. A minute cotton swab, stored in a jar, represented the rectal swab taken from Gloria Jean Davy. It tested positive for semen and was a lasting testament to the defilement Gloria had endured as she had been forced to lie face down on the living room couch, her hands bound behind her. Saliva was found on the front of her bra. The comforter from the couch was now wrapped in plastic and contained, in Vitullo's phrase, plenty of sperm. One box contained a harmless-looking strip of bedsheet, once 45 inches long and 3 inches wide. It had been cut into 3 smaller strips, which had been used to make the plug that was shoved into Pamela Wilkening's mouth to stifle her screams. One strip had been balled up and shoved inside her mouth. Another had been looped around her neck and tied in a double knot over her mouth. The third had been looped around her mouth and tied in a double knot at the back of her neck. Another container held a blood-stained white nurse's stocking. Speck had used it to tie a double knot around the neck of Suzanne Ferris and strangle her to death. Her gaily colored and blood-stained blouse was riddled with tiny slits that matched the wounds in her back where Speck had repeatedly stabbed her. Other exhibits included more blood-stained nurses' stockings and strips of bedsheet. The shift worn by Nina Schmale, found hiked up to her breasts, riddled with 3 blood-stained slits, matching the wounds in her neck, where Speck had stabbed her. The yellow nightgown worn by Pat Matusak, and the forlorn piece of bedsheet found tightly clenched in Mary Jordan's right hand after she had tried to wrest it away from Speck. Viewing the evidence of what Speck had done exhausted Martin emotionally, and, like the midnight visit to the townhouse, personalized his awareness of the incredible horror and inhumanity of Richard Speck's crime. God, this was a brutal crime, he said to himself. The inspection enabled Martin to file a 17-page, single-spaced catalog of photographic, documentary, and tangible objects, as arranged for inspection by the defense at the next court appearance on September 1st. The list described in detail the terrifying meaning of every exhibit. Martin then made good on his earlier pledge to Getty to let the defense see more of his case than was required under Illinois law. Martin had told the public defender that all the physical objects gathered during the police investigation would be produced for the defense to view at the Chicago Police Department crime lab. There would be no trial by ambush. The state's evidence had literally been put on the table. In late September, Getty and 3 assistants were able to spend 5 days examining the grisly exhibit and grappling with their own thoughts about the events it dramatized. This took care of Getty's motions for the physical evidence. In regard to the psychiatric panel, Martin would make a counter-proposal. The case of Harrison Krause, the University of Illinois freshman who murdered his parents and sister and got off because of an irregularity in his brainwave activities, had taught Martin a painful lesson. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. He didn't want to give up his ace in the hole, the non-expert Dallas Monmouth Chicago, Michigan testimony he was compiling to prove that Speck was sane. There was no way he would agree to limit the evidence of Speck's mental condition to a panel of experts. During the brief 10-minute September 1st appearance, Martin told Judge Passion that the state would agree to have a panel, but added, "We cannot allow the panel to usurp the judicial function of determining competency and sanity. The question of criminal responsibility is not solely for psychiatrists." In other words, if Getty would agree that neither side was bound by the panel, Martin would go for it. Convinced that any panel would find Speck insane, and that the testimony of psychiatrists would make any non-expert evidence worthless, Getty decided to give in on what appeared to be a minor concession. He agreed that either side could offer any evidence it wanted of Speck's mental condition, including the testimony of lay witnesses. He figured he could sit back and wait for Martin to sweat after the impartial panel of experts concluded that Richard Speck had been insane the night he entered the townhouse. During this skirmish, Speck swayed back and forth as he stood before the judge, flanked by 2 guards and the court bailiff. His back was to the spectators who had waited for hours to be frisked before the guards would allow them to enter the courtroom. Jail officials had recently received 5 letters and 2 phone calls from people who said that they would kill him. Informed of the threats, Speck seemed unperturbed. The court session was concluded after the state corrected the indictments against Speck. The coroner's pathology protocols for Valentina Passione and Merlita Gargulo had been inadvertently reversed in the crowded morgue, a doleful reminder of the impersonality of a homicide investigation. The mistake in identifying the 2 bodies at the morgue was grim testimony that a murderer robs his victims of dignity, even in death. Judge Passion set September 9th as the date for each side to submit its 3 psychiatric experts, ending the proceedings. The handcuffed Speck was taken by elevator to the basement of the criminal court building to enter the boulevard for another long walk back to his death row cell. Elsewhere in the world, the U.S. Senate voted 66-21 to authorize a call-up of military reserves for the widening war in Vietnam. Chapter 26. The battle lines were shaping up. Martin hoped to use Cora's testimony to prove that the cunning Speck murdered in cold blood. Getty hoped to use the findings of the psychiatric panel to prove that Speck was not responsible for his actions because of insanity. This meant that Cora would have to be relocated to a permanent home in Chicago, and that Speck would have to talk to a long parade of psychiatric experts. 3 restful weeks at the Moraine on the Lake had enabled Cora to distance herself geographically and psychologically from southeast Chicago. However, the danger of her being identified at the Moraine was increasing every day, and Martin believed that it was time to find her a new home, a place where she could live securely until the trial. He chose the Sheridan Surf Apartment Hotel in the heart of the city. This residence hotel was located 3.5 miles north of the downtown loop and only a few blocks west of the lake, near the busy intersection of Sheridan Street and Diversey Avenue. This Chicago neighborhood, popularly known as Newtown, was ethnically eclectic, and a Filipino family would not attract attention. With the confidential aid of the Chicago Real Estate Board, Martin rented 2 adjoining apartments at the end of the hall on the 5th floor. The move was made on August 28th, a lazy Sunday. The police detail took up residence in a 1-bedroom unit next to the new 2-bedroom home of the Amaraus. The hotel's population was large and diverse enough that the 5 new residents were not noticed. To Cora's relief, the hotel was close to the neighborhood where Myrna and Paul Ferranda lived, which was a key reason why it had been chosen. Sergeant Frank Lasandrella, an electronics expert, installed a buzzer system to enable Cora to alert the police officers if a stranger came to her door. Since the officer's door opened into the hallway, they could readily intercept any unwanted visitors. During the 7 months the Amaraus would live in the hotel, the alarm was used only once, when a Democratic precinct captain rang Cora's bell to register her to vote. An alert detective quickly stepped into the hallway to conspiratorially tell the unwitting visitor, "Look, pal, I've got a lady friend up here. There's no need to register her." The security arrangement worked so well that during the entire year this celebrated case was in the headlines, the press would come up with only one photo of Cora, a telephoto shot taken on July 19th when she entered Cermak Hospital to identify Richard Speck. By September 8th, the same 2 detectives, Jim Jorgalis and Jack Melinda, had stayed with Cora and her family non-stop around the clock for a full month. The detectives were affectionately known to the Amaraus as Jacques and Jim. However, this duty had been hard on their families, and Martin decided that he needed another 2-man detail to alternate 48-hour shifts. He knew the new duo must be carefully chosen to keep the Amaraus at ease. A national talent search could not have turned up 2 better guardians than Sergeant Steve McCarthy and James Concannon, 2 charming, lovable Irishmen, both in their 50s. McCarthy, who was born in a small village in County Clare, Ireland, came to America with a rich brogue when he was only 19, facing his new world with gentle eyes, a kind smile, and rich good humor. He was employed as a construction, freight, and iron worker before joining the Chicago Police Department in 1941. His police career was promptly interrupted by World War II, as McCarthy joined the U.S. Navy and served from 1942 to 1945 in the Pacific Theater aboard a tanker that hauled gasoline to combat zones. After the war, he returned to the police department and patrolled the southwest side of Chicago until, in 1961, he was assigned to the state's attorney's office, where his constant sidekick would soon be fellow Irishman Concannon. A Chicago native, Concannon spent 10 years as a cook for the Campbell Soup Company before joining the Navy in World War II, where his service included the invasion of Borneo and a stint at Subic Bay in the Philippines. He had once visited Batangas Province, home of the Amaraus. He joined the Chicago Police Department in 1946 and worked as a detective until he joined the state's attorney's office in 1962. A craggy-faced, deep-voiced man, Concannon inspired affection and confidence. McCarthy's brogue carried a sing-song lilt remarkably similar to Cora's Tagalog. Concannon's speech featured the sharp nasal twang of a lifelong Chicago South Sider. The cover for the security operation was Independence Insurance Adjusters, a fictitious firm run by Jack Walenda's cousin and allegedly headquartered in North Olmsted, Ohio. Assignments were mailed by the cousin to the hotel, envelopes filled with newspaper clips. Business cards were printed for the four insurance investigators in the names of Pappas, Sarna, Moore, and Peyton. The hotel desk clerk was told that their prospering Ohio firm had been forced to assign them to Chicago on a rotating basis. Cora's new home in Chicago would be warm, loving, and secure. During the next 7 months, she would be introduced by her police guards to the Chicago she had never seen. The Amaral squad of Walenda, Jorgalis, McCarthy, Concannon decided that the best way to bridge the cultural gap was to keep Cora, Mama, and Roger entertained, happy, and tired. "Our strategy was to keep them on the run," said fun-loving Sergeant Concannon, and the police detail dreamed up more activities than the busiest tour guide. Weekday shopping safaris gave Cora and Mama a chance to see the treasures of American department stores, ranging from the upscale Marshall Field to the bargain basement Kmart. Grocery shopping was done in the city's Chinatown area, where the Amarals often selected live crabs and 50-pound sacks of rice to be loaded into the trunk of the officer's unmarked squad car. Fall offers by far the best of Chicago's otherwise witch's brew of weather, and the group spent the golden weekend days of September, October, and November visiting such Chicago area landmarks as the Morton Arboretum, the Brookfield Zoo, and the Shedd Aquarium. A special favorite were apple-picking expeditions into the rural countryside of northern Illinois. The tiny Amarals would hop onto ladders and excitedly pick a bushel basket of fresh apples. All three Amarals were devout Catholics, and every Sunday began with Mass at a neighborhood church. Evenings were spent bowling, playing miniature golf, dining out, and playing penny-ante poker. Speaking in his distinctive brogue, McCarthy named the poker game Penny for Penny. The busy schedule provided many moments of camaraderie and humor between the Filipinos and their American hosts, not to mention a few moments of mild unease. On one shopping visit, the unsophisticated Mama took a liking to a Rolex watch at Marshall Field and excitedly began jabbering and pointing, asking in Tagalog to have a closer look. Quick on his feet, Jim Concannon used elaborately acted-out sign language to steer her, instead, toward a Timex, explaining as best he could, "It keeps time better, very much better." The Amaral clan became addicted to the live crabs they could purchase in Chinatown and cook in their apartment. The delicacy was always washed down with home-brewed rice tea. The Americans were less entranced with the crab cooking, and when the pungent odor of cooking crab blanketed the hallways, they would complain to each other that the stink was ruining their own delicacy, an oven-broiled piece of meat. Ever superstitious, Mama usually slept on the floor of the apartment, using a 50-pound sack of rice as her pillow. In this way, she could make sure that the precious rice would not be stolen. With the secret help of the Illinois State Employment Office, Rogelio Amaral was recreated as Roger Tano and given a job as a draftsman at U.S. Steel, making him very happy. He knew that he was becoming Americanized when he was asked to join the company's bowling team. One Sunday, as Mass was ending at Old St. Mary's Church, which was located a few blocks from police headquarters, a Tribune reporter spotted Concannon, who was an old friend. After quickly signaling McCarthy to take Cora for a walk around the block, Concannon chatted amiably with the reporter. "What brings you down here, Jim?" "I was over at the headquarters." "Hey, do you know where the girl is hidden?" the reporter then asked, referring, of course, to Cora. "Gee, I think they took her to California." On another occasion, Concannon, a staunch family man, ran into a relative while escorting Cora around Brookfield Zoo. Fearful that Cora's identity would be discovered, Concannon brusquely brushed off the surprised relative, who later told friends, "I don't know what's with old Jim. I caught him sneaking around with some young Oriental babe." A favorite place for dining out was Jimmy Wong's, a popular Chinese restaurant located on the north side of the city. The police detail's expense diary indicates that most meals were reasonably priced, but occasionally there was a pheasant under glass. Most nights ended with the Amaral family and their police protectors playing penny for penny. Cora usually won after McCarthy secretly slipped her his best cards. As this relaxing routine between the Amarals and the police detail settled into place, Chicago was again jolted by a brutal murder. The killing took place on Sunday, September 18th at 5 a.m. in the unlikely place of Kenilworth, Illinois, a super-exclusive lakeside Chicago suburb that was only a few miles north of the Sheridan Surf. Valerie Percy, 21, daughter of Charles H. Percy, the Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate, was bludgeoned and stabbed to death in her second-floor bedroom of the 17-room Percy mansion known as Windward. The killer gained entrance into the lakefront mansion with the aid of a glass cutter that was used to jimmy open the beachfront French doors. Then, with the aid of a flashlight, the killer climbed to the second floor, entered the girl's bedroom, and swiftly and savagely beat her to death, while the rest of her family slept soundly on the same floor. Despite an intensive investigation involving thousands of leads, the Percy murder was never solved. For the second time in only 2 months, Chicagoans feared that a vicious killer was walking their streets. Martin was worried that Cora's psychological recovery from her trauma might be reversed if she found out that the daughter of a prominent politician had been murdered in her own bed only a few miles from the Sheridan Surf. He and the police detail tried to keep the terrible news from her, but the publicity was so massive that Cora was soon made aware of it. Although he feared the worst, Martin was pleasantly surprised to learn that the Sheridan Surf detail was accomplishing its mission. Cora took the news of the murder in a stoical fashion, reporting that she felt confident and safe with her 4 loyal policemen. Still, Martin thought it wise to delay a serious talk with his eyewitness. He was acutely aware of the danger of causing her severe psychological damage if he sought the details of the murders before she was ready to share them with him. Martin, in fact, was preoccupied with psychological issues. On September 9th, Judge Passion announced the names of the 6 experts who would probe Speck's mind. 3 had been selected by the public defender, 3 by the state's attorney's office. Getty's 3 choices to help determine Speck's competency and sanity appeared to be brilliant ones. Psychiatrists Roy R. Grinker, Jr., Hervey M. Cleckley, and Edward J. Kelleher. Their credentials were impeccable, and their track record seemed to assure that they would find Speck insane. All 3 could fill volumes with their clinical experiences, but Martin noticed that Grinker and Cleckley had very limited exposure to the criminal mind. They were not used to working with murderers. Grinker, the director of the Institute for Psychosomatic and Psychiatric Research at Chicago's Michael Reese Medical Center for the past 20 years, was a highly regarded psychoanalyst whose own psychiatrist father had been analyzed by the guru himself, Sigmund Freud. Grinker had been a practicing psychiatrist since 1921 and had done his postgraduate training during the heyday of psychoanalysis in the cities of Hamburg, London, Vienna, and Zurich. During World War II, he had been an army colonel in the African theater and had supervised the psychiatric services to American, British, and French troops. As the chief editor of the Archives of General Psychiatry, an associate professor at the University of Chicago Medical School, and a full professor at the University of Illinois Medical School, Grinker had spent a lifetime as a student and teacher of psychoanalysis. And, Martin mused, diagnosing Speck must be a psychoanalyst's dream. In addition to his professional credentials, The beardless, bespectacled, red-haired Grinker had a strong, round-faced look that made him come across more as a scholarly business executive than as a disciple of Freud. Grinker, in short, appeared to be an ideal witness for the defense. Hervey Cleckley deserved co-star billing with Grinker. A clinical professor of neuropsychiatry at the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Cleckley had written the groundbreaking bestseller The Three Faces of Eve, a study of multiple personalities that had been made into a hit movie starring Joanne Woodward. A former Rhodes Scholar and a diplomat of the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, Cleckley was a gracious Southerner who wore an easy smile and spoke plainly without hiding behind jargon. The crown jewel of Cleckley's medical literary achievements was another best-selling book, The Mask of Sanity, which was a study of the sociopathic personality. This credential was especially important because under Illinois law, sociopaths, or psychopaths, the terms are interchangeable, were legally responsible for their actions. If Speck were diagnosed as a sociopath, his insanity defense went out the window. The shrewd Getty had uncovered theories about sociopaths in Cleckley's many writings that led him to believe that Cleckley would not find Speck to be a sociopath, thus opening the door to finding him legally insane and not responsible for the murders. Getty's third choice, Edward Kelleher, was director of the Psychiatric Institute of the Municipal Court of Chicago, where over the past 26 years he had conducted an average of 1,200 psychiatric evaluations a year. A compactly built, outgoing man with tufts of white hair protruding from the sides of his head, Kelleher was an adept witness who was known to be willing to testify that a criminal defendant was mentally ill. Getty had been especially encouraged by this Kelleher quote to reporters immediately after the murders. "This is probably the greatest single sex crime in history." Martin thought that Getty looked positively smug when he presented his choices to Judge Passion. For his part, Martin, with the help of Jim Zagel, had looked for experts with strong clinical experience in diagnosing criminal defendants, experts who would not be fooled by Speck's convenient amnesia. The prosecutors avoided psychoanalysts and psychiatric theoreticians in favor of clinicians who had extensive experience in dealing with malingerers and hardened criminals, people like Richard Speck. Martin's three choices were psychiatrists Groves Blake Smith and Vladimir G. Urs, and, a surprise choice, Surgeon William J. Norcross, Speck's former attending physician. Groves Smith was the director of the psychiatric division of the Illinois prison system, the perfect clinical credential for detecting malingerers. Smith examined more than 2,000 convicts every year. The slickest and shrewdest cons the Illinois prison system had to offer had not been able to fool Smith with feigned symptoms of mental illness. Martin especially liked his quote, "Mental illness is not a faucet that you turn on and off." A board-certified psychiatrist for almost 50 years, the short, round Smith looked like Santa Claus without a beard. He had begun his career with a pioneering 2-year psychiatric study of 1,000 jailed defendants awaiting criminal trial in New York. The vast majority, he had found, were not mentally ill. Devoted to public psychiatry, Smith ran a residential school in his hometown of Alton, Illinois, for 350 emotionally disturbed and handicapped children. Vladimir Urs, director of the Cook County Hospital Mental Health Clinic, was responsible for the hundreds of mentally ill poor people who passed through the portals of the giant hospital. A former Army lieutenant colonel, he had been chief of the psychiatric service at the military's famed Walter Reed Hospital. Urs's full head of slicked-back gray hair and matching mustache gave him a courtly European appearance. A direct, pragmatic man, Urs spoke in an authoritative, plain fashion. Smith and Urs had the experience to detect a bogus claim of insanity, or so Martin and Zagel believed. For their third choice, the prosecutors picked the only physician who had had the benefit of extensive daily contact with Speck, during the 2-week period immediately after his capture. This physician, of course, was Bill Norcross, a superb surgeon who had enjoyed a close rapport with the killer. Speck had bummed cigarettes from Norcross and jokingly referred to him as Dr. Zarkov, a reference to the scientific genius in the movie serial Flash Gordon. 5 psychiatrists were more than enough, Martin and Zagel figured. Norcross would balance the panel. Judge Passion authorized the 6 experts to consult whatever electroencephalographers, neurologists, and psychologists they found necessary. He ordered the panel to answer the 2 separate questions of 1. Speck's competency to stand trial, and 2. his sanity during the time of the murders, and allowed both sides the right to offer evidence to contradict the panel's findings. The panel was to report in secret as quickly as possible, and long before the setting of a trial date. Its findings, whatever they might be, were to be made known only to the prosecution, the defense, and the court. Acting on his own, Passion also appointed Dr. William Haynes, Martin's advisor on how to treat Corazon Amaral, to examine Speck and advise the court separately from the panel's findings. Meanwhile, a few miles west of the courtroom, Black activists were mounting a huge civil rights march through the streets of the ethnic enclave of Cicero. Cicero's Bohemians, Poles, and Slovaks were out in force with their distinctly redneck attitude toward blacks. Illinois National Guardsmen with drawn bayonets were on hand to assure order. Mayor Daley angrily told the city council that the racial unrest was being caused by liberals in the media who were encouraging the haters, kooks, and psychotics. The psychiatric panel went right to work, and during September and October, a steady parade of neurologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists visited a seemingly cooperative Speck in the Cook County Jail. The only way the experts could repeat anything damaging that Speck might tell them would be if Getty decided to use Speck's words as part of an insanity defense. Although Speck knew that his words to the panel members could not be used against him as admissions of guilt, he consistently claimed that he had no memory of entering the townhouse. Chatting with professional men like Grinker and Cleckley was a far cry from bellying up to the bar at Pete's Tap, but Speck followed his usual behavior, spinning fanciful tales for the learned gentleman. In addition to these new guests, Speck was continuing his twice-a-week visits with Dr. Ziporin. It was enough to make a man feel important, and Speck's behavior with the jail staff demonstrated this new attitude. On September 13th, fellow death row inmate Mike Clancy asked Speck about his case. Speck replied that he was getting tired of his heavily guarded court appearances, adding, "There are only 2 kinds of good guards, a dead guard and a dying guard." On September 18th, Speck demanded 2 plates of food from the jail cook, and when this was not immediately forthcoming, called the cook a cocksucker. On October 2nd, angry that a guard had taken his TV section to check for hidden contraband, Speck rushed toward the jail bars with a cup of hot water and threatened to throw it in the guard's face. The appointment of the panel gave Martin and Zagel a chance to provide the psychiatrists with the extensive biography of Speck that the state's attorney's office had compiled. Martin decided to share the biography with the 6 panel members and Dr. Haynes. Crammed into bulging 3-hole notebooks, the biography included Speck's arrest, employment, medical and school records, as well as detailed statements from his relatives and acquaintances in Dallas, Monmouth, Michigan, and Chicago. Cumulatively, these records gave no evidence that Speck had ever demonstrated insanity during his 24-plus years before the murders. One crucial period was missing from this detailed summary of Speck's life: the period from 11 p.m. on July 13th until 3:30 a.m. on July 14th. Since the definitive account of this period existed only in Myrna Ferranda's notes of her interviews with Cora, an account that Martin would not risk duplicating, he gave the panel members the next best thing: Using a scale model of the townhouse that had been built by the FBI, Martin gave each of the 6 panel members a separate factual recitation of Cora Amarao's narrative of what had happened during those missing hours in the murderer's life. Each psychiatrist, after interviewing Speck at the county jail, was next taken to Martin's office in the nearby criminal court building for the briefing. The panel members were able to get the benefit of this inside information because of Judge Passion's order allowing both prosecution and defense to give the psychiatric experts confidential information that would not have to be shared with lawyers for the opposing side. Thus, Getty and his staff also were able to meet privately with the panel members and furnish them with privileged information not disclosed to the state. Armed with this expansive background information from both sides, the psychiatrists conducted their examinations of Speck in the privacy of the jail's eye examination room. On September 29th, Speck was taken to the Police Psychiatric Institute at the 1121 South State Headquarters for a test of his brainwave activity. Dr. Kelleher was in charge of administering the electroencephalogram. The cold-blooded killer was very jittery about undergoing this exam, but Kelleher managed to calm him down. Consistent with the usual protocol, the sedative Seconal was administered to induce a light sleep. Speck's brainwave activity was measured both when he was awake and when he was asleep. Later, Speck left the building with a jacket draped over his head to foil the waiting photographers. The pockmarked, tattooed, low-IQ ex-convict and drifter was still worthy of worldwide media attention and remained a riddle to much of the world. However, he was much less of a mystery to the state's attorney's office, whose investigative team, headed by Bill Nellis, had written his biography, the biography of a man who, indeed, was born to raise hell. Chapter 27. Speck's story is that of a man spoiled rotten by his mother, abused by his alcoholic stepfather, and haunted by his failures in school, marriage, and employment. A coward without a knife, he would prove to be a killer with one. While Martin practiced his prosecutorial skills in Chicago, Speck practiced his criminal skills in Dallas. Like a ball player in the minor leagues training for the trip to the majors, Speck served a long apprenticeship in crime, usually talking his way out of trouble with the cunning of a born liar. In effect, he had been rehearsing his techniques of violence against women long before he walked into the nurse's townhouse. Ironically, though, Speck came from a family of God-fearing, law-abiding people. The decisive difference for Richard Speck was that as the 7th of 8 children, he was the one son who never really had a father figure. His own father, to whom he was very close, died when Speck was only 6, and he would later learn to violently hate his stepfather, an alcoholic lunatic who frequently abused him. Richard Benjamin Speck was born on December 6, 1941, in Kirkwood, Illinois, a sleepy, decrepit little village located a stone's throw from Monmouth, in the central part of the state. Kirkwood is a tiny town that time forgot, consisting of a few ramshackle barns, falling down fences, and a gaggle of small houses loosely flung around low hills. The Burlington Northern Railroad runs through this town on its way to Burlington, Iowa, a quaint antebellum town that lies across the wide Mississippi. The only prominent buildings in Kirkwood are the Methodist and Presbyterian churches. Speck's parents both came from the small farming villages of west central Illinois. His father, Benjamin Franklin Speck, was born in 1895 in Occoquan, Illinois, to parents of German descent. His mother, Mary Margaret Carbaugh Speck, was born in 1903 in Kirkwood to parents of Dutch-Irish descent. The two were married in 1921 in Monmouth. The Speck family was poor, and raising 8 children in those tough times tested the family's mettle. Benjamin Speck was an honest, hard-working man who earned money as a farmer, logger, and packer for Western Stoneware in Monmouth. Mary Margaret Carbaugh Speck was raised by a foster family after her own mother died while delivering her. That foster family had helped found the United Presbyterian Church, and Speck's mother was imbued with the church's values, which she in turn imposed upon all her own children. One rule was no alcohol, and Mary Margaret Speck argued violently with her husband on the one occasion when he broke his abstinence by having a beer at a fish fry. She ruled her household with an iron fist. Richard Speck was so much younger than his 2 older brothers and 4 older sisters that the only family members he was ever close to were his mother and his younger sister Carolyn, born in 1943, as the 8th and last Speck child. The first traumatic event in Speck's life was the death of his father in 1947, at the age of 53, when Richard was only 6 years old. A few years later, Speck's mother took a train trip to Chicago that would be eventful. Proving that love is blind, the religious mother of 8 met and fell in love with a hard-drinking hellraiser named Carl August Rudolf Lindbergh, who had been born in Texas in 1898 to Swedish parents. Lindbergh's arrest record began in 1925 with a forgery and included multiple arrests for drunken driving. When drinking, Lindbergh was prone to instability and violence. He was in every respect the total contrast to Speck's hard-working, sober father. Nevertheless, Speck's mother married Lindbergh on May 10, 1950, in Palo Pinto, Texas. While his mother was settling into her new life in Texas as Mrs. Lindbergh, Speck lived for a few months in Monmouth with a married sister so that he could finish 3rd grade. Sarah Madeline Speck Thornton was married to Earl Thornton, an uncle of Gene Thornton of Chicago. She recalls that her little brother was a very good boy who pulled his little red wagon on the Monmouth sidewalks, had many childhood friends in the neighborhood, and liked to play baseball. That year, he began wearing glasses for mildly poor vision. When school ended, Richard and his younger sister, Carolyn, joined their mother and Lindbergh to live in the rural Texas town of Santo. The only few years of happy home life that Richard Speck would ever know were at an end. In Illinois, Richard Speck's 4 sisters and brother, Howard, put down roots. In 1952, Richard's older brother, Robert Coleman Speck, was killed in an auto accident near Monmouth at the age of 23. Richard Speck, destined to be the bad boy of a decent family, would take a different path from his siblings. Speck spent his first year in Texas in Santo, where he completed the 4th grade. The Lindberghs then moved to Dallas, and Speck's nomadic lifestyle began. Unlike his earlier life in Illinois, where Speck had been very close to his natural father, the Texas years were marked by chaos, despair, and violence. Speck's stepfather, Carl Lindbergh, psychologically abused Speck with insults and threats. The impressionable young boy had to adapt to the fact that his mother apparently loved this alcoholic bully who had absolutely no use for him. It was a very destructive influence on the young Richard Speck. Speck struggled through grades 5 through 8 in the Dallas public school system. His 8th grade teacher described him this way: "He was sort of sulky, but he didn't talk back. Evidently, he'd been taught at home not to talk back. He was a loner. He didn't have any friends in class. He seemed sort of lost. It didn't seem as though he knew what was going on. I don't think that I ever saw him smile. I wasn't able to teach him anything. I don't think anybody could get through to him. He seemed to be in a fog." Among many eccentricities, Speck had a deathly fear of being stared at and refused to recite in class. But soon that threat would be lifted. In the fall of 1957, Speck enrolled in Crozier Technical School. He earned no credits that semester and even managed to flunk physical education. When the 2nd semester began in January 1958, Speck did not return. His formal education was over. In the meantime, Speck's criminal education had begun on October 17, 1955. Speck and two friends were riding their bicycles through a used car lot when the owner chased them away. In retaliation, Speck set fire to some rags lying in the lot. The three police officers who arrested him found a scrawny, pimply-faced 13-year-old who stood 5 feet 9 inches and weighed only 110 pounds. He was released to his parents. In 1963, Lindbergh separated from Speck's mother and drifted to California. By December 1965, Lindbergh suffered from cerebral arteriosclerosis, or hardening of the blood vessels supplying the brain, and he returned from California to the care of a daughter living in Dallas. By this time, Richard Speck was well into a lifestyle that eerily resembled his stepfather's behavior. Seeking male figures with whom to bond, Speck began as a young teenager to run with a tough older crowd whose lives centered on booze, drugs, fighting, easy women, and cheap tattoos. His 41 Dallas arrests include numerous citations for disturbing the peace, drunk and disorderly conduct, and fights in movie theaters and on the streets. When he was only 19, Speck walked into an apartment occupied by 3 young women and made idle talk with them. Later, he walked off with their jewelry and with money taken from their billfolds. 1 month later, Speck and a friend grabbed a 15-year-old boy on the street and cut him under the eye and kicked him. That same year, the police found Speck crouching in the yard of a residence that he was about to burglarize at 3 in the morning. Speck cavalierly told the police, "I always carry a screwdriver." There was a Mrs. Richard Speck. In 1961, Speck met Shirley Annette Malone at the Texas State Fair in Dallas, when Shirley was only 15 years old and a freshman in high school. At the age of 19, Speck was sexually experienced and had been treated for 5 separate bouts of gonorrhea. Shortly after they met, Shirley became pregnant. Speck's mother told her son that since Shirley was pregnant, it was best that he marry her. Mrs. Lindbergh met Mrs. Malone the night before the wedding ceremony, although neither set of parents attended the wedding, which was conducted on January 19, 1962, before a justice of the peace in Dallas County. The newlyweds initially set up home with Speck's mother. The Specks' tumultuous marriage was marked by frequent changes of address in East Dallas because of Speck's drinking and non-payment of rent. For roughly half the 4 years they were married, Speck was either in jail or in the penitentiary. By July 5, 1962, when Shirley gave birth to their healthy daughter, Robbie Lynn Speck, the doomed lovers had already separated. At the time of her daughter's birth, Shirley had no idea of her husband's whereabouts, though she thought that he was working on a 7-Up truck. Actually, when his daughter was born, Speck was serving a 22-day term in jail in McKinney, Texas, for disturbing the peace during a drunken spree with friends. He later refused to pay the bills for his daughter's birth, and also refused the opportunity to donate blood to help pay for the bill. While in jail, Speck indulged one of his real passions, acquiring 3 new tattoos rendered in India ink by a jail artisan. Etched on his right shoulder blade was the name Shirley. Etched on the front of his upper left calf was the inscription, "West Texas Dicky Bird." Above it was drawn the body and wings of a bird, having for its head an erect penis. Etched on his left forearm was the phrase, "Born to raise hell." The 3 helped round out his collection. Speck explained, "All the fellas I ran around with had tattoos." Speck acquired most of his while drunk. Ida Malone described Speck as a cruel, irresponsible, unstable, and violent husband to her daughter. Mrs. Malone said she thought that Speck's mother was a wonderful person, one of the nicest people I have ever met. The only thing she ever did wrong was try to buy Richard out of trouble. She added, "When Shirley was pregnant, Speck would park in front of the house in his convertible and neck with other women. He would laugh at Shirley, who was sitting on the front porch. He told her that there wasn't much she could do about it. He inflicted this cruelty on Shirley at least 6 times. Ida Malone said that Speck displayed repeated violence toward her daughter, and on one occasion even hit his own daughter, Robbie Lynn, in the stomach. She said, "One time, Richard threw a knife at Shirley and hit her in the leg. Then he beat her up. He would beat her both when he was drunk and when he was sober. I saw the marks on Shirley's arms, hands, and neck. Once he put a knife to her throat." When he was home, Speck was also known to force his wife to have sex with him 4 or 5 times a day. Not content to simply terrorize his wife, Speck also turned his violent attentions toward his mother-in-law. Speck and Albert Malone did not get along, and Speck once told Ida Malone that if she wanted her husband killed, he would be glad to push Albert into the lake when he was fishing. In 1964, Ida and Albert Malone divorced, and Speck stepped up his attentions. One day, Speck was in Mrs. Malone's home and found a photo of her in a bathing suit. He promptly told her, "Hey, I've got a pretty good-looking mama-in-law, and if I wasn't married, I'd make a date." He took the photo with him, and that evening passed it around to several men in a bar. He also supplied Mrs. Malone's telephone number. That night, Ida Malone received several explicit calls from strangers asking her to go out. She said she did not date. In July 1965, Speck twice attacked Mrs. Malone with guns and knives. On the first occasion, he showed up at her University Park home with Robbie Lynn and another man who was armed with a gun. Speck himself carried both a .22 caliber and a .32 caliber pistol. He boasted that he had a third gun in the car, and that 5 additional guys were waiting on the corner, all carrying guns. Straddling her lap, he twisted her arm around her back and announced, "I'm going to kill you." Having terrified her, he left, yelling back, "Now, you tell that SOB ex-husband of yours what I did and see if he'll do anything about it." 2 days later, Speck returned alone with a switchblade and stuck it in Mrs. Malone's face. She picked up a 2x4 and told Speck, "I'll make you eat that knife." Speck cursed her and fled. Emboldened, Mrs. Malone signed a complaint against Speck to University Park Police. No arrest was made. The Malones had seen enough of Speck. In July 1966, Shirley Malone filed for divorce, and the decree was entered in that March. Speck did not contest the divorce. The following day, she married Tinker Frazier, a pipe fitter she had met while working as a waitress at the Joe Dobbs Coffee House. Despite Speck's many claims that she had been messing around with other men, thus deserving the beatings he gave her, Frazier was the only man Shirley ever dated after separating from Speck. Shirley kept their daughter. Speck kept his tattoos. Before the divorce became final, Speck visited Shirley and begged her to reconsider. While there, he also tried to borrow her car. One memory stuck in Ida Malone's memory. Once, she and Speck were discussing the assassination of President Kennedy in Dallas. Speck was sitting in bed, with his feet folded underneath him. He told her that he had been taking dope and was high as a kite. He added, "One of these days, I am going to get my name in the paper. It won't be a small item. It will be the entire front page." Despite a spell in prison, Speck's violence would go way beyond Shirley and Ida Malone. On November 10, 1962, Speck was arrested for howling and yelling in Dallas's major theater. According to the manager, he was trying to fight all the men and hug all the women. In 1963, Speck stepped up his criminal activity to include forgery and the burglary of a food store, where he and 2 buddies made off with beer, cigarettes, and $3 in cash. These were felony offenses, and he spent time at the Dallas County Jail before going to the Texas Department of Corrections at Huntsville. Speck was confined to the Texas penitentiary system from September 16, 1963, until January 2nd, 1965, when he was released on parole. He adapted well to this regimented life. One of Speck's penitentiary buddies was David Wayne Drake, a convicted burglar who played basketball and dominoes with Speck. He said that Speck liked basketball, but was kind of clumsy. He recalls Speck as a pretty good old boy. He was an easygoing guy who never got in a hurry and was just real calm all the time. Never bothered nobody. He got along real well and was what we call a good convict. Drake added, though, penitentiary-wise, you don't really get that well acquainted. In the pen, you can't tell that much about a man. If he was in the world, that would be different. But down here, a man acts completely different than he does in the free world. As part of the diagnostic workup, the Texas Department of Corrections obtained information from a past employer and from Speck's mother. The employer was the 7-Up Bottling Company, where Speck had stolen another employee's payroll check, forged his signature, and cashed it at a grocery store. The company reported, Richard Speck worked here from August 24, 1960, until July 19, 1963, as a laborer. He was careless, troublesome, and yet was hard-working. We would not rehire him. He was dishonest. This was the longest period of employment in Speck's life. Speck's mother, a graying, slender, slightly stooped woman, recalled a rosy picture of the young Richard. Richard always loved fishing and swimming, anything to do with water, Mrs. Lindbergh recalled. Whenever I couldn't find him, I would always go to the pond, and there he'd be. He always brought home every fish he caught, and I cooked them, as long as he cleaned them first. He got his sportsmanship from his father, whom he resembles physically. She displayed an overwhelming desire to protect her youngest son. She wrote to the corrections board that Richard was always punished when he did wrong, and always had to be home by 9 p.m. He always paid board and helped with household expenses until he was married. He was interested in all kinds of electrical work. Asked how he got into trouble, Mrs. Lindbergh was expansive. Richard's trouble started with his stepfather. He disliked Richard very much and told him he hated him and couldn't stand the sight of him. This left a mark on him during his years of growing up. He didn't have the companionship of a father. He sought his security with older boys, and this led him to drinking and running around. His stepfather drank very heavily. When he worked up at 7-Up, all the men were older, and he ran around and drank with them. This is Richard's trouble, drinking. He is not an alcoholic, but he drinks on weekends with the men. He has always gotten into trouble when drinking, and he has never gotten into trouble when not drinking. Our family has always been very close to Richard, and he is very loving, kind, and considerate toward us. Richard will stay with me at my daughter's house. Carolyn Speck had also married. Until he gets a job and gets straightened out. We will help him, his wife and baby, in every way we know how. Similarly, Carolyn Speck Wilson was fiercely loyal to her brother and strongly anti-police. She said Speck loved animals and children, recalling, "Our house looked like a menagerie, with Richard always bringing home stray cats and dogs that later became pets. A sister could not have asked for a better brother. As children, we did everything together. I was a tomboy and loved doing the things he did, climbing trees, fishing, and swimming." Speck himself professed to be ready to go straight when released. He had taken an interest in carpentry and claimed that he was anxious to return to work and support his new family. He added that he had been a devout Baptist since age 8 and attended church regularly. The psychologist at the Diagnostic Center of the Texas Department of Correction, however, made the accurate appraisal. Speck, the experts concluded, was dull and slow, was likely to relapse and should be kept in maximum security because of his emotional and social immaturity. His rating for rehabilitation was described as poor. Rehabilitated or not, Speck was back on the streets. On January 4, 1965, 2 days after his release from Huntsville, Speck told his parole officer, Louis Bramblett, that he would do nothing that would put him back in prison. Speck said that he was interested only in regaining his driver's license, finding a job, and having a happy home life with his bride of 3 years, Shirley Annette Malone Speck, and their young daughter, Robbie Lynn. 5 days later, at 2:20 in the morning, Sarah Wadsworth returned from a bowling outing and parked her car behind the Dallas apartment building where she lived. As she walked toward her building, a man sprang from the shadows, wrapped his left arm around her neck, and placed a long, curving knife against her throat. The man was Speck. "If you scream, I'll kill you," he said to her. Wadsworth screamed and fell to the ground. She screamed again, and a man came running out of a nearby apartment, shouting, "Are you all right?" Speck ran from the parking lot. 2 Dallas police officers responded within minutes and drove around the neighborhood seeking a man of Speck's description. The officers saw Speck cut down an alley and walk through an apartment gangway to another street. When Speck saw the police car, he changed directions and started walking faster. Speck was arrested, and a carving knife was found in the nearby shrubbery. Speck told the officer, "I just left my girlfriend's house," and he gave a nearby address. Confronted by the officers with both the knife and Sarah Wadsworth's description, Speck fell silent. He smelled of alcohol, but was not staggeringly drunk. A few days later, Wadsworth positively identified Speck in a police lineup. Speck told a detective that he was broke, and his motive was robbery. After sitting in the Dallas jail for 4 days on a charge of aggravated assault against a female, Speck dreamed up an excuse. In this new version, Speck related how he had gone to downtown Dallas for the evening and was planning to return home by bus when a casual acquaintance and another man picked him up in a car. Then, he alleged, the 2 men suddenly demanded money from Speck, who just happened to notice a foot-long knife on the floor of the car. In this new story, Speck grabbed the knife and ordered the men to let him out of the car. He took the knife and a bottle of wine with him from the car. Speck told Bramblett that he couldn't remember clearly what happened next, but that he did remember grabbing a woman in the parking lot with the intention of robbing her because he had been unable to find work. The last thing he remembers, he told his parole officer, was that he ran from the parking lot. Speck was adamant that he had no intention of raping the woman. He added that he had no other recollection of the incident until I came to in the county jail. "If I hadn't been drinking, I wouldn't have done it." Bramblett found Speck to be subdued and remorseful. What Speck was really demonstrating was his phenomenal animal cunning in knowing what to admit, what to deny, and when to claim amnesia based upon drink or drugs. First, he denied grabbing Wadsworth at all. When this did not work, his next line of defense was to admit to the less serious offense, robbery, rather than rape. He then steadfastly claimed a drug-shrouded amnesia to cover the inconsistencies of his stories. Speck was sentenced to 490 days in jail for the assault on Sarah Wadsworth, with the sentence to run concurrently with a sentence for his parole violation. However, due to a bureaucratic slip-up, Speck was required to serve only the time for the parole violation. He was released from Huntsville on July 2, 1965, about 300 days early. After his second release from Huntsville that summer of 1965, Speck started to let people know that he was proud to be an ex-convict. Alvin Ray Wren, a Dallas barber who cut Speck's hair and often visited Speck's favorite Dallas bar, Ginny's Lounge, recalls, "He wanted everybody to know that he'd been in prison. I would have a room full of people waiting in my barber shop, and Speck would brag that he was just out of the pen and tough as nails. One night, I bought a bottle of beer for a woman at Jenny's Lounge. Turned out it was Speck's wife, Shirley. Several customers warned me, "Boy, do you know what you're doing? That's Richard Speck's wife, and you better not buy her no bottle of beer. He's mean. He'll kill you." During that summer of 1965, Speck was employed as a driver for a meat company. Speck had 6 driving accidents during the 3 months he worked for the Patterson Meat Company. His supervisor, Jim Becker, found Speck a very likable fellow when sober. When drinking, Becker added, Speck was sometimes nasty, other times silent, in a shell. Becker was also a customer of Jenny's and recalls one occasion there when he saw Speck with a white-handled blue steel .22 caliber pistol. Speck proudly showed Becker the gun, explaining that he carried it as an equalizer. The bartender at Jenny's was Nancy Sims, a stocky 29-year-old ex-professional wrestler who used various aliases and had a minor police record in Louisiana, New York, and Texas. By any name, Nancy was a formidable woman and quite capable of standing up to Speck, whom she met in October 1965. Nancy was divorced and living alone with her 3 children at the time, and was having trouble finding a babysitter while she tended bar. This was during one of the many periods Speck was both unemployed and separated from his wife. Speck's mother knew Nancy and called one day on Speck's behalf, asking if he might be allowed to move in with the bartender early that December. She agreed, and Speck stayed with her on and off for several months. He was good to her 3 children, often taking them on all-day fishing expeditions at a nearby lake, but she ran him off when he quarreled with her ex-husband. The relationship was non-sexual, though Speck would later falsely tell psychiatrists that Sims was simply an old whore, and that her ex-husband had bashed Speck's head because he had screwed her. Nancy Sims offered some insights into Speck's character. Speck, said Nancy Sims, was lazy and drank too much, but he would occasionally go 3 or 4 days without drinking. However, once he sipped a beer, he would not stop until he was drunk. When he was not drinking, he was a nice, sweet person. When drinking, he was aggressive, belligerent, and a troublemaker. He was very jealous and possessive, and he talked a lot about his many fights. He always carried a large pocket knife. He always did whatever he wanted to do whenever he wanted to do it, without any thought of the consequences. Speck would do stupid things to hurt other people, and would always be sorry afterward. He was always sorry afterward, but while he might give a damn about what he had done, he always knew exactly what he was doing while he was doing it. Speck thought that he did not have to work or face consequences, because he believed that his mother would always give him money and take care of him and bail him out of trouble. One of Speck's bosses, Hugh B. Patterson, owner of the Patterson Meat Company, said, Speck was a hard worker when he applied himself. He'd handle those 100-pound boxes the way most people would handle a 10-pound box. He was a likable, social guy, but he didn't seem to care if the sun came up. Patterson fired Speck when he suddenly stopped showing up for work. Speck spent much of his non-working time in Dallas at his favorite hangout, Jenny's Lounge. The owner, Virginia Norris, said Speck was a regular customer who was known for always having a knife with him. She said that Speck was extremely jealous about his wife, Shirley, and didn't want anyone talking to her when she walked in. If someone did, Speck would create a scene. Speck targeted Jenny's Lounge for his next brush with trouble. In January 1966, shortly after Shirley Malone sued him for divorce, Speck began to argue with 40-year-old Curtis Robinson. Speck pulled his switchblade and stabbed Robinson several times. Both combatants were taken to Parkland Hospital, where Speck complained that his head, left chest wall, and thumb were hurting. However, his X-rays were negative, and he walked out of the hospital charged with aggravated assault. Speck's mother hired an attorney, and the assault charge was reduced to disturbing the peace. Speck was convicted of the lesser charge and fined $10. Refusing to pay, he spent 3 days in jail. This would be the last time Dallas police would have Speck in custody, though it was not the last crime Speck would commit in Dallas. With 41 arrests under his belt at age 24, Speck still had one more Dallas burglary left in him. On March 5, 1966, he bought a 1954 Plymouth. The next evening at 11 p.m., noise was heard at the rear of the A&M Grocery and Market in Dallas. When police arrived on the scene, they found a screwdriver at the point of entry of the grocery's rear door. More than 70 cartons of cigarettes had been stolen. Speck left the scene with the cigarettes stashed in his trunk and set up shop minutes later in a parking lot, where he began to sell the contraband. By the time police arrived, the car had been abandoned. Tracing the car to Speck, police went to his last known address, the residence of his sister, Carolyn. They were told that he had not lived there since October 1965. An arrest warrant for the burglary was issued in Speck's name on March 8, 1966. An arrest would mean another prison term. Speck decided it was time to leave Texas. On March 9th, his sister, Carolyn, took him to the bus depot in Dallas. Carolyn had tears in her eyes. Richard had a growing hatred in his heart. There's a passage in the Talmud that says, "If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there." The bus departed for Chicago. His first stop was the Chicago home of the Thorntons, who had no idea he was on the run. He stayed only a few days, however, deciding to return to his boyhood home and look up the rest of his family. At first, he moved in with Elmer Johnson and his wife, Gertrude, both of whom were friends of the entire Speck family. Speck's brother, William Howard Speck, 35, a Korean War veteran, was a carpenter and recommended his younger brother to another carpenter in town, Oscar Neal. Speck signed on for a 1-month payroll period. Howard Speck was also a very close friend of Monmouth Police Chief Harold Tinder, whose force included only 2 part-time detectives to protect the 11,000 citizens of Monmouth. Tinder described Howard Speck as one of the nicest people you could know. Richard Speck was something else. After working the mean streets of Dallas, Richard Speck would find Harold Tinder and his 2 deputies to be easy pickings. Speck started out as a good worker, sanding plasterboard for Neal. Occasionally, he would tell Neal that he wanted to make enough money to bring my mother to Monmouth. Soon, however, Speck began to skip work in favor of visiting various Monmouth taverns and chain-drinking Schlitz beer and chain-smoking Cool Filters. On March 25th, Speck left the Johnsons and moved into the Christie Hotel in downtown Monmouth. He stayed almost a month, alternating occasional visits to his family with constant visits to saloons. Irma Claire Holman, the oldest of the 8 Speck children, lived with her husband, Kenneth, in nearby Galesburg, Illinois, where they ran a family business, the Galesburg Tire and Vulcanizing Company. Speck showed up one day for a 15-minute visit and asked for $10. His sister gave him the money, as well as quite a talking to. She recalls, "Richard was the bad apple in our family. The only other tragedy we had in the family was when my younger brother, Robert, skidded off an icy road near the bridge coming into Monmouth and killed himself. He was only 23. At first, we 6 older children resented Richard and Carolyn because our parents spoiled them so much, but we came to love them. Richard was constantly with his father. However, after Dad died in 1947 and Mom moved to Texas in 1950, we began to lose touch with Richard and Carolyn. The next time we saw them was a few years later, during a summer vacation. They were cute kids, but loud, and they were becoming worse and worse in being spoiled. You couldn't help but like Richard, though, because he had such a nice personality." In 1960, the Holmans visited Dallas, and Speck's sister concluded, "Richard simply had no discipline. We older kids were all raised to believe that liquor was evil and that strict discipline was good. Now Richard was allowed to go out every night and he was drinking. He was working for a pop company to make money. I didn't approve of the way he was living. She added that although Speck always appeared meek, he always gave the impression that he was unloved. In 1966, when Speck visited Galesburg, his older sister was still disapproving. Richard felt bad because I didn't invite him to my home, but I didn't want him in my home, she said. I thought that a person of his age should have been working and taking care of his wife and child. He didn't know how to work hard. She had also heard that Richard had been in trouble in Monmouth. We all had reliable names up there in Monmouth, and we didn't want to be embarrassed. Summarizing her own view of Speck, as well as the view of all of the 5 older children, she said, "To be very frank, we didn't know him." Speck worked only 2 carpentry jobs for Neil, one lasting 3 days and the other 4. After this spurt of employment, he'd had his fill of sanding plasterboard. The saloons were more to his liking. Friendly and ingratiating on the surface, Speck was able to strike up barroom conversations, but he could never connect on a deeper, meaningful level. And, as always, his bragging and lying were only one step away from violence. One favorite saloon was the Palace Tap in Monmouth, where the barmaid, Jane Boone, found him spooky. Speck told Boone that he could not return to Texas because he had killed a man. Later, he changed the story to say that he thought he had killed a man, but later learned that the man did not die. The man, he told Jane Boone with a wink, was his ex-wife's husband. Loretta Payne, a 28-year-old cook at the Elks Club in Monmouth, met Speck in the Brass Rail Tavern, and the two struck up a conversation while playing the tavern's shuffleboard bowling machine. Loretta could not help but notice Speck's funny accent, so she asked him, "What parts do you come from, honey?" The question set Speck off and running. Noting that he was originally from Monmouth, he told her that he grew up in Dallas. To impress her, he said that he had to leave Texas because of a barroom fight in which he thought that he had killed a man. Not satisfied with this story, he pressed on to say that when he was 15, he was pushing dope across the Mexican border. Then he brought out the photos of Shirley and Robbie Lynn. Next, he displayed his scars and tattoos and bragged about all the fights he had survived. Loretta would see Speck's true colors a few nights later when he accompanied a group of her friends on a bar-hopping trip to Gulfport, Illinois, a Mississippi River shantytown 35 miles from Monmouth. Gulfport's several hundred residents lived by the river in an area dominated by bars, pickup trucks, and shanties on stilts. During his trip to Gulfport, Speck carried a knife underneath his sweater in a holster strapped to his chest. Later, in the saloon's men's room, Speck threateningly flashed the knife under a man's nose. A report was made, and after some minutes passed, Speck noticed that a Gulfport policeman, aptly named Tiny, had entered the saloon. The policeman stood 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed 300 pounds. Faced with superior force, Speck did the prudent thing and hid the knife in Loretta's purse. Tiny, however, was not fooled by the ruse and packed the whole Monmouth crowd off to the Gulfport jail. Later, at City Hall, Speck explained that he was used to carrying a weapon wherever he went and that he was afraid to go into the rough Gulfport taverns without his knife. There was no arrest. Loretta summarized, Speck was unable to make friends. He had the kind of personality where nobody wanted to be around him for long. We took him with us to Gulfport because he had just come to town. Nobody would make friends with him, and we all felt sorry for him. That night he was happy as a lark, but it was like he could not just jive along with everybody else. Since he couldn't really relate to other people, he would just talk about things back in Texas, most of them bullshit. Since he couldn't make friends, he acted tough and was foul-mouthed. He was mad at the world and always wanted to fight. A few days after the Gulfport incident, Speck acted out his signature burglary rape. On Saturday night, April 2nd, Mrs. Virgil Harris, a 65-year-old divorcee living in Monmouth, was babysitting, a job for which she earned $2.50. She arrived at her home about 1 the next morning, and as she removed her coat, a 6-foot white male speaking with a strange accent emerged from her bedroom, wearing a dark jacket. Police would later find a chair beneath her bathroom window and a ripped packet of cigarettes. Mrs. Harris, a non-smoker, noticed that 2 cigarette butts were on her bedroom floor and that her belongings were strewn about the floor of the house. Speck grabbed her from behind, covered her face with his hand, and flashed a knife in front of her face. "Don't make a sound, and you will not get hurt," he said. He then blindfolded her with a rag and began to slice her housecoat into strips. Walking her into the front room, he softly remarked that he had killed a woman before, adding, "Take off every stitch of your clothes, or I will rip them off." Trying to reason with Speck, the 65-year-old Mrs. Harris remarked, "You don't seem like a bad man. Why don't we sit down on the Davenport and just talk?" They both sat down, and she held his hand, asking, "Are you a Christian?" Speck was silent. Then he blurted out, "I came through the back door, and I'm going to stay all night. How long has it been since you've had any?" He ordered her to the bedroom and took off his clothes, threatening, "If I don't get what I want, I'll kill you." He then made her remove her clothes, got into bed with her, and completed sexual intercourse. The act took only a few minutes, less time than he would afterwards spend using the strips of fabric from her housecoat to tie her hands tightly behind her back and her feet at the ankles. As he did this, he remarked, "I need to go to Springfield." To placate him and to get him out of the house, she offered him the use of her car, but Speck left on foot. Mrs. Harris was able to get the rag from her face and work her feet loose. Naked, with her hands still tied behind her back, she went to her next-door neighbor's house for help. Her hands were tied so tightly behind her back that the neighbor had to use scissors to cut the bindings. The police were called, and Mrs. Harris was taken to the hospital, where she was examined by Dr. J.D. Simmons, the same doctor who had delivered Richard Speck into the world on December 6, 1941. She told the police that the house had been ransacked and that the $2.50 she earned babysitting had been stolen from her purse. She said that her attacker was very polite and spoke very softly with a southern drawl. She added that he also perspired greatly. Speck began to emerge as the leading suspect in this burglary rape when police also investigated him for the possible murder of an attractive 32-year-old barmaid, Mary Kay Pierce, who worked at her brother-in-law's saloon, Frank's Place, in Monmouth. She disappeared after leaving the saloon at 12:45 a.m. on Saturday, April 9th. After interviewing 600 people, the Monmouth police determined that her brother-in-law, Frank Knuckles, was the last person to see her alive. Her sister, Ruth Knuckles, found the body on April 13th, lying in an empty hog house behind the tavern. She had been killed by a powerful blow to the abdomen that ruptured her liver. The door to the hog house was swinging back and forth in the April breeze. The victim's family did not report her missing until April 13th because they thought that she had left to visit a man in Georgia, and did not find out otherwise until the man in Georgia informed them on April 13th that she had canceled the trip. The body was discovered shortly afterwards. When Speck came to collect his last paycheck from Oscar Neal on April 15th, the police were waiting to question him about the Pierce murder. Neal's construction company had built several of the hog houses, which were intended to be sold to the area farmers, during Speck's brief tenure as one of Neal's employees. One of Pierce's girlfriends had told police that she believed Speck was following her from tavern to tavern. Neil had told police that shortly after the barmaid disappeared, Speck remarked to him, "Do you all know about that woman who was killed? Wasn't that awful? I tried to have a date with her." On April 15th, Police Chief Tinder's two deputies grilled Speck about the murder. Speck gave a typical performance. "No, sir, I sure didn't kill that girl," he said. He readily admitted, though, to being in the knife fight in Gulfport, explaining, "This other guy in a restaurant had a knife, and when he pulled his, I pulled mine, and he took off." Speck added, "I go to church all the time." Then the officers tried to goad Speck with a technique straight from Police Interrogation 101, implying that the victim had it coming because, as everyone knew, she had previously dated black men. This ruse, designed to arouse the ire of a hillbilly like Speck, fell on deaf ears. Cunning as ever, Speck replied, "Well, everybody to their own kicks, I say, but I don't like the idea." The interview was cut short when Speck complained of not feeling well. A second interrogation was rescheduled for April 19th, but the detectives arrived at Speck's hotel room only to find that he had bolted town hours before the deputies arrived. Realizing that Speck had fled, the two sergeants searched his room at the Christie Hotel, looking for a blunt instrument that might have killed Mary Kay Pierce. Instead, they found a radio and costume jewelry and took them into custody. By coincidence, on April 18th, Mrs. Virgil Harris had noticed for the first time that her radio and jewelry were missing and reported it to police as part of the April 3rd burglary rape in her home. The items she reported and the items found in Speck's room matched, providing conclusive proof that Speck was the perpetrator of this bizarre incident. During this search, the police found several items reported missing in at least two other Monmouth burglaries. Speck was also a suspect in another 4 break-and-entry cases that occurred during the 1 month he was in town. At the time he split the scene, Speck had paid his weekly rent at the Christie through April 22nd. Nevertheless, on April 19th, the owner-manager of the hotel saw Speck walking out the door with his 2 suitcases. "I'm not leaving," Speck said. "I'm going to the laundromat." Speck was on a bus, once again to find sanctuary in Chicago with his unsuspecting sister, Martha Thornton. He would never be charged with either the Monmouth murder or rape. He arrived back at the Chicago home of Martha and Jean Thornton on April 19th. He had been forced to leave Monmouth, Speck told his sister and brother-in-law, because a crime syndicate was pressuring him to sell narcotics, and he refused to do so. He added that he had been beat up and that he ran away from Monmouth to save his life. Jean Thornton quickly decided that his brother-in-law needed a spell at sea, which led to Speck shipping out on April 30th. Most of Speck's employment with Inland Steel consisted of recuperating from his emergency appendectomy. In the few days he did spend at sea, Speck did not impress his shipmates, although none found him particularly dangerous. This was the perception despite the fact that Speck's alcohol-induced troubles included 2 occasions when he exposed his genitals to male shipmates, and another time when he threatened a shipmate with a knife. During his 2 voyages on the Clarence B. Randall, Speck's jobs included pulling lines on the dock, scrubbing the ship down, painting and cleaning carpets in the pilot house. His roommate, Jesse Blue, proved to be a willing listener for Speck's braggadocio. Speck related to Blue that one time he and his uncle were hunting, became surrounded by wolves, and his uncle's gun jammed. Speck killed all the wolves with 1 magic bullet, he said. On another occasion, Speck said that he had swum the English Channel while entirely underwater. Speck read a lot of comic books, Blue thought. Blue found the swimming story particularly far-fetched, based on his own experience with Speck. Once, while the Randall was tied up at the dock, Speck was working on the side of the ship, scrubbing marks on the rudder, when he lost his balance, fell out of the workboat, and landed in a few feet of water. Speck paddled furiously and screamed for help before being righted by shipmates. Speck bragged to Blue that he once caught his wife with another man and cut both of them badly with a knife. He said that he cut Shirley in the face and stabbed the man, adding that as a result of the attack he was sent to prison. During Speck's second voyage after the appendectomy, he told Blue about the nurse he had met in Michigan, Judy Lacanimi, and also showed him portions of their correspondence. In one letter, Speck wrote to Judy that he loved her and couldn't wait to get back to Michigan to go skiing with her, a sport he didn't know in the least. Speck confided to Blue, however, that he was simply leading the nurse on. "If you want to pull the wool over a girl's eyes," Speck told his shipmate, "this is the way you do it. You write her a letter." He added, "I haven't had sex with her yet, but I will." Blue thought that Speck was intelligent in a sneaky kind of way. He wasn't too smart, but he could sure get out of work when he wanted to. Strangely, though, the work Speck usually avoided was light work. When he worked, he preferred to do heavy physical work. Blue said that he had several arguments with Speck, but that afterward, Speck would always apologize. Whether aship or ashore, Speck always carried a switchblade with a 3-inch blade, Blue noted. In summary, though, Blue concluded, "I liked Richard Speck, and I never thought him to be a potential killer." Speck's violent nature was also lost on shipmate Raymond Slope. One day in June, after Slope left his watch as a wheelman at 4 p.m., a drunken Speck came to Slope's room and demanded that Slope take his picture with the Polaroid camera Slope kept. Speck also demanded a drink. When Slope responded that he had neither film for the camera nor anything to drink, Speck got belligerent. Slope replied, "Get the hell out of my room." As he retreated, Speck threatened, "I'll get you. I'll cut you up. I'll beat the hell out of you." As Speck talked, he made a slashing side-to-side motion with his hand, and Slope saw the flash of a switchblade. Still, Slope did not take the incident seriously and never reported it to the ship's captain. As Speck walked off the Randall on the morning of June 15th after being fired, he asked Red Gerald, 39, who had worked as the ship's night cook, to give him a ride to a tavern. After Speck became mildly smashed, Gerald recalls, he asked the bartender for $5 worth of change and said, "I'm going to call my nurse friend up in Michigan." In an attempt to win Judy Lacanimi's affection, the ever-creative Speck was about to transform his being fired from the Randall for drunkenness into an act of knightly gallantry on behalf of the nurse. What happened next, Lacanimi subsequently shared with a court-appointed psychiatric panel. In his telephone call from Chicago, Speck told Lacanimi that he had gotten into a fight with one of his shipmates over a letter that she had sent him. "This other guy called you a whore," Speck told Lacanimi, "and I couldn't let him get away with this. So we got in a big fight that got me fired." Believing that Speck had really lost his job over her, she told him that if he wanted to seek employment on one of the ships operating out of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, she would be glad to try to help him and would show him around her hometown of Houghton, Michigan. At the time, the former Judy Sorensen, 28, was going through a divorce from her husband of 7 years, Wayno Lacanimi. She was a typical Upper Michigan Scandinavian woman, blonde, with a large, robust frame, fair skin, and a pleasant face. She had a heart of gold and believed in helping people. She had completed 2 years of college at Northern Michigan University in Marquette and had recently completed a training course to qualify as a nurse's aide. She began working at St. Joseph's in Hancock, Michigan, in March 1966. She gave Speck a bath before he went into surgery for his appendectomy on the night of May 3rd, and chatted with him to get his mind off the pain he was suffering. Speck said that he was out of cigarettes and sure could use a smoke. Since she was compassionate and was also getting off work at 9:30 p.m., the nurse volunteered to go out and buy him some. As he recovered, Speck, basking in the attention, joked with all the nurses assigned to him, including Judy. He also studied the hospital's bulletin board intently enough to learn Judy's home phone number. After he was discharged from the hospital, and as he was about to board the train for the trip back to Chicago to continue his recuperation with the Thorntons, Speck called Judy from the train station. He thanked her for the cigarettes and asked her to thank the other nurses for all their kindnesses. Later, from Chicago, he sent cards to all the nurses, telling them that he got back to Chicago okay and was in fine shape. He also called Judy at her apartment and asked her if she would write to him as a friend. The nurse told Speck, "I'll write to you as a friend." She made it clear, however, that having just divorced, she was not looking for a new boyfriend. The two corresponded when Speck resumed his job on the Randall, with Judy describing everyday life at the hospital in Hancock, and with Speck responding in a girlish scrawl that attempted to describe his adventures at sea. Now in his June 15th call from a saloon, Speck was trying to step up the friendship. Reassured that he was welcome to visit her in Michigan, he spent the next week at a Chicago flophouse, the St. Elmo, in the steamy Calumet Harbor world. One afternoon, while Speck was drinking at Pete's Tap, a fight broke out between two customers. To impress two women he had just met, Speck jumped off his bar stool, flashed his switchblade, and told one of them, "If you hit him again, I'll cut your guts out. He's a friend of mine." In fact, Speck barely knew him. When the first man responded to Speck's challenge, saying, "You put that knife down and we'll go outside," Speck refused, answering, "I don't play that game." At this point, bartender Ray Crawford broke up the fight. On June 21st, Speck boarded a train that would take him back to Michigan and Judy Lacanimi. He arrived in Hancock on June 22nd, and Judy met him at the station and took him to the nearby town of Houghton, where he registered at the downtown Douglas House. She drove him around town, suggesting places where he might work. The next day was her day off, and the unlikely couple went to a beach, where they spent 10 hours sitting in the sand and talking. Most of the conversation centered on Speck's tour with the Randall. "Don't you think it was kind of silly to get into a fight over what somebody said about me?" she asked. Speck answered, "Well, they didn't have no right to call you that." Speck said that he liked the water and wanted to get back on a boat. Judy told him that there was a boat that sailed from Houghton to Isle Royal 3 times a week and suggested that he apply. She offered him the use of the new car she had just bought, but Speck declined. He never followed up on this or any of her other work ideas. The next night, a Saturday, Speck met Judy at the hospital when she finished her shift at 11 p.m. He had been drinking and said that he wanted to go to the Mosquito Inn in Toivola, a small town outside Houghton where Judy had lived before she was married. During the drive, Speck appeared disturbed. He told her that he had called his mother in Dallas and learned that his ex-wife had brought his daughter over to visit his mother for the first time since the divorce, and had told her that her new husband had adopted the girl and Richard would not be able to see her again. When Judy explained that this could not happen without Speck's permission, he replied, "I'm not going to lie to you. I had been in prison, and my rights to my child were taken away." Again expressing her compassion, Judy said, "Well, you've paid for your crimes, and this doesn't mean that I no longer want to see you." The two then entered the Mosquito Inn. As they sat at the bar drinking, a man twice knocked Judy's sweater off the bar stool. The first time, Speck politely asked him to watch what he was doing. The second time, Speck was more upset, but still in control. Later, Speck shot a few games of pool, and the two men accidentally bumped into each other. The other man, U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Endine Bailey, was home on leave from West Germany to attend his father's funeral. He grabbed a beer bottle and threatened to hit Speck, who responded by pushing him away with a pool cue stick. Speck then grabbed his switchblade and threatened to stab the man. Judy stepped between the two men and said, "Look, we don't want any trouble." Speck then put the knife away, shook hands with Bailey, and the two men went to the bar and had a drink together. It was a typical Speck performance. Once he shifted the balance of power in his favor by flashing a knife, he felt free to become friendly with his intended victim. This pattern of "like me or I'll stab you" was a Speck theme throughout his barroom incidents. After they had left the Mosquito Inn, Judy asked to see Speck's knife. "Why?" he asked. "I want to know the reason why you have this to protect yourself," she said. Speck replied, "Well, I'm chicken to fight with my hands. That's why." She noted that the blade did not flip out, but had to be handled, and that Speck had opened it very quickly when he pulled it out in the tavern. While talking about the knife, Speck asked the nurse if she had seen the scars on his legs when she gave him a bath. Told she had, Speck explained, "Well, someone attacked me with a machete. I need something to protect myself." He then confided that he had hit his wife once or twice, but that she had asked for it. "I don't hit anybody unless they ask for it." When they got back to the hotel, Judy had to walk Speck back to his room because he was very drunk. She invited him to go to church with her the next Sunday morning, but Speck declined, saying, "I don't have any good clothes." After Judy returned from church, the two had Sunday brunch before she went to work. Speck picked her up after work that evening and stopped to speak pleasantly with some of the nurses who had cared for him during his appendectomy. On Monday morning, June 27th, Judy called Speck at the Douglas house and invited him to join her for a cup of coffee. Speck declined, saying he was going to the dock at Isle Royal to check on a job in Sault Ste. Marie. He said he needed the money. Although Judy had treated Speck on several occasions, he had paid for most of their outings, throwing money around like crazy and leaving big tips. Now Judy insisted on seeing him, and still believing that he had lost his job over her, offered to give Speck $80 to tide you over until you land on your feet. The money had been given to her almost a month earlier by her mother, who wanted to tide Judy over while she grappled with the expense of buying a new car. She told Speck, "You don't have to repay it or anything, unless you want to." Speck took the $80. When she returned from work that evening, she found a note from Speck stuck to her apartment door. The note said, "I have taken a job and I'll write." Judy Lachenimi would never again hear from or see Richard Speck, who was off to his sister's apartment in Chicago. In a subsequent September interview with members of the court-appointed psychiatric panel, Lachenimi said that Speck never talked about sex and never made any passes at her. "I thought that he was a nice person," she said. "When I went out with him, he was a gentleman, and he never made any sexual advances toward me. It was like a friendship." She summed up her feelings toward Speck this way. "He was strange. He wanted a friend, and he was very good to me. He knew I didn't like his drinking, and when he was drunk, he would apologize. Was he gentle or tender? Did he talk about love? I don't think he knows what love is. I think that he wants to know what love is, but I don't think that he does know what love is. When he was not drinking, he was very quiet and really had very little to say. I could talk to him, but only about general things. The night he opened up about his prison sentence, well, he probably wouldn't have told me that if he had not been drinking." She concluded, "I can't believe that he killed 8 nurses. Being with him like I was, alone, I can't believe that he did it. It's hard for me to accept, not only because I know him, but because I don't want to accept the fact that any human being could do something like this." In his own interviews with psychiatrists, Speck would describe the relationship with his usual braggadocio and humor. "She was a nice girl," Speck said, "but she has a last name longer than a cigarette pack. I was there about 10 days, had sex with her 4 or 5 times, but she wanted to get married. I didn't want to get married, so I came to Chicago to my sister's. I split Michigan because she kept bugging me about marriage. I told her I'd think about it, and I did. I thought about it, and I bought a train ticket out of town." Speck was partially truthful. On June 27th, he left her without saying goodbye and without repaying the $80 she had given him. Judy Lachenemi's trip to Chicago to talk to the psychiatric panel gave Martin one final shot at tying the murder weapon to Speck. The passage of time had mended the strained relationship between Lachenemi and the state's attorney's office, and, adopting a conciliatory approach, Martin was able to convince her attorney to drop his slander suit against the Chicago prosecutors and to allow Lachenemi to come to Chicago to tell the psychiatrists what she knew about Speck. Her only concern was that she be protected from the press. Martin made arrangements for her to fly to Chicago and stay under an assumed name at the Essex House on Michigan Avenue. After she had checked in, Martin arrived to take her to dinner. By now an accomplished boulevardier in the line of duty, he escorted her to a corner table at Diamond Jim's, a fashionable but quiet steakhouse, and ordered a bottle of wine to help break the ice. Martin found her to be compassionate, naive, and confused. Recalling how she had treated Speck as a hospital patient and subsequently befriended him, she began to cry. The nurse felt great sorrow for the 8 victims and their murderer. She said that she had agreed to talk with the psychiatrists to help them understand Richard and to understand that he had been a gentleman with her. Martin's hidden agenda was to work the conversation around the night Lachenemi saw Speck pull out his switchblade in the Michigan bar. 2 hours of small talk passed before he felt the time was right to pose his question. Then, with high expectations, he discreetly took out a photo of the knife salvaged from the bottom of the Calumet River. Judy Lachenemi acted as if Martin had shown her a rattlesnake and barely looked at the photo. She stared at her plate and said, "I only saw the knife for a minute. I really can't tell if this is it or not." The tender-hearted nurse was not going to become an accomplice in proving Speck's guilt. A disappointed Martin put the photo back in his pocket. Chapter 28. Speck's biography was strong evidence for what Martin believed. The surest predictor of violent behavior is a history of violent behavior, and this trait correlates most commonly with youth and low levels of education and self-esteem. Violent behavior is usually not related to a history of mental illness. Still, his opinion on this point would not carry as much weight as the opinion of the expert panel. On October 22nd, a golden fall afternoon, the 5 psychiatrists and Surgeon Norcross met in a private room at the Illinois Athletic Club to vote on their final report. The panelists, who insisted on serving without pay, had previously written extensive individual reports. In an absolutely secret mission, Martin had been chosen by Passion and Getty to stop by and pick up the report. While the panel met in secret, Martin arrived early and anxiously paced the hallway. The stakes were high. A unanimous finding of insanity would put Speck on the road toward acquittal, forcing his transfer to a mental hospital and the possibility of an immediate return to the streets. A finding that the killer was incompetent to stand trial would postpone the case indefinitely, which would devastate the prosecution. A long delay would mean that Cora would return to the Philippines and other witnesses would disappear and die, thus eroding the now solid foundation of the state's case. A split decision by the panel would portend a long and bloody trial, one that could go either way. Finally, The 6 men solemnly filed out of the room. Dr. Vladimir Urs, the panel's informal chairman, handed Martin 3 sealed envelopes marked Judge, Public Defender, and State's Attorney. Then, without saying a word, Urs wheeled about and joined his colleagues at a waiting elevator. When the doctors were gone, Martin, his palms sweating and his heart pounding, tore open his envelope and pulled out a single typewritten sheet of paper. It read, "Report of the panel appointed and ordered to examine and report on the mental state of Richard Speck. The panel is in unanimous agreement that Richard Speck is competent to stand trial at this time. Directed to attempt to ascertain the mental status of Richard Speck on July 13th through 14th, this panel is of the further opinion that Richard Speck was responsible for his behavior as of July 13th and 14th, 1966. The diagnosis established by the panel, in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association nosological classification, is sociopathic personality, antisocial behavior with alcoholism. These opinions are in accordance with legislative standards established by Illinois statutes." The first 2 signatures on the report were Gerald Getty's flagship choices, Roy R. Grinker Jr. and Hervey M. Cleckley. Placing the 3 envelopes in his inside suit jacket pocket, Martin went directly to his office and locked the envelopes in a file cabinet. On Monday morning, October 24th, he delivered them to Getty and Passion. As Getty read the single page, his eyebrows arched in stunned disbelief. Judge Passion, expressionless as he read the report, said, "Bill and Jer, be damned sure this doesn't leak out. If it does, there'll be hell to pay." If the panel's unanimous opinion that Speck was not insane were publicized before trial, neither side would be able to find an impartial jury. The media would have contaminated the atmosphere with the pretrial release of evidence devastating to the defense. Getty had fought to limit all psychiatric evidence solely to the panel's opinion, and Martin had fought for the right to offer unlimited evidence. Now, ironically, Martin's strategy had left Getty with a loophole. Had Martin agreed to Getty's original proposal, the state would have been in the catbird seat, and the defense would have been behind the 8 ball, unable to offer any evidence to contradict the panel's unanimous finding that Speck was both competent and sane. Getty was the beneficiary of Martin's fear of putting all the insanity defense eggs in one basket. And now the door was open for him to use other psychiatric evidence to contend that Speck was insane. Martin's first thought was whether Dr. Marvin Ziporyn would walk through that open door and testify for the defense. Ziporyn, the violinist, and Speck, the drifter, had become well acquainted by the end of October. By this time, Speck had converted his basement cell in the county jail into a home. He had a radio, a TV, a small library of adventure and Western magazines, jigsaw puzzles, and a collection of letters from admirers, mostly women. He also had the fixings to brew homemade coffee, and, like a housewife inviting her neighbors in for a coffee clatch, Speck would often whip up a service of coffee for his closest friend, Dr. Ziporyn, who had supplied many of the amenities to be found in Speck's cell. The psychiatrist not only gave Speck hours of psychotherapy, but he also brought magazines and books to interest his patient in reading, art supplies to interest him in painting, and a radio to entertain him. Ziporyn would also visit Speck's older sister, Martha Thornton, in Chicago, and his mother and younger sister Carolyn Wilson in Dallas, and provide news for the killer from his only loved ones. In return, Speck would tell Ziporyn his life story and the explanation for what Ziporyn would dramatically term the Bastille Day murders. As their encounters continued, Ziporyn continued to record them in his reports to the warden of the county jail. Some typical entries. August 19th. Speck is quite garrulous and gave a complete hour-by-hour account of his movements from Monday, July 11th, until the time he was in the Raleigh Hotel, excluding, however, the time of the murders, still concerned about how he got the gun. August 26th. Speck much more cheerful and relates better than any previous meeting. Again goes into detail regarding his movements before and after the killings. Says, "I would give anything if I could bring those girls back to life." He feels that he has killed 16 people. Those 8 girls, his 5 sisters, his mother, brother, and daughter. Speck also discussed what happened on the night of July 13th. He says that he felt exhilarated when he injected the drug into his veins just prior to the murders. He said, "It hit me before the needle was out, zoom, and my teeth started to gnash and grind." Again, he wonders how he got the gun. August 29th. Speck, cheerful and friendly today, told me that when he was in prison, Shirley, his wife, began to cheat on him. Says that one time he went after her with a shotgun. He frankly admits his grievance against Shirley, saying, "The Bible says not to hate, but I hate Shirley, if the truth be told." September 9th. Speck is fairly cheerful and communicative. He was shown some pictures of the murdered girls. He confirmed the fact that Gloria Jean Davy reminds him of his wife, Shirley. October 10th. Speck in good spirits. Relates past incidents tending to show a pattern of hyperreaction to drugs and whiskey. Gave me anecdotes that tend to confirm my feelings about the underlying dynamics of the case. October 14th. Speck cheerful and talkative. We had a lengthy discussion, during which he again gave me some insight into the unconscious motivation for the Bastille Day murders. October 24th. We discussed the murders at further length today, and Speck finally gave me the information that I had been looking for to put the pieces together. Both Getty and Martin had obtained Ziporin's reports by subpoena. Martin noticed that Ziporin avoided stating his opinion on the 2 separate and very different psychiatric questions of Speck's competency to stand trial and his sanity at the time of the murders. Martin now felt he had to find out where Ziporin stood on these issues. On November 2nd, Martin met with the jail psychiatrist at the state's attorney's office. Both men acted unusually deferential toward the other's position. Ziporin portrayed himself as a completely disinterested and nonpartisan scientist whose findings were for neither side. Outwardly polite and respectful throughout the interview, Martin asked Ziporin if he agreed with the Blue Ribbon panel's finding that Speck was competent to stand trial. "No question," Ziporin replied. "I think that Speck understands the nature of the charge, and he is capable of cooperating with counsel." Ziporin then proceeded to give Martin his opinion that Speck had been insane at the time of the murders. "Speck is no sociopath," Ziporin flatly told the prosecutor. "The panel is wrong about that. Neither the EEG nor the psychological tests are sufficiently developed to detect organic brain damage." Relying upon his extensive contacts with Speck, Ziporin confidently told Martin, "There's a good deal that he tells me that he doesn't tell the others. I would be forced to testify that Speck was not able to control his conduct on July 13th and 14th. Martin recognized the psychiatrist's shop-worn standard diagnosis of organic brain syndrome in a criminal and thought that Ziporin was being unusually cute in claiming that he was forced by his data to conclude that Speck was insane at the time of the murders. Nevertheless, the prosecutor had an obligation to be fair and asked, "Have you given Jerry Getty your opinion?" Ziporin answered, "I had one talk with him, and I told him nothing beyond the fact that I consider myself neither for the prosecution nor for the defense." More disingenuousness, Martin thought. Yet, in his urbane manner, Ziporin emphasized his adamant belief that the eminent psychiatric panel had misdiagnosed Speck as a sociopath. Martin concluded from their meeting that Ziporin was chomping at the bit for a chance to convince a jury that Speck could not have controlled his murderous actions. Martin was mindful of the 1963 U.S. Supreme Court decision Brady v. Maryland, and its requirement that prosecutors give the defense any favorable evidence tending to either negate the guilt of the accused or lessen the punishment. First Assistant State's Attorney John Stamos had told his staff to resolve doubts in favor of the defense. Additionally, Martin believed that only inept and short-sighted prosecutors withheld favorable evidence from the defense. If he was able to convict Speck, he did not want the conviction to be reversed on appeal because he did not comply with the duty to give the defense any evidence he had that might help the defendant. On November 15th, Martin walked into Getty's office and handed him a letter. In addition to any defense the inventive Getty might improvise, this letter offered the public defender a blueprint for not one, but 3 defenses. The first was the Zipporah-based insanity defense, holding that, in Zipporah's words, Speck's brain-damaged and alcohol, barbiturate, and methadone-poisoned nervous system could not break, control, or censor him on July 13th through 14th. A second was the alibi defense offered by the unemployed couple who were prepared to testify that the homeless Speck had spent the night of the murders in their home. The third potential defense was another alibi, made possible by statements to the prosecution by a husband and wife team, Merle and Gerdina Farmer, who worked nights at Kay's Pilot House across the street from the Shipyard Inn. Although the name was reminiscent of rustic lodges on Martha's Vineyard, Kay's was a bar, short-order grill, and packaged liquor store located on the banks of the Calumet River, in the heart of the Southeast Side's gritty steel mill shipyard area. Like the Shipyard Inn, it catered to the shot and beer crowd of hard-hat employees from American Shipbuilding, Arco Door, and Garvey Grain Elevator. The owner, Kay Erickson, recalled seeing Speck playing pool in her bar on either July 11th or July 12th. Her night bartender was Merle Farmer, whose wife, Gerdina, was the cook for the same shift. At Kay's, a customer could grab a drink at the bar, wolf down a hot sandwich, and have time left over to shoot a game of pool. Before leaving, he might buy a half pint of whiskey. All this could be accomplished within the 20-minute nighttime lunch break that the area's laborers were allotted. This meant that Kay's, like the Shipyard Inn, was unusually crowded with hungry and thirsty customers because, in 1966, times were good. The factories worked 3 shifts, and the burgers and booze flowed. On July 14th, as the manhunt for Speck began, investigators went to Kay's as part of their search for any signs of suspicious activity in the neighborhood. Kay told the officers that she would talk to her night crew, the Farmers. That evening, she asked Merle Farmer if anything unusual had happened on the night of July 13th. Farmer told her that a man had come in at about 9 p.m. and had lingered over a highball for about an hour, while he looked furtively about the room at anyone and everyone. Farmer recalled that he was wearing a red polo shirt and looked like a German sailor. The same man, Farmer recalled, returned at 11:30 p.m. and ordered the 35-cent hamburger, accompanied by a bag of potato chips. During this last visit, Farmer said, the man acted very nervous. Also, Farmer believed, the man had changed from the red shirt into a black shirt. Farmer told Kay, he was all in black. Black shirt, black coat or jacket, black pants, black shoes, and said that the man had stayed until 12:30 a.m. Kay passed the story along, and after Farmer had repeated it to Detectives Carlisle and Wielazinski, he and his wife were brought to the state's attorney's office on the warm summer night of July 22nd. Assistant State's Attorney John Glenville drew the assignment of interviewing the 2 witnesses, who potentially offered Speck an alibi for the time of the murders. He ushered the husband and wife into the spacious office of First Assistant State's Attorney John Stamos. Merle Farmer was a tall man who wore his greasy hair in a swept-up pompadour and spoke with the trace of a Southern accent. His expression and voice bespoke a carefully controlled and quiet anger. His wife, Gerdina, was a pale, soft-spoken brunette. The couple had 4 children. Sitting across from Glenville, Farmer supplied additional details to the story he had told Kay Erickson and the detectives. The stranger, Farmer reported, had Shirley tattooed on his right forearm, and he spoke in a Southern accent. He had allegedly told Farmer, You know that red shirt I had on? I got beer on it over there at the Shipyard Inn. I was playing pool." After interviewing Merle, Glenville separately interviewed Gerdina, who told the same story. Both husband and wife conceded to Glenville that their estimates of time were guesses and might vary by 15 to 20 minutes. Glenville patiently went over the story again and again. He frequently cleaned and filled his pipe, since it kept going out when he put it down to take notes. No browbeating, no yelling, just a standard FBI-style interrogation with its emphasis on details. The farmers did not budge. Speck, or a man matching Speck's description, was in Kay's after midnight. The farmers were certain. Over the next month, Glenville painstakingly prepared detailed chronologies of Speck's movements hour by hour, as documented by eyewitnesses who put him in the Shipyard Inn at the time the farmers claimed he was first at the pilot house. In late August, Glenville went to Kay's to talk to the farmers for one last time in Kay's upstairs apartment. The farmers told the same story, but this time they were even more inflexible about the times. Merle Farmer warned Glenville, "If Getty gets my name, it will hurt you." Ominously, he added, "I don't want to see an innocent man convicted." Glenville was not intimidated. "Look," he said, "all we want is the truth. You should tell Getty exactly what you think happened." Later, Glenville gave a lengthy briefing to Martin and the detectives. The prosecutors were convinced that the farmers were dead wrong on their times, but dead right on Speck's dark clothes. Before setting out for the townhouse on the night of July 13th, Speck had been dressed all in black from head to toe, just as the farmers and Corazon Amaral had described him. The farmers seemed hell-bent to provide an alibi for Speck, and in his November letter, Martin gave this potential alibi to Getty, who had not previously known about it. Getty needed all the help he could find. One day, the public defender dropped by Judge Passion's chambers and asked the judge, man to man, if the death penalty would be imposed if he pleaded this man guilty. Passion replied, "I can't guarantee anything, Jer. If it's like I understand it is from the newspapers and TV, I'd have to give him the chair." Getty was taken aback by this candid statement. Other celebrated Chicago killers had escaped the death penalty through guilty pleas. In 1924, famed attorney Clarence Darrow saved Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb, the high-IQ thrill killers of young Bobby Franks near the campus of the University of Chicago, from the death penalty by pleading them guilty. In 1946, William Herons, a man who murdered and dismembered Suzanne Degnan, hiding her limbs in several North Side sewers, escaped the electric chair by pleading guilty. Judge Passion, however, did not believe a guilty plea should avert the death penalty for Richard Speck in 1967. Getty would have to use everything in his vast bag of tricks to save Speck from the electric chair. From the moment he talked to Passion, Getty knew that Speck had nothing to lose by going the whole route. Going the whole route meant that the public defender would be filing wave after wave of pretrial motions, hoping to gain winning arguments to exploit upon appeal before the Illinois Supreme Court if Speck were convicted. Death penalty cases were automatically appealed directly to the state Supreme Court, and Getty knew that the 7 justices in Springfield would scrutinize Speck's trial record with extreme care. If Judge Passion were to make mistakes in denying the defense motions, then Getty might be able to prove reversible error upon appeal. The pretrial skirmishing began in earnest on November 4th. Speck appeared in court wearing his dark blue suit, freshly shined black shoes, and a new ducktail haircut. Unlike previous appearances, he looked alert and occasionally even smiled. First, Getty went for broke and asked that the charges against Speck be dismissed because of alleged errors in the way the grand jury indictments had been obtained. Passion promptly dismissed this request. Next, Getty baited another trap. He moved that the trial be relocated outside of Cook County, because of the massive pretrial publicity. Paradoxically, Getty wanted to lose this motion and have the case stay in Cook County. However, he knew that Judge Passion's denial of a powerfully documented request for a change of venue might give the defense a good shot for an appellate victory. For his part, Martin moved for a formal hearing on Speck's competency to stand trial, noting that Getty had claimed in his August motion for an impartial psychiatric panel that there was a serious question as to the defendant's competence to stand trial. In 1966, Illinois law required that no matter how a question of competency was raised, a hearing had to be held to resolve it. The impartial psychiatric panel's report, by itself, was not enough. Now, however, Getty argued that a competency hearing was unnecessary because of the panel's unanimous finding. Ever cautious, Martin argued that the hearing was still required by law to dispel the serious question that had been raised on August 18th. Further, he insisted, the issue must be decided by a jury. Passion agreed. To avoid press coverage of the psychiatric testimony relevant to Speck's competency, Martin suggested that the press and the public be barred from the hearing. In another paradox, Getty, who had just argued against the effects of harmful pretrial publicity, now objected to this idea. He knew that another blast of media attention would enhance his argument that adverse publicity would prevent Speck from getting a fair trial. Passion adjourned these issues for 2 weeks. Getty believed that the enormous media attention focused on the Speck murders far exceeded that of any other celebrated case. He unleashed his entire staff on the task of assembling all relevant newspaper clips, radio newscast transcripts, and transcripts of TV broadcasts. On November 16th, Getty presented Passion with carton after carton of clippings and transcripts, the enormous paper trail of the media blitz that had saturated Chicago. The public defender was in rare form as he animatedly paced about the courtroom, arguing that Cook County was the worst place on earth for his client to get a fair trial. In truth, Getty knew the very best place in Illinois for a fair trial was the ethnic and racial melting pot of Cook County. The notoriously conservative law and order counties outside Chicago were much more likely to produce jurors determined to convict a mass murderer. Getty pressed on, saving the full force of his fury for the remarks made to the media on July 16th by Chicago Police Chief Orlando Wilson. Getty told the judge that Wilson recited about fingerprints, he recited about his record, he held a picture of Speck up for all to see on television and in the newspapers, and he said that he was the man, and then, indeed, said that he was the murderer. Approaching his crescendo, Getty showed the judge a newspaper photo of Wilson holding up the photo of Speck, as Wilson told the press conference that Speck was the slayer of 8 nurses. On that day, Getty said, this man acted as judge and jury by his very statements, and oh yes, above this newspaper photo we have the caption, "This is the man." Winding down, Getty presented a thorough recitation of the extent of the media reports on Speck's prior criminal record and the statements that he was a suspect in numerous other crimes. Seldom had the venerable criminal court building witnessed such eloquence in the service of a cause its orator hoped to lose. The state was not ready to respond to Getty's impassioned plea to move the trial out of Chicago. This was a complex issue, and everyone was well aware that even as they argued it in a Chicago court, Dr. Sam Shepard was being retried in Cleveland for the murder of his wife. His prior conviction had been reversed by the U.S. Supreme Court because of massive pretrial publicity. At the end of this new trial, he would be acquitted. Since Passion had granted Getty's request to allow the news media to attend a public competency hearing, Martin argued that the court should first schedule this hearing because it was premature to decide the motion for change of venue until the publicity from the competency hearing could be evaluated. Passion agreed, and continued the case for another 2 weeks to select a jury to rule on Speck's competency. Getty's motion for a change of venue was held in abeyance, pending a decision on whether or not Speck was fit to stand trial.